Critical hit. That's what I'm talking about. What's going on, everybody? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everybody, to a Saturday night stream. It is about 8 p.m. Eastern, and it is Saturday, December 19th. It is 6 days away from Christmas Day. So I hope if people celebrate that they have gotten all their, gift orders and card orders and all these things in the year of our Lord 2020. I don't know if anyone knows this, but 2020 has been a little bit of a strange year. So I just want to make sure that you're all prepared just in case. Because, oh my goodness. But it is time for D&D with Viewers special holiday edition, as it is D&D Winter's Splendor. And I am very excited to be able to give this to all of you as my little holiday gift, you might say. And I hope that everyone is looking forward to what we're going to be doing here going forward over the next few hours. Before I go any further, just a couple of reminders here. Yeah, it has been. It's been a pretty much. It's been that kind of a year. I agree with you, Echo. Give me just 1 second here, actually, so I can make one little adjustment. Okay, good. Wanted to make sure that I did that because I have limited space. And I wanted to make sure that I did that so that I could make adjustments up here, and so that I can then move that like that and go like that, and that should be good. Okay, good. So what's going on, everyone? Good to see you all. Couple of reminders about ways to support the stream. Hey, Lone Wolf. If you haven't done so already, please make sure to follow the channel. That is always a really good thing to do. Please check out our YouTube channel with !ArvTube, where you can see past broadcasts of this and many other streams. !ArvCord is our Discord channel, where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. !Arv, Arv Tweets is my Twitter, where I will always talk about when I'm going live and other announcements and things like that. And, of course, the website for all this is arvanelleron.com. On the financial side, !Arv Shop, which Echo is kind enough just to link there, is my merchandise area that has Adventures of Middle-earth stuff and Infinity and Beyond stuff, and soon to be Esper Genesis stuff there as well. !Arv Treon is the thing you can see right below the chat there. 22 patrons, 197 per month. That really is the financial backbone of the channel, and so as people are able to jump on board and support, that really does make a difference. It's the thing that I get the most from, with the fewest amount of fees cut out and all that. So any support that people can give there would definitely be appreciated. You can get inspirations to use with the players, including this session that we've got going on tonight. And you can also, of course, use this to get cool things for yourself and move us towards various channel goals, like another Arvanaut Idol contest, like another talisman competition and things like that. So you can do that by supporting us at the Patreon. And of course, that sub button right there near the video window, if you sub to the channel, that'll allow you to get those custom sub badges and emotes, and will also let you get inspirations to help the players as well, and that also definitely supports the channel too, so thank you if you have done either or both of those things. Last but certainly not least, on the publishing side, Icarus will give you details about my Icarus graphic novel, hopefully making some new moves in that front with different reviews that are going to be coming in, so I'm excited about that. That is from Athos Arts, of course. Library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That has now arrived and is just clearing U.S. Customs now, which is great because it means that the shipping is here, it's arrived, it's official, it's in the port. We can all and it's there, and it's just a matter of getting it past customs and shipped out to people. So the long wait is finally coming to an end for the print editions of these. In the meantime, of course, the digital versions have been available for months over on DriveThruRPG, so please make sure you jump over and check that. And actually, the person who wrote the adventure that we're running today, Ashley Warren, is one of the contributors to Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, so please make sure to jump on board and check that out. That is a silver seller over on DriveThruRPG, and I'm proud of it, so print version of that coming very soon now that it has arrived. Yeah, no, I hope that's the case, but it is definitely here in customs. It's been the pandemic. Echo has just done so much, has put so many things behind, but yes, it looks like there's finally a light at the end of this particular smallish kind of tunnel, I guess, so that's good for that. And then, let me see. Oh, yes. And then, of course, the Greyshade Kickstarter. I was actually just talking to the Greyshade folks tonight, and that looks very promising. So, !Greyshade KS is the Greyshade Kickstarter, which is going to be happening early February. Again, I will have more details about that I'll be talking about during the month of January. January early next year. Also, of course, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, the importance of acknowledging and asserting the significance of protecting Black lives, as that continues to be something which apparently doesn't happen enough, and Black lives are continually not respected as they should be. So please jump on board with that. And exclamation point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization's page on suicide prevention. That is also hugely important, especially during, as we just said, a terrible year and a difficult season. Holidays are often difficult for people regardless of the year. So all of that is a part of this mix as well. So anyone who is able to support either of those causes, that is much appreciated also. On the schedule side of things, that's right, September 10th. Yeah, that's right. On the schedule side of things, tonight we have got D&D with Viewers Holiday Edition, as I mentioned. Tomorrow on Sunday we have a special premiere, I guess. Well, it's not a premiere, but it's the way it's being done is going to be for the first time. And that is we're going to be doing our Blades in the Dark Case of the Cindered Seal campaign, which we run once a month on our channel. As usual, it will feature players Mike Underwood, Valerie Valdez, Yoi Gawain Lin, and Iori Kasano. But it will also have our GM, Brandon O'Brien, will be running production for this. And so he's going to be doing this tomorrow. I believe it is still starting at the usual 5 p.m. time. But he's going to be running production, which means that I, who am currently still coming to you from a closet here in Southern Connecticut, that I will not be running production for that, which is good because it means that the time will be much more available to the players and the GM rather than relying on when I'm able to do it. And so that is a big deal, and I'm very glad that that's moving over to there. So please go over and give them support. That's a great campaign anyway. If you like tabletop, you would definitely like this campaign. But regardless, that's the deal with that. And then on Monday, we have got Saad's Guide, Saad with a Grumbler's Guide to the Temple of Elemental Evil. On Tuesday, I will be back in the house, at my current house, and we will have on Tuesday, I believe, Final Fantasy VII Remake, and then we'll also have the more Vaporum Lockdown over on GOG as we move into the home stretch of both of those games. And then I think Wednesday we do not have Community D&D, because I think we do not have Community D&D for the rest of the month because of issues with sort of figuring out streaming circumstances and setups, I believe. So that's what's going on there. Thursday, we will be off regardless. And then Friday, we will have more Final Fantasy VII Remake. And on Saturday, we have got the Game of the Year show. And that, of course, is going to be the show where I talk about my favorite games of 2020 that I played that came out in 2020, and my favorite list of games that I played in 2020, no matter when they came out. Those two lists that are going to be doing that as well. Yeah, and you didn't want to do anything during Christmas. Well, I can understand that, obviously, for sure, Echo. So that's what we've got going on. And I also should mention on Friday, which is Christmas Day, we will also have our special family stream where the Arv family, myself, Mrs. Arv, Little Arv, Mini Arv, will be playing a game during Christmas Day, which is always a really fun stream that I look forward to as well every year. And so that's what's going to be happening this coming week. And then after that, we have a couple of days before the end of the month and the end of the year, and then we leave 2020 behind. Thank the good Lord. And we move on to 2021 and hope for a better year in the time to come. So that's what we've got going on right now. And with that said, I am going to get rid of this. And I'm going to get rid of this. And I'm going to turn on that. There we go. Whoop. It's a little high. What's going on, everybody? Good to see you all. You will notice that I am, again, still speaking to you from a closet. But the good news is that I am using my new and improved Thunderbolt cable, which is considerably longer than my old one. And so that means that I was able to lift it up, which means I'm now not crouched over like this. It's still not the best thing for my back, but it is way better than what it was in the last couple of times I had to stream where I was like staring over like this. So that's awesome. I'm excited about that. And yeah. So what we've got on the docket for today, folks, is this. That's right, D&D. Exactly, I'm on eye level. And that literally is the case. I'm literally now on eye level, which is just a lot better for my back. Now, I still have the chat window, which is down there on the right. I've still got that down there. Yeah, red and green shirt. You will, trust me, you will get plenty of red and green Triffid on Christmas Day. You don't you worry about a thing. We get to Friday, you will see me decked out. I don't know if I have my Santa hat. I got to see if I can track down my Santa hat. But yes, I will be absolutely wearing red and green on that day, so you'll see that for sure. That's not true. That's not true. I have worn red and green in the past. I have worn, in fact, a Christmas vest in the past. I don't really have an ugly Christmas sweater, but I have worn a Christmas vest, and I have also worn a Santa hat. This has happened on multiple occasions. Stuck in the coat closet. Story of my package. Or a gift. Oh man. So anyway, that is the deal with that, and so I am very excited to be with you all. So this is the module that we are playing today, Winter Splendor, and I am excited and ready to go. So the way this works, for those of you who have not been done this before, is D&D with viewers works in the following way. I'm going to be choosing a minimum of 3, a maximum of 5, but I actually really am going to, I think I'm going to keep it at 4. I'd really like to have between 3 and 4 because it'll just be easier for me to manage. So I'm going to be looking for 3 to 4 players with the following characteristics. That's funny, Rudinell. What's up also? How are you doing? So I'm going to be doing this with the following parameters, okay? If you are, first of all, if a microphone is a must, you have to have a mic. Just because it's a lot harder if it's all being done through text and everything else, so you've got to have a microphone. A webcam is strongly preferred, but it is not an absolute requirement. I think probably 80 to 85% of my players have used a webcam, but it's not an absolute requirement, but you do need to have a microphone. So microphone's number 1, that's a definite. Then a webcam is appreciated if possible. That leads us to the next few rules. You need to have some basic knowledge of what D&D 5th edition is. Now, if you've played previous editions of Dungeons & Dragons and you're vaguely familiar with the whole D&D thing, then that probably is good enough, but you need to know something so that when I say roll a d20, you're not like, what? So again, some basic knowledge of D&D would be appreciated. It is also important that you are willing to commit about 3 hours to this. We're getting started at 8. By the time we get things rolling, it'll probably be about 8:30. So we're going to run this until about 11:30 p.m. Eastern, give or take a few minutes. And we need to make sure that people are on board for all of that. If you can't commit to that time and you can only do like an hour, then that's unfortunately not going to get the job done. We need to make sure that someone can commit for that entire span of time. And then the last thing is that you be a generally good and good person and a team player, basically, so that you can work with other people in the group of people that is going to be together. Now, typically what happens is I try to privilege people who are new to this event, so people who have not played with me before, I usually will give the number 1 sort of priority to, and then I will give the secondary priority to people who have played with me. So I definitely usually have a mix of some people who have played, some people who have not played, but I will privilege those who have never played with me before to, over those who have, just so that I can give most people, the maximum possible amount of time. So all with that said, all of that said, you were doing so well that cuts you off. What cuts you off, Div, specifically? What exactly cuts you off? The time commitment? Is it the time commitment that cuts you off? Oh, being generally good. No. That is not true. I know from personal dealings with you, sir, that the being generally good is not a problem. You don't have to worry about that. You got that covered. So, with that said, I will ask who is interested in joining up for some D&D with viewers to play Winter's Splendor, which again is by Ashley Warren, who is I believe, a DM's Guild adept, but is a well-respected adventure designer, and DM, and has done this multiple times. I really wish it wouldn't do that. Okay. Has done this multiple times and contributed to my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. So I know Ashley just a little bit from her work with that. She did a good job of that too. So Winter Splendor. Who would like to jump on board for this winter-themed extravaganza? Who is interested in doing this? I am a pawn of chaos. I see. All right, who's it going to be? Who shall join us for this spectacular experience? You blame Rod for Div being a pawn of chaos, really? Could well be. All right, who's it going to be? Who have we got? Now, I do want to say for everybody up front, by the way, that I like to think that I am a welcoming type of dungeon master who welcomes you into the fold. It doesn't mean that you can't die once you've arrived to the fold. That's certainly possible. But I like to think that I am welcoming and I'm a part of this. So I Oh, thank you, Echo. Yes, and I should say that many of the people that you watch on this channel on a monthly basis, on a regular basis, people like Triffity Mats, people like Echo Alpha X5, people like Rakad, a lot of those people got their start in my D&D with viewers, and they proved how awesome they were, and then eventually they got picked up for this permanent campaign. So, you never know where these things can lead you. If you're willing to take a chance. And this one, look, Winter Splendor. I mean, it's winter, it's splendor, it's holiday themed, right? What's not to like? I just like you because you're an oddball. I just liked you because you're Norwegian, and I had a very good time during my trip to Norway back in 2008. Echo, that's the real reason. Or no, 2007. That's all. It was just your Norwegian heritage. That was the real reason. Okay, so who's interested? Who's going to jump on board? Who wants to play D&D with viewers? Now, typically the way this works is I've done many of these sessions over the years, and what often happens is sometimes it's just like within 5 minutes we're on board and ready to go. Sometimes it takes longer. Sometimes I have a couple of people who jump on, and there have been, I would say, I've probably run like 15, 16 of these D&D viewer sessions. It probably has been that it hasn't run like twice or something, and then I ended up playing something else. So I can, if there turns out that there's no appetite for this evening, I can do that. I still have my PS5. There is still Final Fantasy to be had, but I am prepared and ready for Winter Splendor. I'm prepared and ready when we are. So, what say you? Who is interested? Who is on board? Who is thinking to yourself, you know what I want? I want to be part of a winter's ball. Because that's how this starts. This starts at a winter's ball, at a celebration, a winter's celebration. And then everything goes to hell. No, it's not quite how it works. But who wants to be part of the adventure of the season? Also, I promise this is not one of those ones where it's like you play an adventure where you're fighting a tall green dude whose name rhymes with Lynch and who hates all the rhymes with blues down in Blueville. This is not like a bad take off of some holiday cartoon. Actually, as we speak, my family right in the other room, the room that adjoins this closet, is currently watching, I think, the Year Without a Santa Claus, which is I don't know if anyone knows about this, but this is the one that has the classic "He's Mr. Heat Miser, he's Mr. Sun, da 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 da. He's Mr. Heat Miser, he's Mr. Number One." Some of you may or may not have seen that, but anyway, so they're watching that because they had not seen that before. If you weren't cleaning house, you'd be in. Coven, cleaning house. Sort of, Wookie. I appreciate that. The camera quality in this closet. It is, and the Cold Miser, exactly. Well, they do the exact same song, too. No, not because my wife is mad at me. No, they're watching in the other room. Typically, though, because we're in this Airbnb while my house is being sold and we're looking for houses and being shown places up here, as a consequence, that means that we're just in this place. And it's fine. It's been a good place for us to be, but it's not enormous. And so basically, there's not enough room for me to stream except like in the kitchen or the living room. And my daughter, Little Arv, is in the living room. And the kitchen basically is connected to all of the other rooms. So if I streamed in there, I'd basically be waking everybody up in both rooms. And so this way, I'm only next to usually my daughter when she's sleeping, and she's used to me being next door anyway, because I stream in my office, which is right next to her room currently where we live at the moment. So yeah, so that's why I'm in the closet. Named after me. It's February 2. It's right. Yeah, exactly. Level 12 barbarian with twin candy canes sharpened into hooks. Exactly. Let's see. I watched that Thursday last night. Yes, yes, yes. Oh man, Triffid. I do remember that. It's funny how many of those things now, like those things at the time we were just like, oh yeah, this is just a thing that happens, and then like you just like because of current contexts of things, you're just like, it's pretty funny. Now listen, Coven, what is this thing about I'm cleaning house? Thanks, Wookie. Good to see you, dude. Right, Triffid. That's what she should have done, is deliver her own presents. Exactly. Now listen, Coven, this thing about cleaning house. I mean, look. Houses are clean, and then they get dirty. Right? I think we can all agree on that. But the thing is, you have time to adjust it so that the house gets clean again. How many times will you have the opportunity to play Winter's Splendor? How many times will you have that opportunity? Yeah. Well, is your birthday tomorrow? Because if your birthday is tomorrow, then why would you not want to do a holiday special on your birthday? Leading up to your birthday. What could be a better celebration? Wednesday. Well, then you got a couple of days, man. You got a couple of days. It's only it's right now, it's only Saturday. You got Sunday, you got Monday, you got Tuesday, you got 72 hours. You got plenty of time. That's code for age. Oh no. Lone Wolf. Come on, Coven. You can listen. Here's you sweeping. Sweep. Here's me. Winter Splendor. Here's you. Scrub. Here's me. Broom. Cleaning the toilet. I mean, come on, that's a slam dunk. And Coven has played with me before. I know Coven played with me during the Icarus fundraiser last year. Was it just only once that you played me, Coven, or did you play with me twice? I'm pulling the Chaotix on him. It's true. Oh, man. I gave Chaotix the hard sell that night. It worked, too. All right, well, while we're waiting for Coven Guy to make his decision. Okay, so there was another D&D with you. I remembered, obviously, the fundraiser, but... So this is your chance, man. You can be the pioneer. You can be the one who brings us into Winter Splendor. Winter Splendor. You can bring us into it. Right, the third is the charm. That's exactly right. And while we're on the subject, Divinorium, Divinorium, master of the use of the Kappa, when exactly are we going to see you pony up for one of these? Huh? How long have you been a viewer in my chat? How long have you been watching us do our thing? Every one of us here is aware of this situation. And yet here you are with your let me do this from a distance. When are you going to step it up? Where's the Brazilian pride? Where is the pride of Brazil? Okay? We have Pele, we have Ronaldinho, and we have Divinorium. And yet Divinorium has not stepped up to the plate. What would have happened if they said to Pele, we need you to go and win us the World Cup? What would happen in that situation if we had done that and you were like, you are the Pele, you are the Brazilian Pele of D&D. You are the Pele of D&D for Brazil. And you're going to turn away from the Brazilian, you are going to tell the people, I will not join Winter Splendor at this moment. Summer Splendor, that's right. What are you trying to suggest, man? Peer pressure. We are peers, we're just not peers in age. We're not peers in age. All right, so I'm turning the screws on Coven Guy here. I'm turning the screws. While I'm doing that, I'm starting to turn the screws on. Starting to turn the screws on Divinorium. Because see, for example, I know that we have a couple of people in here who have played with me before, and I really appreciate the fact that they have been here before. But Triffid and Echo also have things to do and work to do and stuff like that, and I don't want to just always rely on them. They are already regular stars of this channel. You know what I mean? They have already been through the ringer on these things. So I don't want to just go back to them and sort of lean on them. I want these people to step forward. People, for example, like Coven Guy, who I know can do it, and Divinorium, who is the Brazilian Pele of D&D. You know? Oh, you hear it? So they're listening to it, like I said. Yeah, it's one of your favorite ones. She was asking me about different Christmas movies that I liked, and my favorite Christmas tradition is Charlie Brown Christmas. But she's asking me about others. I'm like, well, there was this one that had this song, and so we went and I looked up on YouTube, and she's like, oh, I know that song, and so there we go. But anyway, so you are a star, Triffid, of course. I made that clear. Okay, so who we've got? What about Lone Wolf 67? Lone Wolf, have we not had this discussion on several occasions that you were like, I'd like to do it, Arv, but then the dog ate my homework. I've got to go, like, water the cat. Like, I mean, where there's things like this, when do we see Lone Wolf _67 step forward and be less of a lone wolf when it comes to D&D and more of a group wolf? When are you going to join the pack of wolves playing D&D, Lone Wolf? That's a great one, Coven. And yes, that Christmas Carol is great, Echo. I really like a Muppet Christmas Carol also. Also, we have Wookie Cookie. I mean, I don't know about you. I happen to know Wookie Cookie's original name because he told it to me. So, original Twitch name. And Wookie Cookie's been here for a long time. The stream buffered. Oh, yeah, it did a little bit. Just a bit. Not too bad, though. Yeah, I see that there were a few frame drops. It should be better now, though. I think it's better, right? It is better? I had a temporary lag spike. Yeah. Okay, cool. So, yeah, I mean, I have to say that, honestly, for the most part, I'm going to knock on wood a lot here. I have been pretty lucky with the internet here. Pretty lucky. I mean, I'm able to make it work with a lot. I've streamed with pretty lousy internet, much worse than this. So this has not been bad. The biggest issue here is simply, honestly, if we had like one fewer person who would come along, like if my mother-in-law was not with us or something, then I could have easily streamed from one of those rooms, and it would be a lot more comfortable than being in a closet. But I actually think it's kind of funny, and it's given me an opportunity to test out not only the new Thunderbolt cable, but also been able to test this little thing out, this little gem here, which is what has allowed me to capture my PlayStation 4 so well. This has been awesome. I am so happy about this. It's just, yeah, this has been great. Okay. I should make a Christmas cave for the next stream. Well, we're not going to be here that much longer, actually, Div, before we head home. The next time that I'm in a completely different place, it'll be when I've got a new spot. You can hear it, right? No, I made that joke myself, Coven, by saying that I'm re-entering the closet. Some people did that. I'm entering the closet. A lot of people make the big moment of coming out of the closet. I decided to go into the closet, apparently. So, but anyway, yeah, no, I'm whenever this new place comes through, and there are more details coming about that soon, I'm very much looking forward to whatever the new streaming space is going to be and really making it. People got me really excited yesterday talking about the fact that we've got, bookcases, like having the possibility of having some of my board games back there, right? Trophy, like a whole bunch of things would be great. So I can't wait for Mother Nature. For Sheesh. I can't wait for Mother Nature. Okay, so Lone Wolf, did I buffer during the time that I was giving you a hard time and asking you to step forward and be a pack wolf by playing D&D? Did that part buffer for you? Did that happen? I hope everyone understands, incidentally, that I'm not... Okay, so let me just be clear. I was making clear that, Coven Guy in the movie... Oh, okay, I can't wait for Mother Nature in the movie. Yes, okay. Good. So I just want to be clear about that because, I think Lone Wolf is a, regular on this channel. Everyone knows Lone Wolf, very sort of positive, upbeat personality, and someone who needs to step forward and become part of the D&D with Viewers pack. The pack of D&D viewers. That's what we need. You're working on having a background behind your setup? Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see how that all goes. So, but anyway, I can promise you that this will not be my usual setup. I will not be sitting in a closet most of the time. I mean, the thing is, like, it's mostly just because I have to be careful not to knock anything over because of, like, wires and stuff. But honestly, it's not that bad. It's just that the chair here is kind of, like, not so super comfy. And, yeah. He is, don't let him lie to it, yeah. All right, so I'm going to ask, I will do this a couple more times. And if, again, if people are just, if this is not going to happen because there's too many things going on, then, it's okay. We don't have to do it. I obviously have done it many times before, and I will do it in the future. But I have other stuff to play. But I would love to be able to play this Winter's Splendor. Winter Splendor. Winter Splendor. I'm very excited about that. The jackets are a great backdrop. Well, it definitely sort of deadens my voice over back there, so that's great. What is this now? Oh, nice. That's what you're doing right there? What is that thing on the top? What is that? Is that a cushion, Coven? What the heck is that thing up on the top? I vamped long enough that I should be done with work soon. It's a cushion that makes your bed into a chair. Oh. Very nice, very nice. I like it. Well, the truth is, if we get Echo and we get Triffid, I'm totally cool with that, but we do need a couple of others, because I minimum of 3, and I would prefer 4, but I need at least 3. So who am I going to get to join the intrepid crew? Who am I going to get for this D&D with viewers? And by the way, I hope no one actually thinks that I'm actually pressuring you all that much. I'm doing this mostly in fun, but, listen. I'm just saying, D&D with viewers is before you, and Winter Splendor. It's like the Mandalorian walking down the hallway. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do, do-do. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do, do-do. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do, do-do. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do, do-do. Incidentally, I don't want any spoilers for people who have not seen it yet, but Season 2's finale was tremendous. Tremendous. I'm super happy with that show, and I don't know how many people saw my talking about this on Twitter, but quite frankly, if anyone has a problem with, like, we seem to have entered in some places the kind of hipster phase of, it's not actually really good storytelling, it's really mostly fan service. That is a bunch of nonsense, and I'm not going to get on the train for that. You don't have to like the show. You can find that the show is not your cup of tea. That's cool. People can like different things. What you can't do is claim that the show is an objectively bad show, because it isn't. It's well written, it's well directed, it's well acted, it's well conceived, it's well delivered. Again, it can be not your thing, but to say that it's, like, objectively bad because you're annoyed that people are liking something that's Star Wars, sorry. I can't get on that train. It was great stuff. Yeah, Mandalorian. It's great. It's great. It's really great. I'm happy with every part of it. And I think that Pedro Pascal should get serious attention for awards, too. Because Pascal does so much with such limited material, not material, but, like, he's got the mask on, so he's got to make so much happen with his voice. And then when he appears, his face just has to do so much with so little, because of what the Mandalorian sort of creed and everything is. It's great. Super great. Yeah, it's super good. It really is, Lone Wolf. Okay, I'm going to ask once or twice more. And again, if this isn't going to work, it's cool. I don't mind playing more Final Fantasy VII Remake, which is great. But I really don't want to run with 2. So I'm going to ask one more time about whether people are interested in playing D&D with viewers. And by the way, it's no big deal also because most of the time these run, but there have been a couple of occasions where they don't, and it's just the luck of the draw, and that's cool. In the past, there have been times where people have said, oh, you should let people know ahead of time, like weeks and weeks or months ahead of time, and I don't need to do that, because this is something which I do, which I love playing D&D, and I love having the chance to play with viewers. But if it doesn't work out, it's not a big deal. It just means that it didn't, click that day because there were too many people doing other things. So it is no big deal. Join us, join us. One of us. That's true. I have my stars. That's right. Only because you don't have the juice. No, that's cool, Coven. That's totally fine. Yeah, no one should really actually feel bad. By the way, this is not a big deal. But if you do wish to play, you know, Winter Splendor, you can let me know. I should totally have done a Mandalorian Christmas. That's what I should have done. The Mandalorian holiday tradition. You are Din Djarin, Mandalorian, searching for the elusive the giant made up of 3 larger circles of snow with a massive orange carrot for a nose and a huge pipe and a top hat. And you must take down this person. Our kitchen was a war zone. The dishes were absurd, huh? You know, it's been funny going to some of these houses and going through this whole process and finding out what we sell, like what of our appliances we sell and what we will get from other people. I saw today in one of the houses that we went to an authentic, like the house was built in 69 and it was the same oven that had been there since 1969. Exact same oven, like analog clock and the whole bit. And I'd seen numerous other examples of like modern appliances and things like that, but for whatever reason that was kept there, which was interesting. Nice. The dish invasion of 2020 will be remembered. Okay, last call for this. All right, let me see these dishes. Jumpin' Jehoshaphat. What? Why was there... So why did we have 7 million dishes? I like those lights above the counter, by the way. That's cool. Wait, don't you have a dishwasher right there? I see a dishwasher right there, Coven. What's going on with the dishwasher? Got a dishwasher right there. You just open the... You and your sister haven't done dishes in weeks? It's just right there. It's just there's a dishwasher. You just pop that bad boy open. Yeah, it's a cool layout. I love the sort of kitchen island looking into the next room. It does really... I'm trying to get a sense of like... That is a lot of dishes. Although, we've I think we've had more dishes than that on occasion in my family after like Thanksgiving. You dish not see this coming. But yeah, like what about the dishwasher? Got a dishwasher right there. I see it. It was loaded and run twice. Yeah, I dig it. I love those lights. I definitely love those lights. Some of the layout. One family that we went to look at the house today, they had, check this out. Tell me if you can guess these kind of people's. First of all, we walk in the office room, clearly on the left side. They've got not a chiclet. What do they call those? The keyboards that just have the keys? And like it's as if you took the bed of the keys out around it, so it's just the keys standing on their own. It's in a keyboard layout, but it's like just the keys. Do you know what I'm talking about? And it's like got the RGB, thing going on, so they all light different colors. 2 monitors, and then a big like honking like podcaster style mic. I'm like, okay, this is clearly a streamer, right? No, not keyboard card. Like it's like a regular keyboard, except that there's nothing around it. It's just like the keys on their own. I don't know how to describe it. There's no like normally a keyboard is inside they're sort of like set down a little bit, right? Like the keys are up, but they're set within this larger framework. So this is just as if you pulled the keys out and it was just the keys in front of you. That's what this looked like. So there's that. Then on the second floor, they have, not only do they have floating keys, not only do they have two more rooms, both of which have multiple monitors, and one of which, like we walk into the one room, and the kid has got like a couple of Marvel comics in front of me, and then he's got over here like a world map, and over here he's got two of the Joy Bees or whatever they're called. Not Joy Bees. What are those? Like the freaking things that what are the Wiimote? Not the Wiimotes. What are the statues? The Nintendo statue type things. Oh God, what are those called? The freaking. No. It's not called Rob. No, the amiibos. Thank you, amiibos. So they have those looking things, those amiibos, but they're like Boba Fett and Darth Vader. And then he's got a poster, like a framed poster of Darth Vader. I'm like, okay. Then his other, so this other kid. So we've got the office downstairs. We've got that. Then another kid's room has got this stuff, and he's got two monitors, and again this incredible keyboard. And he's got on the side, he's got a bunch of things like Raymond Feist books and like Tolkien books. Thank you, Isterma. Thank you. 20 months. This isn't Final Fantasy. It is true. It is not. But it's got that going on. And he's got like all of these things. Ooh, there's a Mandalorian 2021 calendar. Yeah, like that. It's exactly like that, except that it's like all of the keys are like rainbow colored basically, and they all like light up with different. But it's basically that idea, yeah. So he's got Raymond Feist. Thank you so much, Isterma. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. I got to check out the Mandalorian 2021 calendar. That's cool, Echo. So they've got he's got all these books. So he reads a ton of fantasy, right? And I'm like, okay, I get the deal. So I'm like, wow, this family tends to like fantasy. Then we go down to the basement. In the basement, there is a computer being built, like a pyramid, liquid-cooled computer. I'm like, okay. And then over here, we find what is obviously the dad's area. It's a workbench. But in the workbench, in the room, they've got Deities and Demigods, the old D&D book. They've got Advanced Squad Leader. They have a bunch of like old-style Avalon Hill 1980s games. I'm like, that's where they got this. The dad is obviously this kind of a geek, like, right? He's like a nerd. He's just like, it's like me. He's into this stuff. He likes this stuff, and so his kids have obviously taken after him, and so that was what it came from. So it was very funny to just be in these rooms looking at places and see, like, okay, this is what the kids are like, and be like, that's where they got it from. So I was like, these are my people. It was pretty cool. Okay, so let me take a look at this. Ooh, nice. Yeah. You could spend the year with your new favorite hero, the Mandalorian. This 2020 wall calendar. Hell yeah. Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, I know. That's the house you gotta take. No, it's actually not our first choice. It's our second choice. But it's actually a really nice house. Like, they have a brook in the back, and it's really nice. But it's not quite the community that we're looking for, and I think there's some other things with it. So, but it's definitely, we like it, and it's definitely it's in the running, right? But it's not our top choice. But yeah, I was like, wow, this is pretty cool. It was a family that I can get behind. So, if I can vamp another 20 minutes, my twin sister can join us. I am excited about the prospect, Triffid, but I probably should not wait that long. Oh, cool, Wookie. I didn't know that, actually. I probably shouldn't wait that long to get started, though, because as it is, this is kind of pushing it. I was hoping to get started at 8:30 so that we could run until 11:30. And so I'm curious about the twins. I am too. I am tempted, but I really don't think I want to do that, because the thing is, if I start at 9, I'm not going to get... Yes, it finally has closet things in it. What's up, Rising Tides? No, I'm just about to... I was doing my last call for people who might be interested in D&D with viewers, And if I don't get enough people, then I'm going to switch over to Final Fantasy VII Remake. But we are playing this, which is by Ashley Warren, who is one of the contributors to my Tales and Tomes. And this is Winter Splendor. So I was popping that up and seeing whether people were interested in playing. And so far, people have had a bunch of other stuff they're doing. So, which is, again, not a big deal. I've certainly had scenarios before where we did not run. Last time, actually, Rising Tides played with us, I think 2 months ago when we did this the last time. Okay, so we've got, we've got Rising Tides. We've got potentially Triffid. And we've got Echo. So that's not bad. We could probably do this. So that means, okay, so we've got Rising Tides, and then we've got Triffid, and then we've got Echo. All right, well, that's a promising possibility. All right, well, then is anybody else? It looks like the arrival of Rising Tides may have saved D&D with viewers to today. So, is that a boggart with the Santa's elf theme? Which one? Which one is a boggart? What do you mean? Oh, this thing up front? This thing? I can't say what that is because it's a bit of a spoiler. I'll just say, Yeah, it's a bit of a spoiler, Coven. I can't say yet, but we'll see. Always wait for the Rising Tides. Yeah, no, not a boggart, but it's a thing. You'll see. There will be interesting stuff about this. All right, cool. So let me ask you, Triffid. Do I have to wait 20 minutes for you also, or just 20 minutes for your twin sister? I just want to make sure I know, because I want to make sure I have a sense of things. See, Mom, it's in the bottom of my bag. No, listen, I wasn't, if it wasn't for the fact that I was on this discussion of a house, I was talking about this house that we saw today with a family that was like reminding me of my own family, with a bunch of streamers and a bunch of like old Avalon Hill games and stuff like that. Arvin was on Full House. It's true. It's very true. And let's see. I actually also want to know. Yeah. It was pretty sweet. What I was saying was the first thing I saw were the rooms of the kids, and they all had things like Darth Vader posters and like amiibos with like Boba Fett amiibos or the equivalent, and then one of the kids had like Raymond Feist and like Ursula Le Guin and like a bunch of those kinds of books. I'm like, all right, cool. One of the younger kids had Rick Riordan. I'm like, okay. And then I'm like going through and looking at that stuff, and then I go down, and in the basement someone's building some like mega like computer with liquid cooling and all this stuff. And then in this one room that's like this ante-room, there's this stuff that all has like the original deities and demigods from D&D, and like a bunch of these things, including like Advanced Squad Leader and all of this like old Avalon Hill game stuff. And I'm like, that's what happened, because the dad was into this and now the kids are into it. So it's warmed the cockles of my heart, Gluten-free shells and cheese with ground beef and bacon. Okay. All right, cool. So I think we're ready to go, and I'm going to send things off. But I need to know, first of all, so just to confirm, Rising Tides is on board. We've got Echo on board and Triffid. Is that my three? Are those my three players? Can everyone confirm? Okay. So it's but you can do it. Yes, Triffid? And if so, homemade hamburger helper. Man, when I was a kid, I remember, or not a kid, I shouldn't say kid, God, good Lord. I'm 48, not 78. But when I was younger, I used to eat tuna helper, and man, tuna helper, I loved that so much. I remember once eating, I think, a full, like, this is before I paid any attention to what I was eating at all, and I think I had like at least half a skillet. And if you've ever seen, like, a meal of tuna helper is like approximately 1 billion% of your daily recommended sodium. Like, it's ridiculous. But man, was it so good. Oh, so delicious. And then later on, I was kind of like, oh. And I generally ate okay. I've never eaten badly, except that. That was not good. I should not be doing that. Okay, cool. All right, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop up Discord, and I am going to send these lovely people a Zoom link. Yeah, mistakes were made. I didn't regret it either. It was so good. Man, tuna helper was delicious. I like tuna helper actually even more than hamburger helper. It was super good. Okay, let me let's pop up this Zoom link. That's true. Yeah, I know the tuna's not, the best for you either, but uh hmm. Hold on a second. Why is my Oh, I know why. I think I know why. It's not because I have it running in here. So, give me 1 second. Okay. So now, there we go. Okay. That's why. All right, let's get that. And let's get that. And let's get an invite link going. Lovely. Now, lasagna hamburger helper with Italian sausage. Ooh, that sounds quite delicious. All right, I'm going to fire up Discord, and I'm going to send everyone a Zoom link in Discord. By everyone, I mean the 3 people, our intrepid adventurers who will be playing today. I'm super happy to be playing. I feel blessed that I've got a chance to play with. I've played, of course, with Echo on several occasions, and I've had the honor of playing as well with Triffid before on several occasions, and I get the chance to play with Brandon twice in a row too, which is great. Thank you, Uncle Elias, the 28-month sub. Thank you, Elias, so much. Happy holidays. I hope you're doing okay. Good stuff. Okay. Alrighty. And then we go up here. Lovely. Okay. And right. So, I am going to put together this list. So, I'm going to... No, I don't want to add friend. I want to send a message. I want to send a message. I want to ride my bicycle. I want to just speak to the rising tides. And then I'm going to add things on after that. So here's this. There we go. Okay. Now I'm going to add to this DM Echo Alpha and Triffid. Okay. Okay. So I have sent a link. In bed with Pepto-Bismol yelling, I regret nothing. That is 100% the case, too. Okay, I just put in a link, and let's see. I'm going to put up my usual list. Nope, not that. There we go. Okay, and let's put down this link here. Might be here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, right. So we do this. I'm going to go here. I'm going to copy the Dropbox link. Nice, Coven. Yeah, that's awesome, dude. Okay. Alrighty. I'm going to admit those both. We put in a Dropbox thing, and then Triffid will be there momentarily as we get things fired up and ready to go. There they are. I see.
Hello.
I see Echo, and I see Brandon. Brandon looking like, wow. Brandon with a wait do you see? The haircut. This is all preparation for tomorrow. See, he takes over as producer, and now it's just like,
You just actually reminded me of that, so I guess I'm gonna have to mention the fact that I got a haircut.
It looks good.
Like, thank you. I literally just forgot that I just did that.
It looks good. I dig it. Echo, I don't think you got a haircut, different haircut, but you've got the beard going on. You're looking more and more like, oh God, who are you reminding me of? I don't hear you though, Echo. I do not hear you. Still don't hear you. Nope.
I do not know what.
I don't. It reminds me of some kind of look. I don't remember. I do remember that you had the AC issues, Kevin. Okay, I'm going to... so I just put a link, by the way, for both Echo, while Echo's getting his audio working. For both of you fine people, I just put several links in there, which are just a link to pre-generated characters. We are going to be level 2 for this. So I will ask you to select level 2 characters as you go along here for Winter's Splendor. I am actually very excited for this because it'll be good to have a somewhat more experienced crew for this. Man, Coven, you have done more work to keep that house moving along with that furnace and stuff. Okay. So, and I will capture everybody in their proper spots momentarily. Okay, lovely. That sounds fine. That sounds good. We're just waiting to hear. Double check also, Echo, as to whether or not Zoom has got your right microphone, because it may be that it's accidentally switched it over to another mic. Yeah, that's why it was less than 100K. I saw a house today that was like, there was like obvious water rot and wood rot on the outside, and it's one of those things. It's like, no, if you see wood rot like in a lot of spots and they didn't think to fix it or couldn't, who knows what's going on inside that you don't see. That's just not a good sign when you see those things. Okay, I am going to switch this over. Oh, I hear something.
Do you hear me now?
Yes, I hear you now.
Huzzah.
No, you don't.
I do. It's a lie. I hear you right as we speak.
It's a blatant lie.
So now you're here. So yeah, I'm trying to remember, Echo, what your beard is reminding me of. I can't remember.
The Big Lebowski.
The big. Well, yeah, sure. Sure, but that wasn't. But no, something else. There's like something about the. I don't know. I'll have to see. Maybe chat will help me out when they see.
No, they won't.
They won't help you out.
I want to do a thing I have never done before.
What would that be?
I'm contemplating playing a monk.
Oh, nice. I love monks.
Monks are cool, but I've never played one, so I'm gonna do the thing.
Okay.
I'm gonna play a half.
Well, you should take upon Basco Bombadil's example of being a monk. He was a monk in the last D&D session.
Mm-hmm. So, did you say halfling monk?
Yes.
Okay, lovely.
My brother.
That's right. That's right. So we've got high elf fighter and a halfling monk. All right.
Oh yes, there is a high elf for on the horizon somewhere. Well, thus of the high nobility of life that has become decadent due to some unfortunate incident.
Okay, got that. Good. All right, so let's see. And as always, I will ask these very experienced folks to tell me when they have a name for me. please tell me so I can fill out said name. And you can see your choices are there that you've drawn from. So, one of my uncles saw a house for sale for $25K, went inside, slammed the door. The second floor balcony fell into the living room. Opened the door again, headed back outside, said, I'll give you 7.5 for the land if you bulldoze this, dump into the basement first. They took the offer. That's hilarious. See, that's the kind of, like, I think I would just see that and back out and then scream
That's
loudly.
Perfect.
Yep. Okay. All right, so we're just waiting on Triffid, and Triffid is moving her computer setup around.
Who always shall be the co-star of the best star between her and Grace, who is the Grace.
I know. I feel like I'm bringing in all these ringers. I've got the GM of.
She's the star. The Grace is the star.
I've got the GM of Speculate, the Speculate Blades in the Dark, and of Soundclash, and the co-host of Speculate. I've got the star, two of the stars of Community D&D, Dragon of Icespire Peak. So
who wrote? Was the Blades in the Dark? Wasn't that a novel?
no, it was just based on a game by John Harper. The one who designed the game. But no, although I mean it's well suited for novel. They may have done. I don't actually even know. Do you know, Brandon? Are there? I know there's stories, but
3 novels. 3. I can't remember if they're web novels or they're just available from one site in particular. But I know that there are novels.
okay, I figured. Yeah, I figured there would be.
And I would love very much to write more if the opportunity were to present itself to me to write a Blades novel. I would definitely do it.
That's pretty. Yeah, it'd be pretty sweet. It's not D&D viewers. It's Arvanaut's greatest hits one shot.
Well, true.
Is Terma really? I don't even really. Sigh.
Also, and I'll mention when everyone can hear me, but they're kind of in for a treat this weekend because we're playing a Christmas one shot, and then for tomorrow's Blades game, I have some mild Christmas flavor planned. So
Nice. Oh, that's sweet. Yeah, I love the holiday sessions. Echo played one with me a couple of years ago where we did.
Don't remind me of Toy Soldiers.
Yeah, there are all these like toy soldiers with like candy canes they had to fight, and then they get to this one like they end up fighting Krampus. Like Krampus is actually there, and they have to like go through this whole thing.
I see.
Yeah, it was a little on the nose, but it was good.
Me and Rock were brothers.
It was good.
I was a dwarf and he was a dwarf.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's right. And that was actually, I think that was before Community D&D for either of you, for either you or Rock God.
Oh, that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Far longer.
So it got started that way.
And I had offer from Territories too to join her campaign.
Yeah. Terry, I think, was trying to figure out time zones and figure that out. That's one of the reasons that having Brandon being able to do production will make it easier so they can start earlier so that our UK contingent, specifically Nathan Blades, doesn't have to be up until an ungodly hour. You know all about that, Echo. What time is it now in Norway?
It is at 3 o'clock in the bloody morning, Governor.
See?
Yeah, that's quite a lot of dedication just to watch your friends' streams. Actually,
See, and now he gets to play as part of this. No, it is straight up dedication. You were told you could not cross-class a barbarian monk because it was too OP for 3.5. Well, I mean, probably, but I mean, nothing was too OP for 3.5. It was just more and more power until the world themselves. You just got the +5 sword of castle slaying, and that was it. Monty Hall was made for that.
Sounds really rad, though.
Oh yeah, it's a great. That's kind of Eberron is a little bit plays with this idea of being able to class it like that. Like halfling barbarians are a thing. Halfling barbarians with dinosaur mounts and everything. Man, I love Eberron so much. Okay, Triffid, do we have an update from you about coming on board? I just want to make sure you're cool, how your setup is going.
God damn it, why didn't I look down further? Arnold, stop teasing with the character choices. Why did I go for High Elf Fighter? Why?
What are you trying to do? Trying to find a name?
I'm just looking over the list, and good God, there's a lot of them. There's all so wondrous to play.
Which reminds me, so do you have a name yet, Brandon, or not yet? It's fine if you don't. I'm just checking.
I do not have a name yet,
That's fine.
but I will have a name in a bit.
Soon I will have a name.
I might name mine Artendoon.
Arten Dune. That's pretty cool. Thank you for the anonymous cheer with the 1-bit cheer with the ghost. Thank you, anonymous cheer. Okay. So let's see.
And many Arvis on the Bruce Lee moment again.
Oh yeah, you can hear in the background. Yes. Yes, he was a good boy today though. We went out and he was my wife and I were looking at places while my daughter was home doing some of her Spanish homework, which continues even during the land of homeschooling. And so she was home with my mother-in-law, and so we were out doing it. And so he was going to these places, and we got done with the last one, and it came home, and so he came in, and his sister was like, "So, how was it?" And he's just like, "It was good. Boy, I'm tired. It was a lot." It's just like he's the most, like, every so often he just comes out with these incredibly adult things. Like, this is the way it is with kids typically at that age, is that they're it's not like their language just gradually morphs up. It's like their language stays the same with occasional bursts of like super adult sentences, and like gradually more and more of those happen over time. So it was very, very cute. It was adorable. All right. Alrighty. So I got that in place. I want to fix the speech there. Fix the chat there. Good. Okay, lovely, perfect. That looks great. Okay, so I just need to have names. All right, Echo, you were saying that your
Check your chat on the.
it's in there?
On the Zoom.
Okay.
Check the Zoom chat.
All right, 1 second.
Don't worry.
Okay, are you a one-name star, or do you have a last name?
No, actually, I made it Light Sun.
Light song?
No. I forgot. It was a fighter, not a punk.
Heavy song.
Actually, make it Blade Sun.
Art and Dune Blade song. All right.
S-U-N, as in the sun itself.
Oh, Blade Sun. Oh, I beg your pardon. Art and so Art and good. All right.
So I shall be in fight alongside the blade in the dark, and I'm the blade in the sun.
Blade of the Sun and Blade of the Dark.
Yes, man. I am the one, because I'm in that case.
Okay.
Everybody knows that.
Okay, I'm going to get that locked in. Good. All right. Discord is updating. Elijah Spoon song. No, I don't think that would work. No.
I will make a wonderful name for the Enigma.
I have a name.
Okay, hold on. Let me get to the spot where I can write it down.
That looks suspiciously like Irish boy. Sam Hey Darkhill.
Apparently, when it's pronounced in Irish Gaelic, it's pronounced Samhain.
Ooh, okay. So wait, you put this in Zoom chat?
Yes, in Zoom chat.
All right.
Oh,
Oh, nice. Okay, so wait, how do you pronounce the first?
Samhain.
Samhain. Okay. Oh man, I will have to remember that. All right. I'm sure I won't make that mistake a million times. Samhain. Okay.
I imagine characters will either players will make this mistake on accident, or characters will make this mistake on purpose.
On purpose.
I have a plan for that. Which may not be punching people in the face. I trust I will not.
You draw far too much attention to yourself, Mr. Darkhill. All right. All right, so I got to write that down under... Okay. So we got...
Whoops.
So, Son. Darkhill. Let's see. Halfling Monk.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What do we got for hit points, sir?
Oh, right.
This is level 2, right?
Level 2.
This looks like so few hit points. I have 17.
17. Look, it's just a whole... That's a plethora. That's double digits.
Wow.
Wow.
18.
17 is getting in losing a moderate fight twice. I just need two very overwhelming blows, and I'm just like
Yeah,
go out down for the count.
we're gonna
So
be
we'll see how that goes.
you're just gonna be a super super cautious party. Like everyone's just like, okay. So 18 hit points. You said, Echo.
Rightio, laddie, rightio.
All right. 18
Yes, all
hit
right,
points.
cheerio, righto.
Okay,
Good show, Governor.
that's perfect. So we've got this, and
How
now
the hell was I born in Norwegian? Why am I not a British lad?
I don't know where your accent is. I assume it's going to drift over and arrive somewhere back in
High society class, indeed, Downton Abbey.
exactly. You know
Which
who's
I've
been
watching recently.
I've been watching. I talked a lot about this the other day. I was watching a lot of Callan, this late 1960s spy show with Edward Woodward, which is awesome. But the thing is, Woodward plays this kind of like guy who was basically caught. He was sent to jail for trying to do like grand larceny, safe cracking and stuff. And then they ended up recruiting him for this secret program that's like the secret agent program, basically. And so, but he's really like a blue collar, like East Ender, like he's very much just like, so he does a lot of the, well, listen, mate. And every so often, like he drops the yes, sir. And it just becomes this straight up, like practically Cockney. It's great. It's really interesting listening accents.
Oh, the Cockney accent? Oh, right there, guy. That's a bloody good show.
Yeah, yeah. So, okay, good. That is that. And aha! And Triffid has arrived.
Why is Arv in his closet?
What's up, Easter? You're right, exactly, Rudnell. I'm in a closet because I am
Arv
searching for houses.
Too much. He loves it more than his wife.
I'm searching for. We're looking for houses, and I don't have places to stream without waking everyone up. So, what's wrong with closets?
For a moment, I thought you were going to say we're looking for houses, and I'm confident that behind these jackets behind me is a pathway to Narnia where we'll find affordable housing.
Exactly, and you do something which you should always do, which is to leave the door open and not close the door when you walk in. Exactly. This is the path to Narnia. What's up, Light and Passion? How you doing, man? Okay. So, welcome, Triffid, who has now entered the chat. So I am going to post here.
Peeps, I need help.
I just posted a link for characters, Triffid, and this is going to be level 2. We have already a High Elf Fighter played by Echo, Artendune Bladeson, and we have Son, notice how I got that right first time, Darkhill, Halfling Monk played by Brandon. And so we have a Halfling Monk and a High Elf Fighter. So you can keep that in mind in terms of what you would like to play.
Okay.
Well, speak up.
Narnia is always a hot property. Yes, that's very true. See, working 2 jobs at once. That's true. I like take the code checks, I put them up there, put the numbers on it, and then I stream. So that's how that works.
I got some t-shirt problem I need help with because I have 2 t-shirts I want to wear tonight, but I need help to picking one.
Okay, well, what are the options?
This is the first, Dungeons and Dragons, of course.
Wait, let me look. Hold on. Let me look. Right, yeah. Yep. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And the other one is my own design, though courtesy of the internet.
I think either one of those is appropriate. I feel like the Christmas tree one is more in line with the season, but the other one's more D&D-ish, so it's really either one could have process.
I'm not going to pick, so it's going to be up to you in the chat. If they're, I don't know what them will be, but...
Oh, they can't see it yet, because I don't have it caught yet, so you're going to have to...
All right, so clearly you need some kind of spellcaster, and I'm just trying to figure out.
That would be nice.
Yes.
Although, we are very obviously not forcing you to make any decision on our account.
No, exactly.
If you also want to get in fistfights like the rest of us, we will totally defend your decision.
All right.
Let's see.
well, since it is Christmas Eve, I'm gonna go for
Christmas time is here.
Problem is, if I turn on my cam, Arlo is going ballistic with the windows.
I don't know what you mean. Why would I go ballistic? Because I'm trying to capture everyone's video right now.
Exactly. The capture window will go all kablooey again.
You are correct.
Uh-huh.
These are accurate statements. But as soon as I have it captured, then you can do that, and then I'll be able to move people around. So that'll be fine in a
I just
moment.
want to do this then.
All right. So we do this. All right, chat, bear with me.
Enjoy the display of my dragon mash.
All right. That's that's really a 10-season DVD collection of Jag. Did Jag really last that long?
I know. I was just thinking the same thing. Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. Okay, good. So we got one captured.
It's like I remember the moment that I learned that NCIS is a spin-off of Jag and went, how long has Jag been on the air? That's a very niche series to have been on the air for so long. And incidentally, I think NCIS is also very niche and has been on not only for seemingly forever, but has dozens of spin-offs to this day.
It's
And,
true.
like, I think they just came out with another one.
You know, the thing that kills me about that is that it reminds me a little bit of the whole, like, when Law & Order started having spin-offs. And if they had they were within a year of having the longest running live action show, you know, ever. And I was like, why would you get rid of that so you could pursue Law & Order Los Angeles, which folded in, like, you know, I think it was like probably 5 minutes. It was actually about a year. It's like, why? Just Law and Order, man. It's in New York. It's great. It's always popular. You know.
There. I love it.
Although the order part, it was the legal part I was always interested in more than the police stuff. But the law stuff I thought was
Jingle
interesting.
bell, jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle. Somewhere.
How big is that hat, Echo? It looks huge.
I can use it as a player.
That's great.
That is an outrageously large hat. What on
I
earth
love
is
it.
that?
Okay, just to get things going, I will step into the
This is how I
human.
shall fight the night. This is my flame.
No, go ahead. You will step into what, Trippy?
The human druid character, and let's see, Willow is her first name, and let's go.
And her name
That's
is
all
Willow.
that matters right now.
Okay. Let me just drop that to the bottom, and then I'm going to add your name, and then we should be just about good to go.
Are we doing this in Roll20 or just talking through it? I'm fine either way.
Oh, please
obviously.
say it roll 20. Please say roll 20.
We're doing it in
imagine
Roll20.
our box-
Okay, so you'll give us a link.
Okay.
Yes, I will give you a link to Roll20. I actually have it. I apologize for leaning in this far, by the way, chat, but it's the only way I can see names on my tiny little screen. I'm just like...
Wait, what is the monitor for our box? Have we established like what this,
I have
this
two.
entire setup is?
I have...
Really?
Oh, yeah. Like
You have two monitors and you're still like
So I got this.
seriously injuring yourself to actually do.
So there's my laptop, right? And then that down there is my secondary monitor. But see, I've got...
That's
the thing
me.
is...
Hello.
I've got
Come
chat...
on.
That's true, that's you. But see, I've got chat on there, and I've got, you know, like... I've got, like, that stuff. And then OBS is going to go down there in a minute, and I'm going to have Roll20 up here. So, like... I really could
Okay.
use more monitors, but if I tried to get a third monitor for Artbox, I start losing the whole being portable idea. So...
I mean, yeah, but like your eyesight is valuable.
It's only because, honestly, the only reason is because I'm using studio mode so that I don't show everyone in chat. Otherwise, I could just do it without having to do this. But, like, it does feel a little silly. Okay. So, let me move this around because, as predicted, the windows are not quite right. But they will be in just a moment.
Arvin, I've got, I just started up Twitch on my desktop, and it says the broadcaster, you, has indicated that this channel is intended for mature audiences only.
That's probably I always click that because I never know. I think the reality is that never actually comes to anything, but it's just to be on the safe side, you know?
Arven, you got me on the bloody show now. You never know now.
Yeah, I just... Okay. Right. Okay, good. So, now I just need to get the names right. And then we will be good to go, chat. Bear with me. Please,
try and try, but I never could.
Please bear with me as best you can. Okay. Let's see. So, right, that is correct. So Echo's name is set. That is not correct. That has to move up here.
Yeah.
And that, nope. And that, no, that has to come. Okay.
You can make my last name Kingsfoil.
That's just a weed. All right. Willow
Oh,
Kingsfoil. No, not that one. The other one. Jeez, for the love of Pete. Okay. Okay. So it's Willow Kingsfoil. All right. Good. That takes care of that. Right. And all right, and then we get Son Darkhill set here. Okay. Lovely. All right, and that's good. We lock those in place. We move that down there. We lock the window captures in place as well. Okay, and now we pray that no one moves ever. All right, here we go. And it is now my great pleasure to welcome everybody to this incredible
Hey, look,
chat
didn't move.
experience. It all works. Everything fits. Okay. Great. So we are here, and Roll20 is here, and you're all here, and welcome. So I would like to welcome everybody to D&D with Viewers Holiday Edition Winter Splendor, and I'm going to allow these really, these novices, they've never played before at all, so I'm just going to allow these novices who have never played to just join. No, they're of course not novices, so I'm going to give them a chance to quickly introduce themselves, tell everyone in the wonderful chat what they are up to before we begin our exciting adventure through a winter wonderland. So I'll begin with the person right below me, Brandon O'Brien, who has a haircut. So I just want that to be clear. New haircut, new look.
Do.
You know, how you doing? How's the haircut treating you? And where would the fine people know you if they don't know you already?
This haircut is literally, as of right now, like 4 hours old.
Nice.
Or something like that.
Nice.
I haven't gotten a haircut all quarantine. This looks and feels very strange to me, but still. Hi, I'm Brandon O'Brien. None of you have ever met me before. I have never done anything on this channel.
We're not on Sunday yet, so.
Yeah, Sundays somewhere I do a thing with some folks that you don't know where we play Blades in the Dark. But yes, I am a newly minted member of the Speculate crew. And as a part of the Speculate podcast, I do a joint stream with Arv where we play Blades in the Dark, the Case of the Sinded Seal, with a handful of very cool people who are all very cool. I also do Sound Clashly Clampdown here on this channel, which will be resuming in January. More information to come. And also, this came in the mail a couple of days ago, which I'm not sure if that's showing up very well on camera. This is my Ignite Awards finalist medallion.
Yeah, that looks
nice.
shiny swag.
This took months to travel to Trinidad in the mail, and now I'm really glad to have it in my hands. So yes, I just wanted to show that off. Very briefly.
Congratulations, it was worth the wait.
Congratulations there, lad.
And you are playing today, Brandon, a what?
I am playing a halfling monk named Samhain Darkhill, because I've never played a monk before, and I'm interested in just like punching people in the face.
Was inspired by me.
I like how it's not like I'm looking forward to contemplating my position in the universe or like balance.
Wow.
I'm just Just about punch to the face. Well, I am looking forward to seeing how well you punch to the face today. But it's always a pleasure to have Brandon with us. Thank you, my friend. Moving right on down the line, we have, of course, the amazing Trifity Mats, who is back with us and looking extremely festive. I have to say, my festive clothing I was saving for my family stream, but I feel like Brandon's got the haircut. Triffitt's got the antlers. We've got, and then we've got Echo with the ridiculous oversized Santa hat. So I mean, everyone is festive, and it's like, and me with a turtleneck in a closet. Like, which one of us is the low class today? But I am very glad to have Triffitt with us. Welcome, Triffitt. Thank you for joining us today. For those who, first of all, where did you get the antlers? And then secondly, who are you playing, and where would people, if they don't know you for some reason, where would they find you here on the internet?
Can I just comment on her antlers for a second?
Yeah, if you want.
She killed the deer and she dipped the antlers in
blood. Yeah, sure. That sounds exactly right.
That would be very exciting. I actually got these at an office Christmas party as a favor, party favor, several years ago. Not doing Christmas parties this year in the office.
Yeah, no.
But let's see. I do a fair amount of podcasting. This morning, I recorded a discussion about Dream Snake by Vonda McIntyre.
Mm-hmm.
And since SFF Audio has a huge backlog, that'll probably be out in about 6 months.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Another podcast I'm on fairly frequently these days is SG Fun, where we discuss episodes of the original series of Stargate. And that's been coming out about every 2 weeks. And you can find me on the internet most frequently on Twitter at PE Matson.
Very good stuff. And you're playing today what?
I am playing Willow Kingsfoil, a human druid.
A human druid. And by the way, hit points for starting. This is level 2, so starting hit points for you.
I am looking for where that is on the sheet. There we go, 17.
17. Excellent. Thank you. Very, very good. Okay, cool. And always a pleasure to have Triffitt with us. And last but certainly not least, of course, we have double hat long Echo Alpha. No, we have Echo Alpha X5 with. Now, is this like a traditional Norwegian thing to have a hat that is as long as your body? Like, is that how this works, or like? How exactly does this happen? And welcome and all that stuff. Like, and
let's find out how long it is.
Okay, let's find out.
I'm 6'2".
Okay.
Roughly thereabouts. So it goes right to the knees.
Goes to your knees. That is like, okay. So basically, that's designed to ward off, like, if you get surrounded by the Norwegian bandits that roam the countryside. I know.
Flail.
Yeah. You just whip around.
It's a hat and a muffler.
Exactly, it's everything.
And it's to attract the ladies doing a stripper dance.
Okay.
Because the question I was gonna ask is, are there any toys in that hat present? Because I'm convinced this actually Santa's bag.
Yeah, exactly. It's like literally Santa's bag.
No, but there is a sniper scope. So I can use this.
Oh, great. I see. So I must say thank you and welcome as always, Echo. So for those who don't for some reason know who you are, can you explain who you are on the internet and then tell us who you're playing in this game? Please.
I am Echo Alpha _X5. What else do you bloody well need to know?
So many things, but for now I'll just take what you do here.
I am just an oddball who lives in his own home every single goddamn day because I don't have a job and everything, so that's it. And I roll I roam the Twitch. That's it. And I'm soon about to move out.
Yeah, actually, you were talking about that. I am hoping that all goes really well. Who are you playing today?
I shall be playing Artem Dune Light Sun, a high elf fighter.
Arten Dune, Light Sun, High Elf
Sun.
Fighter.
Indeed.
Okay, and And light sun, and that to be clear is like light sun. Like that's not one of those, light sun.
Oh god damn it!
I'm just kidding. I know.
Light.
It's not light sun. It's blade sun. Yeah, I have it written down as blade sun too. All right, blade sun. If you want, I can completely butcher it and call you light moon, and then we could just be really happy about all this works. Okay, Artendune blade sun, high elf fighter.
Yes.
Okay. Lovely. So we have this wonderful group of 3 for playing Winter's Splendor. I want to bring all of you, if I may. Oh, I just realized I need music. I can't believe I left that out. Hold on just a moment.
We need Green Forge.
Yeah,
And we need the Roll20 link.
Oh, you're right about that too. Yes. Let me give you the link whilst I am also...
Haven't we received the link already? It's
No, not for Roll20 you haven't. You have now. I have just put it into Zoom chat. And I'm going to... I know.
Where did we go wrong with you?
I know. Can't take me anywhere. All right. Let's see.
Only to the closets.
What's that?
Only to the closets.
Oh, yes. That's true. You can definitely take me to a closet. All right. Good. Yes. Lovely. All right.
But to make a detailed, thorough introduction to myself, I am @X5 on both Twitch and on Twitter, and I am a renowned, well, to this channel I'm renowned for my stream introductions for the clips featured on the Arven and Laurent introduction video that was made by the late Kilobyte. May he rest in peace and be watch over us. And I'm also responsible for the creation of the D&D Viewers command in the chat.
Yep. Those are all things which have been very helpful to the channel as well, especially the clip making and the intro production that was part, as he said, of Scott's work. And so, okay, that is just about set.
People, when you have a moment to make a highlight of a grand moment in a stream, just do it. Because memories and sentimentality and nostalgia are worth to have for the rest of your goddamn life. Trust me, and trust Arv, and trust Trish, and trust the great Mr. O'Brien, who is not at all Irish.
No, I am not.
And at least I hope not.
Okay. I got that. Good. Perfect. All right. Wonderful.
Would have been fun to hear us talk Irish there, Brandon, but then, I don't know. Can you do accents?
I cannot. One of these days. But not yet.
Okay.
This is going to be fun.
All right. Good. There we go. We are ready to go. And let us, now that I've got my music going, let us make it happen. Chat, the time has come for D&D with viewers. I want to bring all of you to the land of the Forgotten Realms, and specifically, I want to bring you to Waterdeep, to the sea coast, and I want to bring you to the Sea Ward, which is a section near in the one section of Waterdeep that is focused around the water and the ports of Waterdeep. There are nobles that live here, and merchants, and trade is quite prominent in this area as well. And there are also a lot of people who make do a lot of work with partying, especially around this time of the year, because it is indeed the holiday season. And it is in that context that you have been asked to attend a great celebration. A celebration which is known to all and sundry as Winter's Splendor. This takes place every year, and it takes place in the Castellanter Villa, run by the family Castellanter, which is one of the most prominent families within Waterdeep. And so we begin here with you as part of this midwinter gala, which is here. It is a festive and pleasant scene. Wheels of carriages and drays crunch over the freshly fallen snow, delivering visitors from across the city to the Sea Ward. Despite the frigid temperature, the atmosphere is warm and jovial. There are red velvet-colored tents which line Delzorin and Diamond streets. There are merchants offering treats and trinkets. The air is filled with the voices of carolers and the scents of spiced pastries and mulled wine. And you are brought to this place, the three of you, to Delzorin and Diamond Streets, right near the Castellanter Villa. The streets have been closed to traffic. The streets are cleared of snow, but the snow is banked on the sidewalks and the roofs of the villas that line the street. And every so often, some flurrying of snow kind of drifts down to the ground around you. So it is a beautiful and cold scene. There is sunlight feeble behind snow clouds, but the rays catch the light of the fresh fallen snow, and it is quite bright outside. Underneath these tents that sort of line the streets, the light is somewhat dimmer. As you arrive here, you have arrived probably about 15 minutes before the villa is due to open up, and you are supposed to enter for the beginning of the festivities. So what I want to ask the party here is, all three of you have come in a carriage to this place, and my question for all of you is, why? What exactly has brought the three of you together as a collective group today to this party experience? So I'm going to ask all three party members to tell me, if they can, what exactly has brought them together on this festive afternoon. Why did you take a carriage together? And I'll leave that up to whatever the party wants to do. If one of you wants to start and then everyone wants to yes and it a little bit, you can certainly do that. But this is a chance to tell me how you all know each other.
So we're at the tavern now, right?
No, not a tavern. You're outside on the streets, arriving in a carriage. So basically the carriage has just pulled up outside the Castellanta Villa. And outside you've got these streets that are filled with, merchants and revelers and things like that getting ready for the big main event, which is when the Castellanta Villa opens and lets people into this enormous dance party, basically.
Well, I heard there was a very fun dancing ball here tonight. So, what have you two others? What has brought you here?
No, continue.
People think of nature as mysterious and intimidating, and I want to go where the people are and tell them that nature is nice, and show them that they can have a good time with nature, and nature can have a good time with them without being all scary and uncomfortable.
Nature's been intimidating. That's rather crude word to describe the most gift of all that is gift upon the world. Nature itself is just, it is a glorious, it's what makes the world beautiful.
Nature includes snakes.
It does. Snakes are very useful. They keep down
But
the
it
rat
includes
populations.
romance and love.
They are wise and they are beautiful.
Isn't that why we have trees that one can linger underneath and just read a book and meet love and inscribe their little hearts and their insignias upon the bark of the tree?
All of this is true, I guess. As for me, my monastery told me that I needed to take a vacation. So, I'm
Your
here.
monastery told you to take a vacation. This sounds like you must have done something to offend them quite properly.
Not to offend them, but I'm beginning to think that they think I take my work too seriously, and I'm like, but isn't that what we're here for? But no matter. In any case, I'm Samhain, everyone.
Balance and moderation is usually good. So perhaps having had an evening off, you'll be able to return to your studies with all the more vigor later.
One may hope.
Cheer up. There's always something that can be done to help invigorate one's day or evening or whatever that is trouble.
And the carriage, as you say this, bounces to a stop on the street called Diamond Street. And the door opens and, right, here you are, governors. And you are led out upon this street. There are many, many people, I should say, that are everywhere here. And sort of surrounding you. And there are people sort of plying their wares. You smell the delicious scents of cinnamon and perhaps gingerbread and perhaps a little bit of something a little bit stronger. You think there may be some brandy snifters, heated brandy snifters being handed out. Clearly people have decided to start the party early in some cases, as you can tell from the reaction of some people wandering down the streets. Many of them are dressed in jester's motley, kind of, juggling and so forth. And it's a very festive scene. And everyone seems to have a smile on their face. Everyone seems to be in a good mood. You have probably about 5 minutes or so, maybe 10, before the doors to Casalanta Villa open and people can enter. And so in the meantime, if you wish, there are stands you could look at, or you could sit around and wait for the doors to open. It's up to you.
I want to scan the area to see if anyone is doing anything that resembles gambling.
Let me have you make a perception check, please.
You don't see our character sheets yet.
I didn't put right. So I did not put character sheets in Roll20.
Oh, okay.
So
you just want us to roll with
you can use the dice roller
like barbarian.
No. I do want you to use the dice roller. If you're able to do the dice roll in Roll20, that would be lovely, because that way we can capture that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah,
Perception
sorry.
is intelligence, so I have a straight 0. That's...
Yeah, not everybody. I only want Swin. Samhain, damn it. I only want Samhain to make this check.
12 is not ideal.
So you don't see gambling, but as you're looking around, you do see a number of other things that are, I don't know, maybe in the ballpark. You can see someone selling, one of the most popular stands has a gnome, sort of wizened old gnome, pushing these cups of something and taking back gold or silver from them. It seems to be some kind of like maybe mulled wine stand or something, you would guess. So you've got that over there. You've got, hold on, my music is drowning me out. You have got...
All good here.
All right, there we go. That's better. So you've got that. You also have got, on one side, you have someone who looks to be a halfling, which is selling pastries and cookies. This is probably the best smelling, stand of the ones that are near you, from what you can tell. There's another person who is selling what looks like a human, selling beautiful knitwear. There's like sweaters and scarves and gloves and things like that. There is a human who is strumming a lute, and on the stand behind her are all of these gorgeous, intricately crafted wooden instruments, flutes and lutes and violins and things like that. And then there is one who looks to be a slight shift in the ear, suggests perhaps maybe elvish blood, possibly half-elven, selling an array of fine stationery, and seems to have papers and pens and things like that. And then there are others that are sort of variations of this, food of various kinds, but not anything that says gambling to you.
Like, I think I'm just gonna observe all of the food stands, but not actually move to patronize them. I'm just looking at them as if still trying to make up my mind.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. What about, what do we have from Willow and Artendune, sorry.
Artendune probably wanders along, and he seems more interested in the bakery and trying to find the muffins.
Okay.
We all know cake is a lie.
Cake is definitely a lie. All right. Okay. So let me just make sure I got that set right. Good. Okay. All right. And then what about you, Willow?
I will go to the the fine woolen goods and see, is it just sheep wool or is there anything exotic there?
Okay, let's start with the bakery then, or the baked goods here, because you said you were going there, right, Artendune?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so as you arrive, this halfling who is selling these gives you this big sort of dazzling smile. She has brown curly hair, and she says you're welcome. Oh, well, welcome, sir. Perhaps you're looking for some cookies or cakes, or I've got pastries here, some cinnamon buns, I've got some cider donuts here. These operations are all positively scrummy, sir. Just a few copper pieces per. You want to make sure you're well fed before you see all the lords and ladies inside now, sir.
And Artendu looks at his rather most curious companion, Samet. Dang nabbit! Samhain.
Selling, yeah.
Yeah. Almost. Well, I'm looking for some muffins, if there was some to acquire.
Oh, mutton, sir. I don't think we've got any.
Muffins!
Oh, muffins! And looks down, looks back, and sort of, well, yes, and pulls out what look like these two. Now, these are very, very large. These are, I would ask everyone to take a look at Echo's hat. The approximate size of that hat is very similar to the approximate size of this muffin. Relative to most muffins, it is a big, oversized, like it looks like a cake, basically, right? It's a big, huge muffin, and she's like, "I've got two of these, sir, for you. We got a corn muffin here, and of course, fresh blueberries, mind. It's a special magical property how I can get blueberries here in the winter, but you won't find any fresher even in the middle of midsummer, sir." So she seems very happy with herself, and indeed, the muffins are not only enormous, but they also look very fresh and inviting.
Just to qualify again, the expanded nature of this muffin is on the horizontal or the vertical?
Really more of the horizontal, like the whole thing is blown up more, like normal muffin, blown up muffin. But
okay.
Like it's a big muffin.
Okay.
Really more like a cake.
Mm-hmm. It looks like it sounds like it looks like it's supposed to be for more than one.
Yes, that is definitively the case. And about 35 halflings. It's sizable.
So for the whole of the hobby party plus then some.
And she says, "This one here, sir, this one will only run you about 10 copper, sir. But you'll be able to feed yourself and your friends here for several days just on this alone, sir. Of course, if you ever run out, you can come find me. I'm there in the merchant district, sir, the south end. I haven't got the money to get a permanent place yet, but I've got the little stand there right as you first enter. It'll be worth it to you, sir. You'll see. Once this gets you through the party with all those lords and ladies, you'll feel in much better shape once you've had one of my muffins first."
Are you saying that you have baked and created these fine-looking, scrumptious muffins out of some sort of secret recipe that have enlarged them?
Well, and she kind of looks confused, and she I don't know, sir. I mean, they're just normal muffins and all. Now, again, this muffin is it looks like the size of her head. Like, why did she think? But she's like, "Oh yeah, it's just a normal size muffin, sir."
Like, I'm a halfling. It's arguably the size of me. Like I am pointing. Like I notice this commotion going on and can just kind of point at it and go, "You're selling this for 10 copper only."
Right. Yes, sir. Oh, well, especially given the season, sir, they're kind of in demand. I can't sell it. Usually it might be a few copper less, but got to make ends meet around this time, sir. I have, a couple of family members I got to care for, you see.
How many blueberries are in this?
Oh, well, let's see. I believe I put in roughly 200, sir. Yes, I believe so. It's pretty well distributed, sir, as you can see. And it does look that, like, every part of this large muffin has been properly distributed
There's a
blueberry.
ratio
Yeah.
of blueberries to other ingredients.
Yeah, exactly.
Love it.
It's yeah.
I dare say, if if you continue to create these muffins at the rate that you possibly are doing now, for all that I know, this whole valley, this whole area shall be blueberried less than in a week.
Well, sir, would you rather have them rotten on the vine, or would you rather have them on the bush, or would you rather have them sitting in the muffins that you're eating? Huge smile.
Fair enough.
And she smiles, and she says, well, perhaps, sir, I mean, these are the muffins that we have. We could also, of course, sir, get this pie if you like. And she reaches down below the stand and pulls out a pie that is like... So, I'm trying to... I mean, so, you know, a normal pie is what? Like, maybe... I'm trying to think of what the diameter circle would be. Just think of a normal pie, right? She carries this essentially on a platter. Like, it's a pie for days, basically, and puts it down. And she's like, well, perhaps this might be more your speed, sir. It's my newest one. It's a raspberry pie, this is. Just baked this morning. And it looks, you know, incredibly fresh, and you can maybe even see a little bit of steam coming from the top crust even. She had it underneath a towel. Too. Oh, yeah. It smells delicious.
Just to qualify its size again. This pie is big enough that I, a halfling, can bathe in it if I wanted to.
I would say that you could... No, but I would say that you could probably wear it as a shirt. I'd say that that's probably fair enough.
Fair enough.
You know? Breastplate of pie.
So I point at the pie. So, like, I point at the pie and go, how much for this?
Oh, sir, well, that one, I'm afraid, it's a little bit more. I'm sorry, sir. That'll run you a silver. I know, sir. I know it's a lot. Now you're looking at this, and like you also notice that there are a couple other passersby that sort of stop and are looking curiously and are whispering to each other and kind of like talking to each other. And she says, "I'm sorry, it's got to be a silver, sir, but I do have my family to treat. No, of course, sir. I guarantee it'll be worth it, sir. It'll be a good value." Now, from what you know about this, like this pie is like the size of 6 pies, so you know, it's
a silver is like. It does not pay for its materials in the least.
No.
I just turn to the other two and go.
So I think right now it's only you and Arjun, I think, because Willow is off looking at. Oh goodness, I've already forgotten. Were you looking at
the woolen goods?
The woolen goods. That's right. Yes. So we're looking at the woolen goods, which I'm going to talk about next. Mm-hmm. And so she smiles. Well. What can I get for you fine people? What, muffins, pie? Perhaps one of my cider donuts? That might be a possibility too, sir. And she reaches down below the stand and pulls out a cider donut. Now you're waiting for it, and when she pulls out the cider donut is about this big. How, sir? This cider donut, that's going to be one for you, sir. That's one for the ages, that is. And it's yours for only 10 gold, sir. Big smile.
I just look down into my hands with confusion.
Arden understands that he's absolutely horribly shocked, but his eyes divert towards the muffin because he loves muffins. So.
And she says, well, sir, you see, our specialty is kind of apples, as you might say, sir. This is cider donuts, and well, you might say that this is the thing we specialize in. We ask people to get interested in some of our food and so forth, and then we actually call ourselves that, sir. It's apple bakers, sir. And as an Apple company, we think it's important to be able to show people what we can provide for them, sir, in terms of cooking and all. And then, of course, give you one of our finest products, and that's this, sir. This is actually the newest version. I call it the Cider 12, but there's been other ones who call them. 11 was last year, 10 was the year before that. My brother made 9, 8, and 7 in the years before that. Every year it gets a little better, sir, and a little more portable for your easy travel and taking with you.
Well, certainly this is the Apple company that sells the rotten iPhones, that's for certain.
I'm not familiar with them, sir.
And he heavily sighs and goes, an adventure is not without an adventure, so very well I shall take one of these ginormous muffins that you have so supposedly created.
Oh, yes, sir. And so she takes the copper from you, and she says, now, sir, I don't know that I've got a bag for this. And she's looking down at bags that are like the size, like normal sized bags, and like you would need to basically string these bags together to fit it. I don't think I might take me a while to get all the bags, sir. I don't know if you just mind taking it as is, or maybe, sir.
Well, if there's a table nearby, I could possibly have it there.
Oh, sir, certainly, sir. There's a table right over there, not far from the villa. It's going to be opening in any minute, sir. And she points off, and you can see there's a kind of a high table. There are a few of them that are set up in the street, and these high tables have all been set for people clearly to just sort of stay there and, like, eat food that they get or talk with each other. So it's clearly been set up for that already.
And he turns towards Sawan and goes, well, what about you?
I'm fine. I take it you cannot on a dare eat all of this muffin.
Well, I will not deny that I'm certainly a bit hungry, but it is true you cannot venture to a ball without having some food before. I have heard the rumor there was once this party consistent of a dragonborn and a half-orc and a halfling and a dwarf who went to the ball once, and they was quite cranky when they entered the ball without having eaten some.
Fair enough. I'm not hungry, and I definitely don't think I want to eat a muffin just because it looks like a challenge. So, I guess we'll see if I get hungrier later, but until then, that's all yours, friend.
So are you going to bring that over to the table there, Ardendoon? Okay. So you could do that, and as the two of you go over, and she says, oh, thank you, sir. We cut over to Willow, who has gone over to the table where she is looking at this beautiful knitwear. As you approach this table, Willow, you can see that the woman behind the stand is actively knitting what looks like an ornate cowl with these really intricate designs and everything. It almost shimmers. Maybe it's just a trick of the light. As I said, it's very bright, and it seems to be sparkling off certain threads within what it is that she's knitting. But her fingers sort of fly, and the needles are flying very quickly as you arrive. And she's sort of, focused very much on her work as you get there and see all the stuff laid out.
Well, I won't talk to her yet then. I'll just look at what's on the table.
Okay. And you can see that there are beautiful scarves, beautiful hats. There are several throws, blankets basically that you could throw on type of things. You've got a couple of what look like sashes as well. And you can see as well that there are a lot of them that have these letters WS that are interwoven. You see WS on a lot of this stuff there. And then a few things that have if you've ever seen one of the soccer scarves, like the long, super long soccer scarves that have the names of the teams on them. So you can see there's a couple that say the Castlanters Ride, Castlanters High. They look very much like some kind of athletic scarf that people use, and those are also available. What's up, VTAC? Good to see you. So there's that too.
Does the WS mean anything to me?
Your best guess, it's a reference to the Winter Splendor Festival.
Oh,
if
sure.
you had to guess. That's what you would suspect. And after you've been standing there for a while, the woman behind the counter sort of looks up and kind of like, I'm sorry, miss. I was that focused on what I was doing. What may I do for you, ma'am? Any kind of knits you like. Warmest wool from some of the finest sheep in the area. We all use it themselves. My husband does. And gathers the wool, and then I'm able to knit it here. And everything here is as authentic as it can be. Authenticated by the Castlanters themselves, ma'am.
Authentic what? Authentic wool?
Yes, not just authentic wool, but the letters, ma'am. And she points to the W and the S. Now, the W and the S look like a W and an S. And she's like, yes, ma'am, well, they gave us special permission to use this W and the S for Winter Splendor. Official festival gear.
I see. Do you have any that is not emblazoned with letters?
I think I may. Let me just see. And she kind of looks around. Oh, yes. And she points a couple of ones. There's one that's green. There's one that's sky blue. Very beautiful with these sort of sparkling gold bits in it as well. And as you look at it, it almost looks like the stars on the scarf are almost raining down as you move your eyes over it. So it looks like the sparkling is designed to work that way. Really beautiful craftsmanship. And she says, I have this, ma'am. They don't seem to be as popular as the WS and the Castlanters ones. Castlanters Ride. She gives you kind of a half-hearted, fist in the air.
I give her a fakey, deliberately fakey smile back.
Okay. And she says, but miss, if you want, this scarf is, well, I'm rather proud of it, and it's warm, and it might serve you well, even inside a otherwise warm place, ma'am. And she kind of nods at you.
I handle the scarf. Is it, feels soft? And
Yes,
nice?
extremely soft. Extremely soft, and in fact, the parts that are the flecks of gold, you almost feel your fingertips tingling a little bit as you run them up and down the wool. It's not clear what exactly is doing that. It's not an unpleasant feeling, but it definitely feels as if there's almost a little like massaging work somehow happening or something as you are running your hands up and down it.
I do think this scarf is very beautiful. What would
thank
be
you,
a
ma'am.
fair price for it?
Well, ma'am, normally we charge less than this, but 5 silver, ma'am, is what we're charging for these. The branded ones, we have a special deal going on. You can get 5 of the WS and 2 of the House Castlanters for 2 gold, and that's the lot. But if you're looking just for that, then, 5 silver would do nicely, ma'am.
That sounds like a good bargain to me. So I bring out my 5 silver.
Okay, and she
Buy it.
nods and she says, thank you so much. Do you want it wrapped, miss?
What's the weather like? You said a beautiful sunny day?
Yeah, it's crisp and cold though. It is, the sun is kind of behind clouds. There is a little sunlight, but it's kind of frigid actually.
Okay. Then I will not take it. I don't want it wrapped. I'll take it with me. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you, miss, and enjoy the festival. Happy Winter Splendor to you.
Happy Winter Splendor to you.
Okay, and when you come away from it with your beautiful new scarf, you see over at a high table, you can see standing below the rather high table, Saw and Darkwill, who has like his hand up on the table, sort of, waiting there. And on the other side, you see Artendune Bladeson, who currently has a lot of what at first you think are these sort of like, it looks like he maybe bought some dumplings or cakes, and then you realize that they look like they're pieces of what is, at first you thought it was the table, but it's actually the muffin. Apparently it's an enormous muffin on top of the table. Artindun looks challenged, perhaps might be the way to put it, by this thing. And also you see the doors to the villa have now opened, by the way.
Okay, now that I'm away from the lady, I'm examining the scarf closely, holding it up to the light, stroking it again, trying to figure out what is making it feel sort of magical. I don't quite want to use one of my 3 spells per day
Right.
to find out, but I'm just trying to examine it as closely as possible.
So let me have you make an investigation check for me, please. Rude enough. Krampus Crafts products. Okay, so we're looking at a 16.
Plus whatever.
Yeah, plus whatever. What's your intelligence? Like what?
Plus 0.
Okay. So the thing that you note is that the threads, the little golden threads that make the stars, do seem to be slightly more raised, a little more rough, maybe, than the blue. And so it's possible that what you're feeling is literally just your fingertips kind of, brushing against the raised, more rough golden threads. And yet, despite that, you can't shake the feeling that there may be more to this scarf. It doesn't seem like there's enough threads to create this feeling of, because even when you take your hand away, there's a little bit of tingling, which quickly vanishes, but there's a little bit of tingling just on the end of your fingertips. But it doesn't look obviously magical, and without another way to detect it, this is pretty much what you can get. But it definitely feels unusual. Hey, Nordwolf.
I will... I'll put it very loosely around my neck,
Okay.
not tying a knot or even a bow, just a very draping it around my shoulders.
Okay. All right, you're able to do that. And now where for you?
Now I will head toward the doors.
Okay. Are the other two? Are you stopping with the two in the cart first, or are you just going on your way up to the doors?
Well, they look kind of settled with their food right now, and I'm not interested in food right now.
That's fair enough.
So I will kind of catch their eyes and nod, but just head on toward the doors.
Okay, sounds good. And Solon and Artinen, if you continue with this muffin, it'll be a very short adventure that'll be enjoyed mostly by them, because it will take you about 24 hours to get through this thing. No, I'm joking. I want to know what you're doing with this muffin, actually.
I actually notice Willow's nod, and like that gets me to turn to the villa and notice that the doors are open.
Yep.
And then I just turn to Artindun and go, "You enjoy your 3-course muffin, and we'll go ahead."
At least 5. It will be 5 at least. But no, I have seen our traveling companion has noted towards the door has opened, so I shall accompany you. But I shall be a little bit behind. I must have a little converse with the scheming little merchant who sold me this delightful muffin.
Of course.
Okay, so Solon makes his way up, following right after Willow. Artindun, who because everyone now, there's a whole kind of, I guess, river of people, not quite that many, but you see a general stream of people moving up towards the villa now that the doors are open. So you want to talk to the merchant who sold you the muffin?
Yep.
Okay. So you can see she's still there, although she's starting to pack up her things as if she's going to be going up maybe to the villa herself. But when you see her, she gives you another smile and, "Oh, Hello, my lord. I hope you enjoyed your muffin. I got more. I can maybe sell you another one for slightly cheaper. Or of course, I got the cider donuts right here always. But I'm closing up shop soon. I've got to go up to the villa. Hey, Raka.
I was merely wondering if I would I have paid you for the muffin, so it is mine to dine upon, but I feel there are certainly less fortunate individuals that roam the street as well.
Oh, certainly, sir.
So I shall let it I shall let it remain there for those who are hungry out of need to dine upon it.
And she says, oh, well, that seems very kind of you, sir. I'll probably be able to let some people know. Now, I just want to be clear. You went and talked to her, and obviously you left your half-exploded muffin now from being eaten on the table, right? Like I believe.
Yep,
So
yep.
she says, and it seems like some people have already taken you at your kind offer. And you look over and you see that half of the muffin is already gone, and there are these little urchins, at least 4 or 5 of them, scurrying in all directions, with weighed down by what looks suspiciously like broken up blueberry muffin, from the high table.
Well, all fighting must come to a pause once in a while, so it seems like a charitable thing to do to the people. For all the evil that is in the world, there must also be some kindness form of it. So, should anyone ask of whom has laid behind this very delightful muffin, albeit I still question your methods of having created this delightful muffin.
Oh, it's a trade secret, sir. She smiles at you.
Certainly it is a trade secret. Look upon it. It is I do not have the words for it, but certainly, should anyone ask, they are to contribute their thanks to you, not I. I am merely a consumer who was a little hungry and, well, did not have the stomach to eat all of this, even what was the word for it? The lambas bread. Even that is more than enough for certain elves to dine upon.
And she nods and she says, well, I'll gladly pass the word, sir. I'm sure they'll appreciate your generosity, sir. And if my food can bring a little bit of extra comfort to the people here, well, that's well worth it. Thank you for making it possible, sir.
And he doesn't say anything, just and he turns and starts to walk towards the villa.
Okay. As you were all heading towards the doors, and so I would say Solon and Willow are closer to the doors, and then Ardenduin's somewhat behind that. Just as the people are gathering at the doors, a person dressed in perfect finery, wearing a House Castellanter crest, basically on their front, stands forth and holds a long trumpet and like announces this, blows this blast, and there's a great cheer that goes up from the crowd, and the crowd comes into what you see in front of you here, which I believe I have all of you at, but let me just make sure, yeah. Which is basically the entrance hall to House Castellanter, the Castellanter Villa. There are a number of people here, several hundred anyway, probably, that are all clustered about, everyone talking excitedly and so forth. And soon, an aging male, what looks like a tiefling, slight horns on his head, steps forward and says, yes, welcome all to the festivities. It is my great honor to welcome you to winter's splendor. Please follow me to the ballroom. Please be so good as not to touch anything when you go. We have just recently had everything cleaned. Thank you. And turns and leads you into, I should say, the interior of this place.
So we're just gonna, I guess,
He's
wait.
coming back. It looks like.
Yep.
All right,
Hello.
that should be back. Hello. Give me
Yes.
one
Arvin,
second.
You shouldn't haven't
Okay.
conspired with the butler.
Apparently. Sorry about that. Give me 1 second and I'll try to
Twitch is still showing me a man holding his head.
gather everybody back if I can. Although...
Well, he needs a shave.
All right, hang on 1 second here. My apologies. All of a sudden, my internet just went south. I don't know why.
It was the internet and not the ARF box, which is good.
Nope, it was the internet. Are they going to make me do all of these window captures again? That would be most disappointing. Okay,
Twitch
there
is back,
we go.
though.
Yes,
At least
Twitch.
It's only 3 windows.
But since we
I know
discussed
why.
the haircut earlier, but I have my hairdresser right across the street. So
Okay, good.
I
This
see.
works. Success. Okay, everyone's back. I think everyone's back. Let's see. Please refresh. That would be... That's how you spell refresh. Okay. Internet rolled a -1. Yeah, sorry about that. In 3 streams, that's the first time I've had a dropout, which is not too bad for a Wi-Fi connection. But okay. So my apologies about that. Where did I lose all of you lovely folks?
the butler.
Right.
So
You had described the butler and what the butler did, and then you disappeared.
yes, and so he brings you into, as I
The butler smacked us. We didn't smack him and go tapestries.
exactly right. Okay, good. There we go, and the music is back
Right,
on.
yes.
Okay, so he brings you into. This is what I was looking for. I was looking for my map that I have here. So give me just one moment.
1 moment later.
As I track down my map. There it is. Lovely.
I should seriously consider a career in voice acting. 1 moment later. And
Into
Arvin has
the-
still
yes,
has a
okay.
moment later.
So, he leads you into the first floor of the villa proper, at least one building. There are a lot of buildings in the villa, I should say. There are a lot of just buildings within the complex that makes up the house. Let's put it that way. And then, so he brings you in here. There we go. Okay, he brings you in there, and then he's going to bring you up these stairs that you see right there. He brings you up those stairs and is going to take you to the ballroom on the 2nd floor. And here is where I'm going to hope that I get the reveal correct. Hey, look at that. That's what I'm talking about. I've got the ballroom exactly where I'm supposed to. Okay. All right. So
Time to go to the ball. Bum, bum, bum.
let's everyone go to the ball. Okay. So here we have the ballroom. Okay. And brings you up the stairs right here. Brings you up the stairs here to show you the ballroom proper. Now, this ballroom, as you are looking here, as I should mention as you walk in, you notice that, as always, for the Castellanters, the villa is well guarded. There are 4 guards on the front door as you walk into the villa. You can see that there are 2 on each side of the interior. And inside the ballroom, there are at least 6, from what you can tell, additional guards that are posted around the perimeter of the room. And they are all wearing sort of Castellanter finery and the same crest that you saw from the messenger that blew the horn to welcome the party. So you can see that that's there. In addition to those, you also see some people from the City Watch that are there. Obviously publicly funded, not privately funded. And in particular, all of you who know something about the city of Waterdeep would know that Captain Hyustus Stagit is there. Captain Hyastus Stagit is one of the captains of the City Watch, and he is there along with 2 guards that are looking around, sort of with their eyes watching the crowd, I guess you might say. And they are all sort of like looking there as your crowd that you're with kind of filters in slowly.
So they aren't trying to stop those of us with weapons from coming in with our weaponry, are they?
No, it doesn't look like it, although it does look like there is attention being paid to various people that seem to be more of the adventurer type. I mean, most of the people that are in this room are nobles or dressed in a certain way, and there are a few exceptions, a few people that are clearly adventurers or people that don't, sort of obviously fit any of the noble houses, and you were among that group. So you would say that they do pay some attention to the 2 of you, and then shortly thereafter, Artudanan, who comes in right afterwards, pays attention to him also. But it doesn't seem like they're stopping you, but they do take note of you, you would say, Willow. And so as you come in, you can see that there is a temporary dais which has been built over right here, which has been near the sort of southern tip of the room. And it is next to this spectacular harpsichord, this beautiful instrument, stringed instrument, obviously like a piano, for those of you who don't know in chat what a harpsichord is. Like a piano, except instead of a hammer hitting the strings to make the note, it is literally something which plucks the strings to make the note. And so there is this beautiful harpsichord, which is sitting next to the ballroom. And as you come in, the 2 head castellanters, Amalia and Victorio Castellanter, are dressed, first of all, in opulent winter finery with glittering white and gold, very festive for the season, at least for the Castellanters, and they smile warmly at you. And next to them, there are 2 children, which is probably, although you've never seen them, you would guess these are their well-known twin children, 8-year-old twins, who are squirming in their freshly starched holiday clothes. I'd also like everyone, please, to make a perception check for me, please.
You're gonna have to remind me, Armin,
My
because
perception is...
everything was done is done automatically on the...
Yes, on Roll20. It's an intelligence check, so you're going to be looking at D20 plus your intelligence bonus.
10.
Okay.
So I think we've established that Samhain is not very observant.
All of you seem to be just really occupied by looking at all the beautiful dresses and all the, handsome vests and all that. I mean, it's, lots of glitter and light and, all that kind of stuff. So everything's just fine. And as you look around, you are sort of watching as everyone files in. And then the woman, Amalia, raises a hand for quiet, and she says, "My friends, it is lovely to see all of you. Welcome to Winter Splendor. Nothing could please Victorio and myself more than the opportunity to entertain the fine people of Waterdeep. It is truly to be said that Waterdavians know where the heart of Waterdeep truly is." And she smiles, and there's kind of polite applause, and the kids squirm some more, looking very, kind of like bored and, annoyed. And she says, "And of course, our children have finally grown old enough," and she looks down, beaming at them, "to be part of the festivities." And they all kind of like look up vaguely, and then just sort of are like, pulling at their collars, which they don't look in pain at all. They just look very much like they would rather be anywhere than here. They're just like, this is not their scene. And she says, "But now, the first festivity, before anything can happen, we must have music to introduce all of it. And so, it is my great pleasure to introduce our wonderful singer, Aria Cavatina." Now, Aria Cavatina is maybe well known to all of you. If you want, I'll allow you to make a history check for me. To see, or a lore check basically, to see history, to see whether or not you've ever heard of this person, but the name sounds familiar.
I think I will roll history, which I do not have, and that's also intelligence.
No, history would be wisdom.
I have +2 in that.
Okay, so that's a D20 plus the wisdom check.
Plus your wisdom check. And if you're proficient in it, which it would say on your sheet, then you would add your proficiency bonus, which would be 1. This is Downton Abbey.
Okay, so just D20 plus 1.
Plus 1, plus whatever your wisdom bonus if you have one.
Okay.
15.
Okay. Okay, I go with
11.
the 11. Okay. And what about Willow? Oh, wow.
Dang, damn it.
You were like, I remember when their father came to the... yeah, you know everything about them. So both, I would say that both Samhain and Willow know quite a bit about Arya Cavatina. This is a spectacularly successful bard who has entertained nobles and is actually fairly well known in the Sword Coast, not just in Waterdeep, but travels up and down the Sword Coast and has performed in Neverwinter, has performed in Baldur's Gate, has performed in other places, both south and north, and is very much in demand. She is apparently exceedingly expensive because of the quality of her voice. And when you have a chance to kind of see her, you're sort of like, it's one of those like, wow, that's a good get, you know, like, man, they got, you know, they got you two to do this show. Like this is no joke. So she steps forward, and the music is hushed for a moment, and then she begins to sing, singing a familiar holiday tune. And she sings this silent night. Oh, I wonder when light will be ours. And as she's singing this, her voice just fills the room, and there is almost a radiant light that you notice almost glinting from her. It is a soft and warm light, and it makes the Castellanter's decor kind of glow and shimmer. And there's a moment where it feels as if it's hard to tell where the music ends and the decor begins. They so beautifully combine. Her voice is bright and clear, and you're riveted by it. And the crowd watches in dead silence. Even the squirming children, you notice, have stopped, and they're just sort of like, you know, open-mouthed staring at her as she speaks, as she sings. And she finishes this song, and then will be mine. And there's a moment's pause, and then she lifts her arms as if she's going to speak to everyone, as if she's going to start another song, a second song. And then she lets out a blood-curdling scream. I want all three of you to make a perception check for me, please.
And
that again will be intelligence, bonus plus 20, or d20 plus intelligence. And if you have proficiency, when it will tell you if you are, then you can add that number. But otherwise, just intelligence plus, just d20 plus intelligence.
What roll? What now? What?
Perception. Okay, so Willow, you are clearly captivated by this and your scarf. I'm gathering is basically what I hear here. I do want to remind everybody you can inspire the players. Chat. I do want to remind everybody that that is a thing. They are D&D players, and this is a D&D. This is a role playing event, so you could inspire them if you wish.
I apologize. That's my clipping that is just took over for a moment. Okay, so it was a perception check.
Yes.
Okay, that would be
silently taking note of everyone who is in chat who has inspiration.
Exactly. I know.
Perception would be that would be intelligence, no wisdom.
Perception is intelligence.
Right.
Lone Wolf is inspired Arton. So you've been inspired, Echo.
Thank you to me.
And did
Lord.
Samhain roll? Has Samhain not yet rolled, or did roll?
I rolled an 11.
Rolled an 11. Okay.
Which
I will
sucks.
actually keep it for later in case action do proceeds.
Okay.
All these times that I need to be perceptive. It's falling by the
Perception
wayside.
plus intelligence. That's
Okay, a
19.
19. So I would say that Solon and Willow are kind of like, sort of still kind of like recovering from almost the spell-like quality of the song. But Artindon, you are not. You can see that a bright red imp, this little red beast with wings, has glommed onto the back of Arya's neck, and it has hit her in the back of the neck with apparently its tail. And so her face looks as if she's in pain, and she seems more shocked. She doesn't look like she's going to fall over and die, but she looks more shocked than anything. I'm going to give you, now of course the room is sort of like immediately kind of erupts into like, and the guards are beginning to move. I'm going to give all of you a chance to act, but I'm going to give you this in 30 seconds real time starting now. You're not going to have a time to chat beyond that. So what do you want to do, if anything?
Run
I'm
toward
just gonna
her.
run forward, yeah.
Okay, Arjun, run as well.
Yep.
Okay, so when you run close to it, you run up to her, and the guards you can see are kind of bustling up behind. She's like reaching at the imp, and finally she takes it and manages to grab it and throw it to the ground, and it turns around, and it sort of turns towards you and looks at you and fixes you with an evil appearance. And I'm going to ask all of you, please, to do something we like to call rolling initiative.
Roll initiative.
That is correct. I'm going to ask everyone to roll initiative. Yep, and let me pull up my combat music. Give me...
This is the part where I admit that I have not played D&D in so long compared to other things that I cannot recall if initiative has modifiers.
It is. It's dexterity. So you're going to be looking at your dexterity score. So D20 plus whatever your dex mod is, which should be pretty good for a monk, I would think.
Brandon,
Yeah.
so you haven't played any D&D offline or online whatsoever on ever since?
Other than the last D&D with viewers.
D&D with viewers, yeah.
Exactly.
I haven't played D&D in such a long time that sometimes I still need a refresher. I'm sorry.
Okay, Arvan, help me out again. I need a reminder.
Dexterity. So just D20 plus your dexterity modifier.
My Samhain's initiative is 16.
17.
All right. 16. Okay. 17. Willow, what have I got from you? Is that a 10?
It was even lower than that.
How tall is an imp?
I can't tell what it was, but I thought I saw a 4 go by.
It says 10 on this.
Yeah, I see 10. I see
Does
8
it?
plus
Okay.
2. Yeah. So I'm inclined to take that. Let's see. And then we've got this, which is going to be...
It is now, ladies and gentlemen, still the Santa hat in action.
Oh Lord.
That's true. The Santa cap swirls into action, one would assume.
No, it doesn't. It swirls, yes, but it flames into action.
Yes. Okay. All right. So. Okay. Okay. All right. First to act then is going to be Artendune. So the scenario is that you have a bunch of people that are behind you. There are a couple of hundred people in the ballroom, but they are mostly behind you. You are standing near the dais on which Arya was just singing, near this harpsichord, and there was nobody sitting at the harpsichord. She was just singing a cappella. So she's standing there basically having stumbled down a couple of steps, just sort of right in front of the dais, and the imp is standing next to her and is kind of looking at all of you with fury and anger, although also looking back at her. and there's a space around you. Basically, there are also guards that are heading up, but they're trying to push their way through the people, so it may take them a little while to get there. The people are all sort of like, backing away from the conflict, so you have a pretty open area to get at this imp. It's not a big imp, but it is there. Oh yes, and Arudinel has an inspiration. Lovely. I shall add that. Thank you, Rock God.
That will make it. There's only one more left to redeem from the channel points.
That's right.
Okay, so this tree was the front, and I was in the behind. Well, that was the behind. Okay, and the imp was the front of us.
Artendune is already inspired, though, Arudinel, from the previous. What's up, Dragon? You're not going to play anybody, Dragon. You didn't get here in time. You got to get started earlier, man. I would love to have you play one of these. You got to do it. Who do you want to? The other two are not inspired, Arudinel. If you want to inspire one of the others, yeah, Lone Wolf inspired Artendune. Okay, so yes, you see the imp that is there. It's not very large, but it is definitely looks hostile.
Okay, so we're gonna take a swing at him with the flail, because flail is more weapons in the 5e edition.
Okay.
So we are going to bring this little contraption to work.
Okay.
Yes, I am nuts. Get used to it. Okay.
Yes, my name is the same color as my shirt.
Oh, that's true. Because of the setup. That's Brandon's fault. Not at all my fault. I could never be expected. It's a miracle that I actually managed to figure out how to see it to like align it with the window properly. Given this, but his name is Samhain Darkhill. Yeah.
Okay. Armin, again, I need reminders because I am so used to do this automatically.
See, this is what, remember the math classes where they all said you shouldn't use your calculators because what happens if you don't have one? That's what this is like. See, you're all so used to Roll20 that your brains have gone soft from the like. I'm just kidding. Okay, it's going to be D20 plus your flail. It should say what your flail actually on your sheet. It should say what the plus is to hit. Echo. Say like +3 or +4 or something like that. +2.
+5 to hit.
Okay.
1d8 +5
on the damage. So you're just 1d20 plus 5 is going to be the total because that takes your strength into account.
That's a BS 8.
That
That's
unfortunately
a miss.
is a miss.
Oh, yeah.
So unfortunately, what is not a miss is what I'm going to do to this font right here. I'm going to fix this up. That is a good call. I'm going to make this in honor of the season. I'm going to make it red. I'm going to give it a gradient. Hell yeah. Does that help at all? Oh no, now I've made it worse because Echo's got a red shirt on. See, this is how we see the wages. This is where we see the violence inherent in the system. All right? This is when this happens. Is because of this. All right, hang on a second. Gradient.
Well,
Okay.
my entire apartment is red too, so why not?
That's right.
I'm actually not in the season mood this year because of a lot of shit has been going on, but I thought for this, why the heck not? Why not? Party up.
And yet your entire apartment seems to be alight in the fires of hell?
Red alert.
Okay. Let's see. And I'm going to put this in red like that.
If only I had Frank Kapaki right in the background just playing all this music from Command and Conquer now.
Okay.
Would have been lovely.
You want it to be all green? Man. All right. Let me see. How is chat? Can you see it better if I put it like that? Does that help at all? Does it do anything?
Looks normal here.
I didn't notice a change.
Damn it. I didn't really either, but I was hoping that people would. All right. All right. Let's do it. All right. Let's be boring. We'll do it, We'll do it in the black here. Okay.
Speaking of things not working, I just realized that we don't seem to have a stream boost going on tonight, and I thought
Oh, you're
Yeah, I
right.
was looking
Today.
forward to the same.
Oh, that's
yesterday it said that it would last for 2 days. Maybe since we hit the first goal last night, that's it.
That's what happens. Yeah, I didn't think about that. I guess if people are able to boost it, we could try it again and see if it makes a difference. I had forgotten about that actually.
I'm curious. I'm curious if it comes up tonight, or hopefully comes up tomorrow, but we shall see.
Yeah. Okay, let's try this one. All right, this is my last chance, chat. My last try here. All right. Hopefully that'll make a difference. I hope people can see that a little better.
Oh, come on.
You know, part of the problem is that it's too small. I just try to not block off anyone, but I need to make it a little bigger. Like that. Maybe that helps a little bit. Okay. Does that help? Maybe a little.
Maybe I should also change my background. Maybe that will help a great deal.
Actually, I can see the name against Brandon's t-shirt pretty well now.
Okay.
Right, yes.
All
Okay,
right.
that
Oops.
should be more helpful.
Mine should be probably be white, actually.
Yours should be white.
Yeah.
Of course. All right. Let's make this.
We're sorry that you have so much work.
That's
all
fine.
Of a sudden.
That's fine.
Next time we all have to wear the same color shirt.
Yeah.
There we go. How's that?
In
All right.
future, I'm going to have to like invest in stream shirts. Like, just pick a color. So
Okay,
I've never
Echo's
had
name is showing up
success.
pretty well
All right.
now.
Now I think everyone should be fairly clear. Okay. All right. Good. So, so now with all that, of course, I completely forgot what we were doing. Oh, it was the roll. Yeah, that 8 unfortunately is going to be a miss. And it dodges out of the way and then hisses at you, sort of a strange, sort of cackles. And that is going to lead us to Solon. So you saw your companion, perhaps weighed down by extra blueberry muffin, just miss. And you are now looking down at this nasty-looking imp.
So, what I think I want to do.
Arvin, can I use my inspiration just this once?
For what? To inspire someone else?
Yep.
You can always inspire. Well, you mean an inspiration that you have in the channel, right? Yeah, you can always use that as long as it's not inspiring yourself. Of course, you can use that on him on Solon if you want. Although I think Solon's already been inspired by somebody.
I think it was a Rudnell.
A Rudnell
It was a
might have done that.
Rudnell.
Yep.
Yes. So I don't want to hit the imp. I want to grab the imp.
Oh, thank you, Echo.
I
Oh,
don't
is
inspire the weed.
Like
Thank
I
you,
want to
Echo.
grab the imp by the neck.
Okay. All right. So you're attempting to basically immobilize it, essentially grapple it. So what I'm going to ask you to do is I'm going to ask you to make, basically, this is an opposed roll. You're going to make a strength roll, and then it is going to make either strength or dexterity, and I'll tell you right now it's going to be dexterity, to try to not be grabbed by you. So you're going to make a strength roll. If you have athletics listed on your sheet, I'll take that. If not, then just strength, which is a d20 plus your bonus of strength, whatever your
I
strength bonus
do
is.
have what seems to be a proficiency in athletics.
Then that's what you should roll.
So so proficiency says +2 and athletics says +1. So am I adding both of those things?
So you would be yes, that's right. So it would be +3.
Okay. Get a 10.
All right, let's see whether or not this creature
Please
dodges out of
fail.
the way.
Please face plant.
Uh,
Please imp no.
no, you try and it's like whoosh, its wings kind of shoots out as you try to grab at the wing and exactly, yes. Pretty much. And it flaps its wing at you and makes a rude impish gesture.
Can I? Well,
I was going
I
to say
didn't-
you can
I didn't
move,
move
but
at that point, so I will move.
yeah, you can.
Where is the bard at this moment?
The bard is sort of like a little bit staggered, still standing, but on in front of the dais, kind of grabbing at her neck, where she's taken some injury. Yeah, I was trying to avoid doing that mostly because of room reasons, but I can do that. Okay, so... Okay, so let's say that we have here... Okay, let's say we have this. All right, hang on just a second.
It's huge.
There we go. Yeah, this is completely to scale. I just want you all to know. Okay. Okay.
It's totally awesome Memorials.
Okay, so there's that, and then we also have. Let's see. We've also got. 1 second here. Yep, there we go. And here is the imp, which is smaller.
Oh, it's quite a scampy, ain't it?
There we go. There's the imp. And then I would say we have... Okay, hang on. I'm going to see if I can pull your tokens on here.
Mm-hmm.
They have... One of the options is an injured monk. So I could just bring out an injured monk, I suppose.
I mean, the night is still young.
All right. See whether or not I'm going to reduce the size. Brandon, let me see. Tell me if you think that's appropriate for Solon.
Yeah.
Let's see. Solon, and that is controlled by Brennan. Okay, so that's now controlled by you. You should be able to move that around if you wish. We'll take...
Okay.
I started putting it in, and I put in... What do you think?
I think it's hilarious, by the way, that in order to overcome your challenges with pronouncing my name, you spelled my name wrong.
What? I put how it sounds. God damn it. Yeah, you're right. I know how it's spelled. I know it's spelled.
I am not going to press you for the thing. I'm just pointing out that happened.
No, you're right. You're right. Here, this is how you actually spell it. But I want it to be known that it's spelled, that it's actually a different situation. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Here we have the druid. And... Alright, there we go. And that is Willow. There is your nameplate, and it is controlled by Triffid there. And last but certainly not least, we have...
Oh Lord!
I was trying to put in for human druid. I was trying to put in human, and I kept bringing up Chinese references, and I'm like, what? And then I realized I had left out the M, so it was Huan. I'm like, oh, that would explain it. I'm like, what the? I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay, and here we have the fighter.
Speaking of the fighter who had an incredible cooking fight with the muffin.
Yes, that was quite a battle.
I was just looking on the Discord, and I'm in another server that I'm in, and it just posted this. That's hands down what happened. Just check the Twitch chat, people, and you'll see.
All right, and there we go. Okay, so now you should have control over your pieces. Okay.
Okay. So the move action that I wanted to take was
Pretty much.
I wanted to get in between the imp and the bard.
Okay.
And my movement is 35, so I'm gonna just guess that that's a thing that I actually do have.
Sure.
Like that space.
And I can actually zoom
right
in a little
here.
bit. Let me zoom in too. That'll make it a little bit easier. Okay, so you now want to get in between. Let me just move. Sorry, so let me move you for just a second.
Mhm.
So there's the impish-like creature. I'm going to move Willow for just a moment. Okay, so yeah, you're getting in the way between them. Okay. Yes,
Yeah.
I think you can interpose yourself. And the imp seems very displeased at this. The imp seems, although, again, the imp is noticing you and so forth, isn't ignoring you, but the imp seems very fixated on Arya, on the bard. Okay, so that is going to lead us to the imp's turn. And so the imp kind of, again, hisses and then cackles again, and looks up at its prey, which is currently blocked off by Son. And, okay. And let's see. And zoop, zips out of existence. Or at least vanishes. So for a moment, you see nothing. Let me. So it goes like nope. It goes like that. Right. So now, oh, actually, no, I did that wrong. Sorry. It goes like. This is not doing what it's supposed to do. There we go. Okay. Now, did I disappear the wrong person?
Disappeared.
Yes, okay, that's what I thought. You know why? Because, alright, there we go. Because Ardendoon was putting himself right there. Okay, there you go. Now, let me move this into that. Okay, there we go. Now everyone's back where they should be. Sorry about that. So it disappears, and you don't know what happened to it at the moment, but that's going to lead us to Willow.
All right, since I don't see the imp anymore, I will run to the bard and examine the. You said that the back of her neck is where she was hurt?
Yes. And she seems to be holding the back of her neck. And as you go running over, you hear this hiss, and something suddenly attacks you as you run. Let us see whether or not it is going to hit you. That is going to be a 13 to hit.
That misses.
Okay, so you see the creature that was trying to hit you suddenly pops back into view. Like so. And it was right here and basically tried to take a bite of you as you went by, or actually a tail swing, but missed you. So when you get over, you can see that Arya is indeed hurt, but not terribly so. I mean, like, she looks a little more vaguely sick, if anything, and she kind of like looks slightly green around the gills. Might be what you would say.
All right, well, she can probably survive another round, so right now what I'm going to do is cast Fairy Fire on the imp so that hopefully it can't benefit from being invisible anymore.
That is a good call. I do believe you need to, either as a saving throw or you need to hit with it.
It has to make a dex saving throw.
Right, okay. What's the number I'm aiming for with you?
Oh, sorry. Where does it say what my... Okay, spell save DC 13.
Okay, it does not, your fairy fire begins to outline it, and then it almost like shakes its wings, and the fire disappears.
Darn.
Appears to have saved.
Okay. Well, then... I believe that's all I can do. Is a cantrip a bonus action?
Depends on the cantrip. The cantrip will actually say if it is a bonus action to cast.
Okay, just a second.
Oh, the perks of having the books.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm gonna miss getting some once the new apartment is done up.
Nope, that's all I can do.
All right, that's going to bring us up to the top with Artendune. You can now see the imp has winked back into existence.
Well, let's give it another go. Let's swing the Santa hat. I believe. 21.
21 is going to hit, for sure.
Awesome.
Okay. Okay, so roll. Okay, so that's will be 1d8. Or would it be just d8?
D8 plus your it'll be D8 plus strength. Your strength bonus.
Strength bonus.
Okay, so we're looking at 5, and then what's your strength bonus?
0.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you strike it, and you definitely impact it, but you notice that this not being I don't believe this weapon is magical, right? You notice that it seems to... You think that you would have hit it harder than that. You see that it's a little hurt, but it's... and kind of like rubs at its arm, but it doesn't seem to be quite as hurt as you might have expected. But you did do some little bit of damage to it. Are you going to move at all, or are you going to stay where you are, Arden?
I am a fighter there, boy. I do not move, but there's combat involved.
I assumed as much. That's going to bring us down to San. San, you see this imp has reappeared.
I'm gonna try and grab it again.
Okay. Go ahead.
So what was I rolling again?
You're making that athletics check. Sorry, not athletics. I beg your pardon. Athletics. So you were making your athletics check, D20 plus whatever your athletics bonus is. If you had athletics, maybe you didn't. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm misremembering.
I do have athletics.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then your athletics bonus plus your strength, and it's going to be opposed by its dexterity roll.
6.
Well, that wasn't. It didn't roll great either, but it rolled better than a 6. So it kind of ducks out and again cackles at you.
For my bonus action, I'm going to move like somewhere around like 10 feet closer to it.
Okay.
Imperceptibly closer, but closer.
I was gonna say, yeah, you're pretty on top of it all, now.
And that will end my turn.
Okay, that's gonna bring us to the imp, and the imp in question is, let's see, where's the imp? The imp is right there. Okay, so the imp is going to... Where'd we go? Sorry, I gotta move you out of the way. The imp is going to zip this way. Now, as it does so, it's going to try to attack the bard again, Arya. That means that both Solon and Artendune can take attacks of opportunity on it. It seems fixated upon the bard. So you can both take an attack against it, if you wish.
I would like to do that.
Okay.
As would I and my companion.
So my unarmed strike is +5 to hit.
Okay.
So that's just 1d20 +5.
Yes.
Yep. Well, that's a sorry.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ardenden's 8 is going to miss, probably because you were so mesmerized by the 23, which solidly impacts the creature. So now you can roll your damage for that, please, Son.
Can I spend key points on attacks of opportunity?
Yes, yes, and this key point, I think, makes this a magical attack, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So, yes. So the question is, are you going to Bruce Lee this thing into next week? That's really what the fine people want to know.
I should, you see. Well, first I'm going to roll for damage for this attack.
Okay.
Is 1d4 plus 4. So I do 5
Okay.
bludgeoning damage to it.
Okay.
And I'm going to spend 1 key point for Flurry of Blows.
Okay.
Which allows me to take 2 more unarmed strikes.
Okay.
So I'm going to roll for one of those.
Okay. Again, your unarmed strike, because you're using your key on the flurry of blows. So that first blow did hit it, but didn't damage it as much as you would have expected. But your flurry of blows may be more efficacious. We shall see.
That didn't do the thing.
Roll 20. Did not do the thing.
I did the thing now.
That's a hit. Definitely.
Okay. And I'm going to roll the second hit before I do damage.
Right. Good call.
That's 13.
13 will just hit. Yep. So.
Okay.
The man is all Roderick tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So. Damage for the first one.
Whoa. Okay. I was looking at the wrong thing. I'm like, what? Okay, 7. Okay.
And damage for the second is 6. So that's 13.
Okay, so you...
Extra bludgeoning damage from Flurry of Blows.
Yep. You hit this thing twice. And the second one, you hear this... like something in its rib cage, apparently. And it lets out a... and then it collapses to the ground. And there's a moment of silence as everyone sort of looks down. And then the crowd begins to... Again, it's already been sort of like freaking out a little bit. Now it just reacts even more strongly. It's just like, what the hell basically just happened. And so there's a lot of sort of screaming and yelling. And suddenly the captain that you saw before, Captain Stagit that I mentioned from the City Watch, steps forward and he says, "All right, men." And he waves at them, and you see that the men at the doors that lead into the ballroom, he's got some men that are up there. And the guards basically shut the doors, and he says, "Right, no one's going to leave until we conduct an investigation. Everyone, this festivity is over. It's time for us to find out what's happening here." And he looks around sort of very angrily as if asking anyone to sort of, kind of defy him, and no one seems to be likely to do that. You see that that all of them, including the Castellanters, are drawn aside. Arya is still holding the back of her neck, but she seems, again, more sort of surprised and shocked than hurt, although clearly she was somewhat injured. And he says, "All right, can anyone help with this investigation? What did anyone see? Did anyone see anything?" And he looks around, and everyone's just like staring at each other. And he looks at you, and he says, You three, you don't look like one of the lords and ladies here. Might I ask your whereabouts and what it is you're doing here at this party?"
Before I answer, is the imp dead or unconscious? Or
Imp is dead.
Okay, all right.
And unmoving and on the ground. The body is on the ground
I
next
just
to.
wanted to make sure we weren't jumping the gun here.
It does the classic horror movie of like the paw comes up. And no, it's definitely dead.
Right.
Before I answer, I want to, and you can like this is your call whether this is an investigation or an insight check.
Okay.
But I essentially want to know, like, if anybody's reaction to all of this drama gives off an air of being like untrustworthy or otherwise unexpected for the circumstance.
That I would say is probably an insight check, which is going to be based on wisdom. And I would say, as you are making that roll, there are 200 people in this room. So my question is, where are you focusing your... Because you're looking at, like, immediate reaction, I'm assuming, like, right after the attack just happened. So what direction are you aiming that towards? Like, is there a group of people in particular that you're aiming it at? Because you need to, like, either look at a direction of the room, if you follow, or a group of people. Because you won't have time to look at everybody to get an immediate reaction.
I'm focusing my attention essentially on lords and ladies in the building.
Okay.
Who, like I'm basically to all of the gentry in the building who would have responded to the immediate attack, because like I'm assuming that someone was putting on an act when they
Okay.
saw the imp, because they would have known. And I'm kind of curious whether anyone's emotional responses are giving away that they know more than they're letting on. So my insight is +4,
Okay.
and I have proficiency, so that
I think 4 may be taking that into account already. The
Yeah, I
plus
think
4.
so.
Yeah,
yeah.
I think so. Exactly, Bruno. Who looks irritated their assassin just got assassinated?
Yeah.
Well, damn it. Hans Gruber walks into the room.
17.
Okay. I want you to roll... I'm going to ask you to roll just a d20. No modifier, just roll a d20 for me. 13. Okay. You happen to be looking in the right direction then when when you sort of look around. You can see that everyone seems to be kind of generally kind of freaked out about things. But the one that looks the most sort of disturbed and freaked out and kind of troubled, I guess you might say, actually is the little girl, one of the twins that is standing by her mother. She looks very like sort of is almost shivering, and is kind of, freaked out and staring around and looking up at everybody, and looks, went from being uncomfortable and bored to being like really, agitated, might be the way to describe it.
Does this agitation seem unbecoming of a child to me?
Well, let's think about your extensive knowledge of children as a halfling monk at the Monastery of Child Psychology.
This explains why
There
I
are
was
probably
tossed out of the
acolytes,
monk.
young
No, like you know
monks
how
in
in
training.
like you know how in movies when a child does a thing, but it's read on camera as this is not a child in this moment. That's essentially that's essentially what I'm trying to discover.
Mhm.
So it's basically Men in Black.
Yes.
She looks, well, I'll put it this way. Before this all happened, both she and her brother were sort of both bored, uncomfortable, and then when Arya was singing, they were both like, kind of like, oh, like just as rapt in attention as everybody else was. But now that this is over, her brother still looks like, not bored anymore, definitely looks kind of, excited, but she looks very much like frightened. She looks afraid. Now, everybody's kind of freaked out, but she looks very afraid. And in fact, you wonder why her mom is not paying more attention to her, but her mother also seems like she's trying to figure out, seems very distressed, although that seems more just like distressed because, someone just disrupted my festivities and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah.
Okay. So...
And so so go ahead, sorry.
Right, so I'm going to move towards the twins.
Okay.
I'm gonna walk past this guy,
Who is probably not very pleased with me, and head towards the twins immediately.
Okay. What about Willow and Artenden?
Okay.
Artender is looking at the Bard just to keep a close watch on her
Okay.
while Samhain begins his monkey investigation.
What about you, Willow?
I want to do a quick insight check on the guard and the ones who came up with him, since they all seemed very slow to act. Do they?
Which guard now? Because there's the private security, the ones who were around the ballroom, and then there's the city watch, which is the captain and his two city watch guards. Which ones?
The captain is the one who came up and
Yeah, he's the one who said
started-
investigation, blah blah blah. Yes.
On him.
Sure.
And his flunkies.
Sure.
Then.
His flunkies.
Well, yeah.
You stand over there.
Are they all flunkies?
I would assume so. They're all the man.
Not a very good roll. Okay.
Yeah, they seem. I mean, you know a little bit about Stargit. He's one of these guys that is uses his authority. This is the kind of person that wouldn't be well liked in Brandon's Blades in the Dark game, as a character who has a tendency to overuse his authority. It should be said, though, that he is not. He's scrupulously fair. So there was actually a situation about a year ago where there was a person, one of basically his lieutenant, that it came out had been basically doing this stuff and was embezzling, and basically that guy's been rotting in prison for the past year, put there by the guy who had handpicked him for the job because he was so angry. So Stargit is not, from everything you've ever heard, is not corruptible. He's just kind of a jerk, but he's not, he's not a bribe type. Let's put it that way. For what that's worth.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. In that case, I will glance at him and say, "Just a minute.
Yes,
let me
try
check
that.
on
Give me one
her
second.
first," and then I will touch the bard on the arm and say, "Let me help you," and look at your neck.
Thank you. It's not that bad. You can see as you look that this is actually, make a medicine check for me, please, since you're doing an investigation of her. And then
Actually, Artender is gonna take a slight
That's more like
walk
it.
around and have a look at the private guards.
Okay.
So I got a 23 on my medicine check.
Okay. So you can see that in the back of the neck, of her neck, is what looks like a puncture wound. And it looks like this is where the imp's tail, which has a little point like a spike on it, must have impacted. It looks a little sort of green and nasty around it, but does not look, it looks like it might have been a little bit poisoned, but it seems like her body has resisted much of the effects of the poison.
Does it look like any kind of stinger or barb was left behind?
Not left behind. It was definitely hit by a stinger, but it didn't break off within the wound, from what you can tell. She got lucky, is the impression that you get. It could have been much worse.
Okay, then I'll just go ahead and cast what is it? Healing word
Okay.
on her.
All right, let's see how many points you get. Then I'm going to find out about Artenden. Then I'm going to go tuck my daughter in, which was just requested. And then when I come back after that, Salin is going to be interrogating some twins with extreme prejudice. No, I don't know. No, just like, you, how do you know each other? Why do you look
scum!
Why do you look the same? We're twins. Oh, well. Where's Rachel? Sir, I don't know who that is, sir.
So it's 1d4.
Sir, I have no idea who that is. I'm just fighting a girl.
And that should be +3, so total of 5.
5, okay. So she looks like she's, still like a little under the weather, but not too bad. She looks okay. And she, gratefully acknowledges your assistance. And as as you're tending to her, Artenden, you look over at the guards. Artendune. You look over at the guards, and you can see that the security guards look very like, how would I describe this? Like they're arguing with each other, basically. Like you see that so there's 6 of them, and a lot of them have started like walking around and basically sort of trying to split the many attendees into groups and are sort of like talking to them. But there are a couple of them that are basically arguing with each other. Their voices are low, but you can see that they're, from their expression on their faces, that they're not happy. And they seem to be kind of just like pointing at each other and sort of like yelling. You don't know that you can read lips from this distance, but having been as a fighter yourself at the head of this, there's a little bit of a, you were supposed to watch them. No, you were supposed to watch. Like there's a lot of kind of like, you idiot type of thing. You get the impression that they're not pleased that their security failed in this instance, and they seem very sort of upset at each other about whatever protocol was violated. That said,
a could attempt a roll of perception, because I have passed a perception of 13.
Well, what are you trying to perceive though?
Read lips.
Yeah, I think. I think that's going to be insight more than perception, because you can see them and you can see their lips moving. It's really more about what they're saying, which is partially a combination of body language. So I'll allow you to make an insight check if you wish.
Reminder, please.
Insight is wisdom, so you're going to be trying to make a wisdom check. So
rightio, provide me a moment. Insight wisdom check. Oh, for the hell. I'm going to save it up still. So that was a wisdom check?
Yes.
Okay. 3.
They're like, you look over and it's like the bad martial arts film. Like the lip syncing is not. You think they're mad at each other, but that's about. It's pretty clear they're mad, but not able to tell from what. So I'm going to go tuck my daughter in, which will take me a moment. When I return, we are going to have Sawen is going to be talking to some twins. So talk amongst yourselves. I shall return in 1 moment.
If he can get out of the closet.
While this is happening, I'm actually going to step out very briefly to get a drink.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Oh, that. I semi got out of the closet roughly 10 years ago. Or than now, so. Although that's just worse, I haven't done anything yet. But saving myself, so I'm saving myself for 3 people.
Well, probably most of the people who are watching here are familiar with the channel, but just in case, this is Arvin Eleron's Twitch stream, and we are playing D&D with viewers. It just so happens that all 3 of us are, have already played games on the channel, but we are having fun. We hope that the viewers are having fun, and I'm having a good time tonight.
So am I. I'm typically still not awake at midnight. It is midnight my time at the moment. So bear with me if it looks sometimes like I'm falling asleep. That's not the case. But yeah, this is a lot of fun. I don't get a lot of time to play D&D compared to a lot of other things. And I just punched an imp to death, so that was cool.
Welcome to wonderful Roderick.
It had it coming, Brandon.
Indeed.
And this is my second time playing an elf, because my first character was actually a drow elf, but now is a human. So,
I see.
but this is more of a high society class type.
Mm-hmm.
Funnily enough, every time I think about high elves, I think about the goddamn Altmers.
So I guess the kid, well, my character doesn't know this yet, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure we should discuss it. Would that be fair?
Arguably fair, yes.
So I guess the possibilities are the kid summoned the demon or imp accidentally.
Accidentally.
And
It is
Accident-
well within the powers of D&D for this child to just be pure evil.
Mm-hmm.
But
That
we'll
could be the
see.
case also. Although
and
it's
it was so. The child summoned the demon.
but Arvin said the
Because it
child
was-
looked surprised or distressed or something.
Indeed.
So probably not a pure evil child, more like
Pure evil.
partly evil or accidentally evil.
Mm-hmm.
Also, for anybody who is wondering about how come there was no Shadow Crew D&D this week, we've had some little interruptions from certain families, so we had to just cancel outright. But then there will be no more until New Year's. But if you want to catch up, so you can just always just go on Arvin and One's YouTube channel and find us there. So.
Right. It should be
Okay.
pretty interesting when we come back in January, though. It's an potential for some interesting character dynamics coming up.
Oh yeah. A bookworm, a damage dealer, a ranger sneaky type, cooking bacon lover, and a putty tat.
Let's see. Lone Wolf is hypothesizing an imaginary friend that turns out to be evil. Rudinel hypothesizes that the young girl is a sorcerer who is having wild magic surges that she doesn't know how to control.
If so, that little girl's mother must be the character that's a companion possibility on Neverwinter Nights 2.
Light and Passion posits that the little girl is just mostly evil, not pure evil.
Yeah. I mean...
Okay. Thank you all for being patient.
Hello.
Okay, so... Hello. So...
Rebels.
All right. Yes, we were going to talk about the twin interrogation. So, San, you are now here and are able to speak to the twins. Both of them now, as they're sort of standing there next to their parents, you can see that they are, again, like, both a little bit nervous, but again, especially the girl, for reasons already described. And you can see also that there is one of the security, the private security, who is standing next to the father and mother. As I'm trying to track down the names, which I just had a second ago. Yes, Amalia and Victorio Casalanter, and are standing next to the kids. And as you draw close, the security guard steps in front and says, "Right, sir, that'll be far enough. What are you doing?"
How do I how do I get through to this god without just punching him in the face?
Or kicking him in the balls.
Eh, so I put my hands up in the air and I say, "Hi, uh, Samhain Darkhill. Just came for the festival. I believe," and I'm saying the rest of this kind of softly.
Okay.
I believe one of the kids saw something, and finding out what that is as soon as possible gets us back to celebrating in earnest.
And so he says, "Well, I'm sorry, sir, but that's not going to be possible. The kids are very frightened, as children are very frightened, as you can see for yourself." And then you hear, "What's all this then?" And up is Captain Stargate is walking up, very importantly, and says, "What's going on here?" And the security says, "Well, I was just explaining to this halfling here, sir." And he says, "Well, never mind that. What's your name?" And he sort of says this to you, Selin.
Samhain Darkhill, friend. Just kindly passing through from the monastery. I believe someone here saw much more than the rest of us have. And I think knowing what it is gets us closer to eating and drinking and dancing as if nothing had happened.
He says, "You strike me as one of the adventurer types then."
I don't roam the streets for fun, if that's what you're asking. All of the work that I do is is for the good of others and in the name of the monastery.
And he nods slowly and he says, "I see no reason why we shouldn't get help from others." And he turns to the security guard. "Well, what's the problem?" "Oh, well, sir, he said he wanted access to the children, and I made clear." "Well, then provide it to him." "Well, sir, the children are very upset." "We're all very upset. I'm also upset that I'm having my investigation delayed. Get out of the way." And he's like, and he sort of like staggers back a few steps, and Stargate mutters something under his breath about rent a guard, and then says, "Right, you can have your conversation with this little girl. Here." And he comes over and kneels down, but only kind of like roughly. You get the impression this is like the When Dealing with Children 101 class. You know, he's sort of like, huh, and he's like, "Now, little girl, don't be afraid. I'm Captain Stargate, and this here is Duskwin Sarkill." Completely butchers your name. And he says, and he sort of points over you and he says, "So, what did you see?" And she says, "Sir,
I immediately start gesturing to Stargate, like, "Let me handle this, please."
And he sort of stands up. He says, "Right, I'm going to let him handle this while I go off and take care of some other duties." Now, he sort of looks a little awkward and then says, "Tell the truth." And then to the kid, and then he turns around and walks away. And the child is sort of looking up at you, and her mother, Amalia, is right there, and she says, "Please, sir, there's no need to frighten her. She's been through quite a bit, obviously. This is terrible. Absolutely terrible. Elzarina, it's all right." And Elzarina sort of looks up at you with her eyes wide and still looks like a little nervous.
Mm-hmm. And I give like a short bow to the mother, and then I kneel in front of Elzarina, and I take out in my equipment. I have a crystal, and I'm kind of curious, like, are there windows in the ballroom, and what is the state of moonlight at night tonight?
Well, it's not nighttime. Remember, you're still in the early afternoon. There are, however, windows in the ballroom. Yes, there are a couple.
Cool.
But it is not nighttime.
Daylight actually still helps me, obviously. So I just like hold the crystal in between like my index finger and thumb and just kind of spin it and let daylight catch it in front of Elzarina.
And she kind of is like, blinks and looks at it. "Oh, that's pretty."
Do you think so?
Yes. I mean, well, yes, maybe. If
Do
it's
you
all
want to
right.
hold it?
Oh, and she kind of looks up at her mother, and her mother sort of gives you this kind of like, and says, "Well, what is it exactly that you're asking her to hold?"
Just an ordinary crystal. It does much more fantastic things in the night, but for the time being, all it does is catch the light in its own fantastic little way.
And she kind of says, "Well, all right then, just for a moment now, Serena." And so Elzarina reaches out for it, sort of hesitantly.
Mm-hmm. And I position her own thumb and index finger so she can hold it, and I spin it in between her fingers, and I say, "You can hold this for as long as I keep talking to you, okay?"
Okay. And suddenly you hear from the brother, "Oh, can I have one? I want one, Mom. Can I have one? That's really cool. Can I have one? That's really great. I want one. Can I have one, please?" And she said, "No, be quiet, Tesserina. Be quiet. Be quiet." And Terenzio apparently sort of falls into a somewhat sullen silence. This isn't really a spoiled reaction as much as it is, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen, and my sister has one. Why don't I also have one of the coolest thing I've ever seen? So, anyway, you have both children's attention for what that's worth.
Mm-hmm. And I gesture for Terenzio to come closer.
And he does,
Um,
and he nods. Well, he does, although again, his mother is sort of very uncertain, but...
Do you like how it looks too?
And he nods. Yeah, that's really cool. That's really neat. Yeah.
Okay. Do you want a turn to hold it as well?
Yes. Yeah.
And you can get one.
And he holds out his hand.
And I hold his hand with both of my hands, and I say, "And you'll get a chance to, but before that, your sister gets a turn, okay?"
Okay. He seems deeply disappointed. Like, oh, all right, all right.
And I just kind of tussle Terenzio's hair, and then I direct my attention again to Serena.
Okay, and she's sort of looking at the crystal still as she spins it.
Uh-huh. Do you mind if I ask you some questions while you're holding that?
Okay.
You seemed really troubled earlier, as if you had seen something that frightened you much sooner than everyone else.
I don't know what you mean. I'm just, I was just kind of scared because the nice lady was singing, and then something attacked it, and there was that little thing with wings, and it was really scary. That's all. I was kind of scared.
So you didn't see anyone do anything strange, and I just spin the crystal again in between her fingers.
And she kind of looks at it. No, I didn't see anyone do anything. Not here. No.
Can I roll
No.
insight?
Sure. And I should ask, is Artanen, I know that you're close enough to hear this then, Willow, I assume, to hear this conversation?
Let's see, where are they in the ballroom?
They're pretty much around that same spot. They're right near the dais. The kids were right near the dais when this all happened. Okay.
Then I would think I would be close enough to hear it.
Okay.
This conversation has been going on a little while, so I should have had time to do the healing already.
Yes, I would say that's true. Okay, yes, then you can make an
Just
insight
checking
check.
what my insight. Okay, +5.
I would think Artendil would probably hear it too. It is a big
Okay,
hall.
17.
Big room hall.
Yeah, I was going to say, because you, Artendun, are kind of looking at the guards, and there's a lot of people, so I'm not sure that you'd hear it unless you went actively back towards it. I would describe this, Willow, as you don't think that the child is lying, but you get the impression the child is not telling everything that she knows.
Okay.
It's very obvious that she was absolutely scared. Mm-hmm. Why is another question.
Okay.
So, Son, you were continuing, yeah.
So, I spin the crystal again. I say, "You said not here. Did you see something strange earlier somewhere else?"
No, no, no. I mean, not really. No.
And I spin it again and say, "Any little thing at all will do wonders in ensuring that you and your brother and your parents and everyone else having fun this evening remain safe." And I want to roll persuasion.
Do it. Make it happen.
I believe you still have your inspiration still. I think.
I have to note, by the way, that there's a couple of notes about what happens if you attempt to make an intimidate, like, where's Rachel check? Like,
I'm not gonna rough
no,
up
I
this
know.
child.
I know the reaction of the guards is basically like, you will be removed immediately. Like, you just know. Listen up, kid.
Okay.
I've seen
So-
things, you know.
Lying little brat.
Right, so if I wanted to use my inspiration, do I have to make the decision before?
Yes,
before
has
I
to be
roll?
before.
Okay, I'm going to use my inspiration.
Seems logical to me.
So I assume that's advantage then?
Yes, that is correct.
How do I do this?
Strike. So that's going to be charisma. So you're going to be making, it's a charisma-based check, but sometimes persuasion is something it will show you on your sheet as being a specific skill that you have proficiency in. Otherwise, it's just charisma bonus plus d20.
So my charisma is +1. So I'm just gonna roll 2d20 and see what they say.
Yep, it sounds like a plan. Exactly one move. I'm Batman. Oh,
I have
right.
a 12 and a 7, so that's 13. Is my high roll.
Wait a minute. 19. I was going to say.
Oh
Yeah,
no, that's it. Adding the 2 rolls.
Yeah,
yeah.
That
each
works
one of
fine,
those
though.
Is it 12 or?
Right, so
Oh,
it
I
would
see.
be a 12. Well, yeah, no, because it would be a 12
Yeah.
plus your.
Which is 1, so it's
Oh, I see
13.
what you're saying. Yeah, 13 or a 10, or an 8. I got you. So you sort of say this again, and then she sort of, well, I don't want mommy to be mad. And Maria looks down and like, I won't be mad as long as you tell the truth, Elzarina. And she looks up, and now you get the impression that, like, although the crystal is still interesting to her, like, she's sort of, like, a lot of, like, looking up at her mom very nervously. And she's like, I don't want to get in trouble. I didn't,
You're not in trouble. You didn't hurt anyone.
well, I didn't mean to. I mean, it wasn't how it started. And how it started? What do you mean, child? I didn't, I'm sorry. I didn't mean, I'm just, and then she like bursts into tears. She like puts the crystal down and she literally sits down on the ground and starts to just rock back and forth with her head in her hands crying. And her brother like literally looks over, is like, can I pick up the crystal now? Like pays zero attention, is just like, you know, but, and the mother is kind of like, oh, child, no, there's no need for, you know, she kind of gets down and, so she seems, Elzarina looks like very upset.
So, I look to Terenzio totally earnestly and say, "You will get your turn, but I'm still speaking to your sister."
Okay.
And then I pick up Elzarina and I'm holding her against me and like rocking her gently. And I say, "You are not in any trouble, dear. Just let us know what happened so we can fix it and you never have to think about it again."
Well, it was, see, it all started with, this, and she hands you, and she kind of, like, pokes around in her dress, and then you see that she has got, there are 2 pockets in the dress, and she pulls out of one of the pockets a crumpled piece of paper, which she hands to you. And she's like, this is what I saw first.
I glance at it.
All right. Do you? Well, it's crumpled. Do you want to open it or like?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I am going to show you what this looks like, and I have just shown this to you now. I think. Let me know if it came up. Did it? Maybe?
I see it in Twitch, but not in Roll20.
Okay. Let me then change around how I'll do that. Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me do this differently. That's fine. So I'm going to put it... All right. I am putting it in all of your journals. So you now should be able to see it in your journal.
Yes.
Okay. So it is apparently a child's book of fables called The Wooden Girl, and it reads like this. The girl's name was Eliza, and she was brought to life in the puppet maker's workshop. Like most girls, Eliza was equipped with limbs and a face, and of course a heart. The puppet maker, Sophie, crafted Eliza with loving detail. Sophie perched Eliza in the window of the shop where she could wave to the passers-by and enjoy the view of the ocean in the distance. On the first morning of midwinter, Eliza gazed longingly through the window, watching the whitecaps fold over the sea. Snow began to fall, dotting the shop windows and obscuring her vision. Eliza grew sad and wistful. She wanted to leave the shop, but knew she could not. Suddenly the snowdrops on the glass began to melt. A vivid orange glow filled Eliza's sight. On the other side of the window stood an old man, face shrouded in a torn scarf, holding a candle. Elzarina was fearful, for Sophie had always told her, wooden girls must stay away from fire. Sophie told Elzarina about the wooden snake she had crafted as a child. When the snake was brought to life, it slithered toward the hearth, seeking warmth. A stray ember ignited the snake, and it withered to ashes. This was not the only warning. Sophie also told Elzarina about the set of pickup sticks she had crafted when she was the woodworker's apprentice. Pleased with her work, Sophie rubbed 2 sticks together to sand away the splinters, but the friction sparked and the sticks burnt to cinders. But the man's flame was low on the wick, and he peered at her through the glass. "Little wooden girl, why are you so sad?" "I wish to see the sea beyond this pane of glass," she said. "When it snows, the drops blur the window, and I feel trapped." "What if I took you from your mount?" he said. "Would you like that?" Elzarina frowned. "My maker warned me not to go outside, for I could get lost. She says little girls like me get lost in big cities." But the man persisted. "Surely she did not create you just to keep you trapped here forever. What if you fetched her a gift for the holiday?" This filled Elzarina with joy. "Oh yes, I should so love to bring my maker a present, and perhaps I will get a quick glimpse of the sea." He stepped into the shop and lifted her from her mount. He marched through the city, and she reveled in the freedom. But he strode not to the sea, but toward the city of the dead. It was not the cool blue ocean she eventually saw before her, but a sea awash in gray. Perhaps if she blurred her sight, she could pretend that the feeble sun glinting off of the snow-slicked tombstones was the white-capped surface of the sea. But Elzarina knew already that she had made a terrible mistake. She suddenly longed for the puppet maker's workshop, for the stoic company of alphabet blocks and sets of dice and intricately carved spinning tops and tiny ballerinas who danced but never spoke. The man wove through the rows of stones and sat at a circle embedded in the ground, an altar unmarked and unnamed. But it had been desecrated already. Elzarina saw the remnants of a fire that once burned, the debris of used tinder. The man pulled away his scarf and grinned at her, an evil smile matched by red eyes that glinted with sadistic pleasure. He placed her atop the ashes and pulled a matchbook from his shabby coat pocket. He had the tool, but not the fuel, until he had found the wooden girl in the workshop window, made from the choicest wood for burning, the perfect size for kindle on a long winter night. The man struck an oiled match tip, and the flame roared to life, a curious gradient of deep navy and violent orange. And as the blue heart of the flame engulfed her, Eliza thought of both the azure sea she would never meet and the puppet maker's kind cornflower eyes, and longed for their cool, dousing touch. So,
Jesus, Grandpa, why did you read us this story?
Oh, God.
you're a little upset now, and maybe I should. So
Pinocchio, the horror edition of Christmas Eve.
exactly, we return to Curse of Strahd. Okay, So she sees that's what you read there. It's this obviously this fable, and as you're reading it, when you're done reading it, she says, that was my favorite story, and when I found it, it had my name right there in the words.
Story.
Yeah, I love that story, and I saw my name in the text, and I thought it was a present for me, and so, and then I read it out loud, and that was when things happened. Now, at this point, by the way, because her voice has gotten quiet, and the only ones really near are the parents, who look appropriately horrified, maybe, and the maybe one of the security guards who's sort of like looking down at both of you aghast, and the brother who is still staring down at the crystal, more interested in that than whatever else she's talking about.
Boredom. So I look to her mother, like with trying to like put on this very reassuring face.
Okay.
As I continue rocking Elzarina, and I ask, what things happened?
And she says, well, I read it out loud. I love the story, and I wanted to hear my name in it, and I read it out loud, and then she sort of like looks at the imp and says, he showed up in well, it's not him. It was someone who looked like him. Showed up in my room, and he said his name was Chernok. And he was nice at first. He let me clean his hat, which had a smudge on it. But then Chernok and his stinky friend Brimtoe, and she points at the dead imp, started breaking things in my room. And then I got scared, and I don't know. There were. Is Arya going to be all right?
I think Arya will be fine. There are... me and my friends are some of the best in the land, and these guards are nothing to sneeze at too. And I want to remind you that you've done nothing wrong by reading a story, because all good children know how to read and love reading, and you've done nothing wrong wanting to hear your own name. But we do need to know, where is your friend Chernok now?
He's in my room. And so the guard looks up at the parents, and they look at them, and the parents, like, Amalia's like, all right, dear. And then she sort of lowers her voice and she says, I don't want anyone else of the guests to know this. It could be a terrible panic. Would you mind looking at what she's talking about then? This is the first I've heard any of this.
And I look at, what's the head guard's name again?
The main guard who's not currently that near you, is Captain Stargate.
J. Jonah Jameson.
Yeah, J. Jonah Jameson, yeah.
Well, then I try to glance at the nearest available guard.
There is one of those. Well, it's security guard. There's the city. Yeah. There's that. He's right nearby.
One of the house security with a slight gaze of, well, what are you doing? Do the thing. And then I pick up the crystal while I'm still rocking Elzarina. And I spin it in my fingers for both Elzarina and Terenzio to see. And I say to Terenzio, would you like your turn with this?
Yes. Oh, yes. Please.
Do you want to know how you earn your turn with this crystal?
How?
You get to keep this for as long as you keep your sister in your sight. And if when I come back, she's not crying, both of you get to keep it.
Oh.
But only if she's no longer crying. She has to be smiling and happy, and nothing has to be wrong at all. And this gets to be both of yours forever.
So both of these kids are about 8 years old, and so you can see that he's processing like keep her happy, which is like very foreign, quite obviously, to Terenzio. Like, it's pretty obvious he's never really thought about the prospect of keeping his sister happy about anything. And he's like, okay. He says, you could tell he's like very, very like motivated, but has apparently no idea whatsoever. Hey. Sorry, one second.
This was wild.
I was not
this is what-
expecting the horrific little short story there.
This is what happens during every goddamn holiday edition.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing says Christmas like a child being haunted.
And Toy Soldiers coming alive.
I also want to point out, and I'm doing this only because otherwise it might not be noticeable immediately, that there are clearly in the document highlighted words. So you can see that there are words that are highlighted within the document. That's not just an error in printing. That's actually the document itself has these words highlighted.
That did in fact seem very purposeful.
Yeah, I just wanted to note it because it's not like a mistake in the design of the adventure. Like, that's actually, you can see that in the document itself.
So it looks like Elzarina, pick up sticks, City of the Dead, circle embedded on the ground, and
An
altar
altar
unmarked
unmarked
and
and
unnamed.
unnamed. Dowsing touch.
So, after I leave the crystal with Terenzio, I stroke Elzarina's hair a bit, then get up and very quickly hand this note to Willow and go, I think there's a demon in this building.
And as Arten Dune's SAS someone says that, Arten Dune turns around. Well, of course there would be a demon. Who else would summon this creature and leave such a book with such a frightful child?
I look around at the crowd. Are there any cleric-looking people, high-level clerics, preferably?
I would say not. These look to be people who are mostly from noble houses. It's hard to tell whether any of them would have obvious, like, you know, cleric backgrounds or anything that's not obvious from the front, but there's definitely no one who's dressed as clergy. But again,
Okay.
it is possible they could, you know, have had training in the past or something, but...
Right.
So even no armored, they could possibly appear to have.
No, there aren't. No, they all look like friends and like merchants from the area outside. You know, when you guys first got to the villa, but not. You don't see any obvious clerics. But again, that's not to say they're not there, but it's not obvious from the outside.
Right, but the mother did ask us to keep this to ourselves,
Yes.
so we don't exactly want to call out to the crowd, hey, is there a cleric in the house?
People, please don't panic. There is a demon here. I just want you all. Like, ah!
I think we're at an impasse, because if these house gods try to deal with it, they're just going to make a mess worse and bloodier.
Right. I think we're going to have to try
Go
to deal with this.
upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
And Captain Stargle comes over at this point and says, all right, what have you learned from the child?
We've learned there is a mild matter of a little demonic activity that may have summoned an imp that we now have to deal with before, according to this story, someone becomes summoned to the land of the dead and wishes very badly to be.
So,
to experience what can only be salvation from a life of permanently being burned alive. It's a lot. It's a
Well,
lot.
everything you said,
I'm
everything you
just
say, he's like,
staring aghast at all this babbling.
what? He's like, what? So he like lifts his hand as if he's about to deliver 75 orders at once, like in 75 different directions.
And I put my hand on his shoulder immediately and go, "Did you know this was supposed to be my vacation? So I'm gonna be very brief. I trust you all, and I think that you all do a great deal of work in this area. What is important for you and your fellow gods in this moment is to keep the rest of the guests this evening as safe and as worry-free as possible while we go punch a demon. Don't let anybody know that we had this conversation with you, and we will be back when it's done."
Wait. He says, now wait a minute. I'll be able to give the order to my men to keep the rest of the people quiet, but I'm not going to let you go up there and simply punch a demon, not without me. I need to be here to represent what's happening within this city. You can follow
Can you
me
punch
with your
a
supervision.
demon?
He says, no, but I can cut one easily enough.
Have you ever fought a demon before?
And he sort of looks at you and then nods slowly. A long time ago. It wasn't a pleasant memory, but I still have a memory to be held. The demon was banished back to the hells where it belonged.
And I lean back towards Willow and whisper, "Have you ever fought a demon?"
No. I say time may be important here, so let's let him delegate. Let's let him come along and tell his guards to keep order while we're gone.
I haven't fought a demon either, so maybe that makes sense. And then I lean back towards him and say, "You drive a hard bargain, but we'll allow it. You can join us."
And he says, he seems rather pleased. It's just like, well, yes. And he sort of chuckles and then sort of says, all right then. And he turns to back to the parents and the children. He says, all right, I must ask you all to stay here. My men are going to go around and speak to the rest of the people. Please tell the partygoers to stay calm. We'll do what we can. In the meantime, no one must leave this room. And he sort of pauses and then trying to think of something to say is like, and be careful with your children. And then turns around and says, right, let's be on it then. And sort of heads off to bring you to the place that you're going. Now, are you headed directly to the... Where are you headed, I should ask?
To the bedroom.
Okay.
Let's
Imagine.
ask Stargelt to lead the way to the bedroom.
To
Yeah.
the twins' room? Okay.
To the twins' room.
Okay. So he's going to do that, and this is a good moment, by the way, to pause and say you are all watching D&D with Viewers, Winter's Splendor, our holiday edition with the amazing Brandon O'Brien and Triffity Metz and Echo Alpha X5 playing, respectively, Suin Darkhill and Willow Kingsfoil and Ardendoon Bladesun. If you are enjoying this, please follow the channel. Please support us by subscribing and doing all that good stuff. And please make sure, if you like these folks, that you come back for Community D&D Dragon of Icespire Peak with Triffid and Echo, and come back tomorrow for Brandon and the amazing Blades in the Dark crew from Speculate. That he's going to be GMing tomorrow, starting at, I believe, 5 p.m. Eastern. So you will want to be around for that awesomeness, because as you can see, they're great. Okay, with that said, so Stargell leads you to the bedroom. Now, there's a couple things to note about this place, which is, first of all, that I need to find my map. That's the first thing to note about it. There we go. So, let's see, that's up there. Yes, okay. So, directly above, that's what I thought. So, I am going to zoom us out here. I'm going to reveal a new part of the map, which is going to look awfully like the one you just left. No one can argue that they're not consistent with their floor plans. I've been seeing a whole lot of floor plans as of late over the last week or so. So this all seems very familiar to me. All right. When I should point out that when you start to leave to do this with Stargell, you are stopped initially by Amalia and Victoro, and they sort of talk in low tones to Stargell, and Stargell talks back to them, and the conversation lasts a little longer, frankly, than you might have expected, and then Stargell comes back to you and says, the parents, the Castellanters, are none too fond of us going upstairs into their villa without leave, but they've asked that you please simply stay to the children's room and do not wander about. They are very nervous about this information becoming more widespread among their guests, and about the effect that it might have. And he pauses and says, I assured them we would look only at the places we needed to. And then he gives you a firm nod, as if he's basically just said, I've assured them we'll do what I want. More or less. Like, you get the impression that he's not,
Only the places that we need to.
Right,
Agreed.
exactly, yeah. So, and he kind of nods at you. Then you
Which
depart.
shall be everywhere.
Okay, which will be every place in the whole building. Okay. But he takes you up here to the children's bedroom, which is over... Oops, sorry. Which is over here. There are 2 4-poster beds in this room, presumably one for each child. And there is a life-size stuffed unicorn standing in one corner. I have a feeling this was not written by someone who played The Witcher, who might have a different view of stuffed unicorns. I'm just saying that's something you need to all find for yourselves.
And
we'll
has not read Charlie Strauss.
I'm just saying. Just saying. Anyway,
So
in the middle...
demon we're going to be fighting is Deadloff.
In the middle of the room, exactly, in the middle of the room is a circular area rug. And on the rug are 2 hair barrettes, like, clips for the hair, and 7 marbles. And you can see they're sort of scattered about a little bit. And at the foot of each of the beds is a large, ornate toy chest. One of them is mahogany, and one of them is shiny white with gold handles.
I think the shiny white one is probably the little girl's.
So I'm
And
gonna look
I
at
want
this
to look-
story again.
The circle with the hairpins, hair clips, and the marbles, do they seem arranged in any sort of pattern?
they do not. They look somewhat scattered at the moment.
I'm going to open the white chest.
Okay. In the white chest, the first thing that you notice in the white chest is, as you open it up, there are a few, what looks like almost like sort of stuffed animals of various types. But, give me one second here. Okay. Let's see. Sorry, I had the information. There we go. Okay. So you had there is a stuffed there are some stuffed animals in there, but more importantly, you can see that there are the following things. There is something in a silk sleeve. There are these little, almost look like thin wooden sticks, like polished sticks, and there's a bunch of them that are held together in this silk sleeve. There is a velvet pouch which rattles. There's something inside it. You have to open it to see what's inside it. There is another empty velvet pouch that doesn't seem to have anything in it. It seems to be empty at the moment. There are 2 complete sets of wooden alphabet blocks. There is an articulating wooden snake. I don't know if you've ever seen these like little toy snakes that have like, you can shake one of them and they like, that's what this looks like. There is an ornately carved dreidel. There's a music box in the shape of an egg. And there is what looks like a toy nutcracker. And the toy nutcracker looks like this.
Mm-hmm.
The egg.
I just wanna say aloud that opening the chest gives me the heebie-jeebies. So Echo, you were gonna say a thing?
The egg is most certainly Kilgore Trout of all things. So
Yes, exactly. It's Kilgore.
Okay, so the story about the wooden girl mentioned a wooden snake, and I think it mentioned
It mentioned the alphabet blocks, and I'm
the
going to
alphabet
assume
blocks, and
one of the
also
velvet bags has the pickup sticks.
right.
yeah.
So the three things that would not be physically in any of these bags are the cool dowsing touch of what I assume is the sea itself. The circle, which I assume has to be constructed later, and the city of the dead, which is, I guess, the responsibility of Kirnock. So we'll have to deal with that before it becomes a reality.
Also, the altar, unmarked and unnamed.
Mm-hmm. So either something else in this chest is pertinent to that concern, or we should just be aware of the fact that these are here and refocus our attention to finding Sherlock. But I assume that it's the former. So I want to
I don't
do
like the looks of that nutcracker. I pick it up and give it a closer look.
When you pick it up, it looks at you and goes and salutes.
Is there a fireplace?
And it salutes and it says, "Took you long enough." And then it sort of jumps out of your hand and it starts walking around saluting every so often. And then it says, "I wondered what it was going to take for you to be able to notice that I wasn't really a nutcracker, although I really like my outfit."
I make to grab this nutcracker by the throat
Hey,
immediately.
there's no need for that. He jumps out of the way. Don't do that. Don't grab me by the throat. Why does everyone want to do that? Also, where's Elzarina? Elzarina, I mean.
Do you know of an imp named Brimtoe?
Sure, Brimtoe's a friend of mine. Well, he was. I haven't seen him around, though.
Do your friends typically attack people in ballrooms for fun?
Attack people in ballrooms? He probably didn't know what he was doing. He only attacks people that are, good and stuff. I'm sure he didn't mean anything by it. Brimtoe's just a little hot-headed. Hot-headed, because he's an imp, see? And he starts cracking himself up.
Why are you here?
I'm here because Elzarina asked me to be. She read the story. When she read the story, I showed up.
Well, Elzarina seems kind of bothered right now. I think she would like you to leave her alone now.
Oh, I mean, I don't think I bother her. I think she was just she was a little troubled when these things started to happen. She started putting together the puzzle, and once the sigil was built, she was worried something was going to happen, and that's all. It's no big deal. She's just a little girl.
What do you mean the sigil was built?
Well, the sigil on the back of this paper, with the story.
I turn over the paper and look at the sigil.
You turn over the paper and you don't see anything on the back of the paper, and he sort of blinks. He goes, "Oh yeah, sure. Okay. Well, here, just bring it over to the fire. Don't put it in the fire. Just bring it close."
I put it close to the fire so it can get warm.
And then this thing appears. And I have another handout to show all of you.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my
Oh.
god. Invisible ink demon portals.
This is all fine. Okay.
Mm.
This, I'm going to have to do the same thing I did before
Mhm.
with the journals, so just bear with me. Okay. And,
Sigil
Okay.
of Asmodeus, it said.
Oh, that's not alarming at
Sigil
all.
of Asmodeus, it said.
Suddenly, Sherlock Holmes begins.
and he says, see, all she needed to do was put this together and it would be fine.
So are you saying she built this? She put this sigil together already?
Well, she started to, but then, well, Brimtoe showed up and she got all scared and she leapt up and she kicked it and then she broke the nice, beautiful sigil. And so she hasn't finished the puzzle yet. She has to do that first. I don't know where Brimtoe went after that. He kept running out of the room, jumping up and down.
Brimto went back home.
He did? Oh.
Sent him back home myself.
Oh, really? All right, well, I hope you, I hope you did it nicely, but either way, he'll be back. He's a demon.
Right. And I reached for 2 dots in my pocket and immediately threw them at the nutcracker.
Okay, go ahead and make an attack.
Should we roll this initiative first?
Not yet.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. Let me look at the thing. That's +5 to hit. Okay, cool. Just bear with me a bit for very briefly, or my browser refreshed everything,
No, it's
so
fine.
I'm now getting back into Roll20.
A possessed browser.
I'm sure that's fine.
Heh.
What did we get here?
I rolled once and I got a 7.
Ah,
Do I
okay.
need to roll for the other dot?
Yeah, because you threw, 2 darts, so...
Okay. And the other one is 15.
Okay. So, the 15 does hit. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Right. 1d4 plus 4. Seven.
And so he, ow! And he sort of, you see that it doesn't do as much damage as you might have expected, but so it pulls it out. Ow! Look! All right, there's no need for this. Now listen. Here's the deal. You can try to attack me. You can kill me. It won't actually work because I'll just go back home and then I'll come back here. The girl's already started the process. Until she finishes the puzzle and you solve what happens next, we don't go away. That's how it works. Either you help her solve the puzzle or she's just going to have having more of us come. Now, if you want to spend the rest of your lives just sleeping in beds next to her for any time any of myself or more of my friends show up, that's up to you. But I think you might want to think about a more permanent solution. That's what I would do. Or, you could just kill me for a few minutes, then I'll be back.
Do you feel pain, friend?
And he sort of said, well, that kind of hurt a little bit.
Good. That's fine enough for me. Is that fine enough for everybody else here? Constant pain. The idea that of a demon constantly re-entering our Earth to know that we're going to just beat him to a pulp.
This isn't up to me. I'm not Asmodeus. Oh, I wish I was. You should see the house that guy's got. But I'm not Asmodeus. I'm just an imp. I'm one of his minions. You have to talk to the big guy. I'm not responsible for it.
Well, I am absolutely flat against completing this ritual just so that we can move on to the bigger, badder demon. So I'm just going to put the paper into the fire to start with.
Okay. So, and when you burn it, he says, "Oh no, this is a bad idea. This is not. This is not a good idea. I'm telling you. And he just sort of shakes his head.
I just let it keep burning.
And he says, "I'm telling you." And as you're watching it, you see the thing is burning, and then you notice after a minute, Willow, that it's just keeps burning. Like it doesn't burn away. It's just burning. And so Chernok sits there and is just kind of like shaking his head. And then you see eventually he's like leaning against a fire poker going, "Ah, humans, or whatever you are. I think you're a human, right? Ah, humans." And he just sort of stands there watching the fire reflecting off of his red skin.
Yes, well, humans can be at the pesky sometimes, like a certain Fifely Harper.
And he nods slowly. He's like, "Maybe. I've heard rumors."
I have an idea, and then I turn to the god and I go, is it fine if I have an idea?
And so he has been kind of standing with his mouth agape for a while now, and is like, what do you mean, an idea? But yes, of course. What does that mean?
Cool. I will take that as full confirmation, and then I'm going to run back downstairs.
Okay. You can do that. What are you doing as you run downstairs, and what are the other two doing while he does that?
I'm going to find Elzarina again.
Okay. For Willow and
I turn to Stargill and say, I don't actually know what he's doing, but can you send one of your lieutenants for a high-level cleric to come here?
He nods and he says, "Yes, I can do that. We'll need to leave the room, but what are you going to do about that?" And he points at Chernok, who kind of waves at you cheerily.
From the staircase, I shout, "Kick him to death!"
I will do my best to keep him occupied. But you can just go give it an instruction and come back. And I hope that my friend and I can keep him occupied for that long.
I need you to make a persuasion check for me, please.
Okay, let's see. Do I have anything in persuasion?
No ideas not allowed.
None whatsoever.
Oh, okay, so just a straight roll.
How dare you possess an idea?
How dare you?
I hit roll. It doesn't seem to be.
I saw.
There it is.
Oh yes,
Okay,
I see it.
so it's a 10.
Right. So he sort of thinks about it and then, "No, I'm sorry. I can't allow you just to be here by yourself. It's not permitted. We'll all have to go together, or you'll have to have me wait there. Maybe when your friend comes back, I can try to figure out a way to call down to one of my guards."
I don't think we should leave this one alone now that he knows that we're aware of him.
And Chernok says, "Oh, I'm glad you're aware of me. This means that you can help me finish this puzzle. She's a nice girl, but her taste in fashion..." And he kind of points at his outfit, and he's like, "I don't know."
What is he wearing specifically?
He's wearing this outfit that I showed,
Oh, yeah, okay.
which is this thing, the Nutcracker outfit, right? Okay. In the meantime, you have made your way down to Elzarina again, and when you come in, sort of pushing your way through the assembled people, some of them looking to see what's happening. What are you doing when you arrive there? There are a couple of guards talking to Victoro and Amalia Castellanter, and you can see that she is just on there, and her brother basically looks like he's doing Samhain looks like he's doing these dances, basically, like sort of like dancing around, and she's not really paying a lot of attention, but you get the impression he's trying to keep her happy, maybe. She hasn't burst into tears anyway, so there's that.
I noticed that he's dancing, and I mimic his dance as I pass through the crowd to get to the twins.
Okay, and he sort of, smiles when he sees you. You can see he's out of breath and probably has been dancing for the last 20 minutes since you left. And he's like, she's okay. She's okay, he says.
Is she smiling?
No, but she's not crying. She's kind of like neutral. I mean, she seems like she's sort of like, she looks tired mostly.
So I turn back to Terenzio and I go, this isn't the deal. Happy is not this.
I'm trying. She's just really sad. I kept her from crying. That's got to count for something. And my legs hurt. My feet
Poor
hurt.
kid.
And I take Terenzio by the hand and dance with him. And I go, I know, but if you do the thing, I will probably even have something else for you. But that's a secret.
Oh, okay.
Okay. You want to help me talk to your sister? And
sure.
I twirl him very briefly.
Okay, he kind of spins around, sort of staggers around, looking exhausted. Okay.
Okay.
And Elzarina's not really paying,
So I sit Terenzio down and then I kneel in front of Elzarina and go, how do you feel right now?
And she says, just tired and, a little worried. Did you find Chernok? Did you find what was up there?
I nod and I put my finger to my lips very briefly and go, no one else needs to know, so you don't get in trouble, okay?
Oh, okay.
Okay. Chernok says that he wanted you to do something. To finish a puzzle, it sounds.
Oh, yeah. I was starting, but then that one over there, and she points again at the body of the imp, that jumped out, and that scared me. But he said that I had to do it all if I wanted to finish the story the right way.
And he didn't tell you what that meant.
No, he just said I had to keep working on the puzzle and I would get it. He said that I had everything I needed right in my room.
Ah. What did you do so far?
I put the 2 sticks and then I put the marbles, and I thought if I did that I could make it just like it looks like in the picture, but then there was some other things, and then the one thing came out and I got scared. And so, yeah, I was just starting to put it together, but there was more to do.
Ah. You're a very bright child. Do you know that?
Oh, thanks, I guess. I like stories.
Liking stories is good. And again, this is not your fault. There are just some unsavory folks out there who like to take advantage of kids who are smart and kind and are willing to do anything that they're told.
Oh. And the mother at this point, who has been listening to this, who is nearby, kind of, leans down and strokes her child's hair, and then she says to you in a quiet voice, and she says, "What have you discovered then?"
The creature from this story is trying to finish something your daughter helped start. What I need to know is whether it needs to finish for this to end, or if there is another way. I'm hoping that there is. Do you know anything else, Zarina?
And Elzarina says, well, Chernak said when the circle was finished, he said all of his friends could come and spend time with us, and that he said something about then we would all go together to, and she kind of thinks about it. I think he said the city of the dead, and then their biggest friend would come, and they said he was lots of fun.
Just like the story says, right?
And she nods. Yeah, just like the story.
But do you remember what happens in this story when we get to the city of the dead?
Well, yes, but I mean, and then she kind of looks and her eyes widen a bit. She's like, I'm not the wooden girl, am I? I didn't think of that.
What was the wooden girl's name?
It was Elzarina. And then she kind of like pauses and frowns. It's like, no, it was Eliza? It was, I don't know. Sometimes it looked like my name and sometimes it looked like hers.
Mm-hmm. And that's not your fault, but that wooden girl doesn't have a good time at the end of the story, does she?
No, I guess not.
And we're trying to make sure that that doesn't happen to be you.
He said
So,
he said that he wouldn't be able to leave until I finished the puzzle. And even if I didn't want him there, I mean, he was kind of funny, but I guess I didn't know what to do.
which means that we need to figure out what we do about this puzzle without getting any of his friends here. I guess that means that we finish it then. I'm sorry. And I like stroke Elzarina's hair and go, again, you didn't do anything wrong. That's this one wicked thing trying to fool you, trying to scare you. But you're braver and smarter than that, aren't you?
And she sort of nods mutely without response, just,
Good. And I turn to Terenzio and say, do you still have my crystal?
And he says, yeah, it's right here. And he pulls it out. He says, it's here. I haven't played with it yet, although I want to. Can I play with it now?
Not yet. I turn to Elzarina and say, how do you feel now?
And she says, all right, I guess. I guess I don't know what's going to happen next, but I'm okay.
I know exactly what's gonna happen next. Do you wanna know?
Yeah.
I'm gonna punch evil in the face, and so are my friends.
And Terenzio's like, that's cool. Can I punch things in the face too?
Not yet. Wait until you're older. And then I turn back to Elzarina. Does that sound cool to you, though?
I guess. And the mother's like, no, wait a minute here. What is this about punching things in the face?
And I don't even respond to the mother, and I say, "Are you hungry, Elzarina?"
I guess a little.
Okay. I turn to God and go, "Get one of those godlike muffins from outside."
The what now? And you hear in the back of the room, oh yeah, he's talking about me, sir. Oh, I can take you right to it, sir. It's right down there, sir. Perhaps you can start with that, sir. Have you tried any of our cider donuts? As they sort of like...
And while that conversation is happening, I just like literally moonwalk back up the staircase.
Okay. Where you find the rest that have been waiting. While he's gone, by the way, I'm curious about Willow and Artenden, what you're doing with Chernak. Because Chernak is just kind of like looking around, kind of like leaning against the wall. Every so often he comes over, kind of looks at the, kind of strokes his chin, looks down at the marbles and the sticks on the rug, and kind of shakes his head and sort of says like, "That's not quite it. Nope, not quite it." And then kind of wanders
there's
around.
some chairs around.
Yeah, there are a couple.
Well, Arthur would probably have put his sword on the floor like this and just talking for endless hours, just to keep him occupied alongside Willow.
Okay. Willow, what about you?
Samhain went off on his quest, and I don't know what he was planning to do.
Right.
So I'm just keeping an eye on Chernog, and as long as he's not trying to escape or attack us or anything, I'm just keeping an eye on him.
Okay. Yeah, he
I'm
seems
thinking about the story and stuff, but nothing has
Right.
come to me yet.
Okay. Yeah, he seems not hostile. He seems just sort of impatient, probably.
Well, he can go
They
on
all
being
say.
impatient. I'm not going to engage him in conversation or anything. I'm just watching.
Okay. At one point, he starts whistling something that sounds like.
What is that tune you are whistling there?
And he's doing it like not particularly well. Sounds like something out of the Nutcracker Suite. And whistling it sort of badly. And as he's whistling it, in a particular off-key note, Samhain comes back in and into the room.
And-
Actually, moonwalks
and-
back into the room. Just kidding.
Like by the time that I get high up the staircase, I am suddenly walking with far more insistence, and I reach into the fireplace for the story, and I pull it back out of the fire.
Okay, it immediately stops burning when you do that, and like isn't affected at all.
Much like the
And
one
I just
ring.
like hold it up very menacingly at Chernog.
And Chernog's like, "Yes,
And
told
then I
you."
and then I reach back for the velvet bag that has the alphabet blocks in it, because I want to know if it has exactly 8 blocks in it.
It does not have exactly 8 blocks. No,
Does it have more than 8?
it has. Yes, it's a full block, so it has all letters of the alphabet.
Okay. So I pull out an A,
Okay.
then I pull out an S,
Okay.
and then I stare at the circle, and I put one at where I think is like essentially due north, and I put one right next to it at what would be like around, like, I guess.
And I say, hold on here. We are not completing that sigil and opening a portal to hell.
And Chernock jumps up and down and says, "You're doing great!" And he slaps you on the back, or as much as he can, like on the back of the
And
leg, I guess.
No,
Like he's-
no,
and
we
I
are
grab-
not doing this.
And I grab him immediately and say, so you confirm that this story is just instructions on how to draw this sigil.
Well, obviously. But that doesn't mean there's anything wrong with it. I mean, it's a puzzle. You solve the puzzle, and he's doing it so that he can, come into the world. Not a big
I
deal.
rattle him very, very hard. Do you tell the truth?
Sure, usually. Always when
When
we're
it
talking
suits
about
him.
this.
What about now?
Look, I'm required to tell the truth when it's about the big guy. And he kind of points down at the A and the S and winks.
So you'll even tell the truth about how we ensure that the big guy doesn't get here.
And he kind of works that out. And he's like, "No, I mean, I tell the truth about what will solve the puzzle if you get it right. I'm
He starts
forbidden to
rattling
tell
him
you."
again. If it means that I have to kick you to death for eternity, I'll do it. But I'm not bringing any greater demons into this place.
I
And I
mean,
throw him
Mother am
aside.
I.
he's like, he's not that much greater. I mean, excuse me, Dark Lord. And kind of looks around. And then he says, all right, look. Here's the thing. The big guy, he knows that kids, they're somewhat easier to, they're more open, let's say, to suggestions. So he gives a few suggestions, he opens the door, the girl runs through. It's too bad, but that's really on the parents. I mean, it's not like they spend any time around the girl. If I told you the way things work in this place anyway, the big guy, he didn't force her to read it, and those are the rules. You start reading, start trying to solve it, you have to finish it one way or the other. Now, what you do to him once he arrives, that's up to you. What you do to him, let's say, when he sends his first vanguard, the big guys, the top notch, and he seems very, like, dismissive of the vanguard of the big guy, whoever this is. He's like, maybe he sends him through. He's like, you know what I think you should do? Finish the puzzle, get rid of the big guy's vanguard, and once you do that, it should be fine. Maybe. He never really told me what happened after that. All I know is, if you finish the puzzle, at least my other friends can come and join me. It's a little lonely on this plane. I mean, it's, the people here are, well, they're all so not demonic. You know what I mean?
Are they your friends?
Sure.
They left you here.
Well, that's not their fault. It's up to the big guy.
And where's the big guy?
Well, he's not here yet. That's why we're trying to finish this puzzle. And he looks at you like, obviously.
Obviously.
And of course, they sent their top devil on it.
And he sort of, well, I don't want to brag, but I was the top of my class in mischief. And I think, they wouldn't send Brimtoe for something like this right out of the gate. You know what I mean? I was set to prepare the way.
So why were you sent here then, if you are the top one, to such a menial task?
Oh, that's not menial. Setting something up so the big guy can visit? That's not menial. That's meaningful work.
Babysitting a child while she draws a doorway and doing it in a body no bigger than my boot.
No, helping
Sounds like
open
the
up
kind
a
of-
portal.
Sounds like the kind of thing you ask a disposable chump to do. I'm just saying.
Listen, disposable doesn't get you half of the way to a portal being opened in the Castellanter Villa. That was going to be
Is
something.
this halfway? And
Well,
I take one, and I
yeah.
take the S block, and I kick it out the window.
And he shrugs and he says, you can do what you want with that. First of all, there's other blocks. Secondly, this is going to continue to happen. You're not listening to me. You could try to finish this puzzle, or you could let it go. Maybe it's not a big deal. Who cares about a little girl anyway, right? So, the demons all keep showing up, torturing her, making their lives hell. What's the big deal?
While this dialogue continues, I ask Stargill, now will you send for a cleric?
And Stargull says, yes, well, perhaps so. I can, well, and he says, the problem is not making any noise about it. It's going to be difficult. And he sort of shrugs and he says, but I suppose it's worth a try. All right, I'll go down, tell one of my men to do this. But be clear, I don't want any of you to do anything that hasn't already been spoken about here. This is a dangerous situation. And he sort of, smiles and slightly at the girl and then nods at all of you, and then he marches out of the room.
I would have left the party because I need a bathroom break.
Okay, that's fine.
Samhain is literally just looking over this story again, squinting at it.
Okay. I'm gonna pop that back up for chat's benefit.
Hmm.
And, Chernok, as you're doing all of this, kind of is looking around and kind of looks down at the marble and then kind of, chuckles to himself and says, well, it'll be interesting to see how this all comes to an end. Yes, it will. And kind of, walks over, looks at the pickup stick, looks at one of the sticks that are on the ground and kind of, smiles and then walks around again, looking fairly unconcerned by all of this.
So he's not trying to lay down more sticks or anything like that.
He
He's
is
just
not.
looking at stuff.
Yes.
I'm wondering if there's some way to reverse what's been happening already.
Mm-hmm.
Happening already. I'm not sure. So the circle that has that's on the ground that has some marbles on it and stuff. What happens if I pick up one of the marbles?
Nothing seems to happen.
Okay. So the circle on the ground, did you say it was drawn with something?
No, it's a circular, it's like a rug, actually. So
okay.
It's basically a circular rug.
I'm tempted to just take everything off of it and burn it, but then again, I said that we wouldn't do anything until Stargirl came back. That we wouldn't do anything that hadn't been discussed already.
Right. That's true.
And so I keep staring at the story, and then I turn to Stargirl.
He's gone.
Oh right.
Yeah,
Is he gone?
Stargirl marched out of the room to go tell one of his men, although presumably he'll be back shortly because he's not going to go get the cleric. It's going to send one of his men to do it.
Right. So I turn to Willow and go, do you have any water?
I do. I have a canteen.
Can I see it?
Sure, and I hand it over.
And I take the canteen and I open it and I pour a little bit of water into the canteen's cap.
Okay.
And then I walk up to Chernog and go, so you're from hell, right?
And he says, well, originally, yes. Those are the old stomping grounds.
What does food taste like in hell?
Does food taste like... Well, it doesn't really taste like much of anything.
And what about water? I hear that hell's kind of hot by nature.
And he nods. He says, yep, that's true. Definitely hot.
So have you ever had water before?
And he kind of looks at you and says, why?
Oh, I just, wanted to know if you'd like some water. I mean, you've been here for a while. You've been working very hard. I don't know, would you like some water?
And he kind of looks at you suspiciously and he says, we don't necessarily need water, but I'm wondering why you're offering me. You trying to play some trick?
It's just plain water. You can taste it and see.
And he kind of looks at you. He's like, and he kind of reaches out for the water skin or the cap, I guess, of water.
Does anything happen when the water touches him?
No. Other than he drinks it and says, yeah, that's what I thought. Not bad. I have to say it's not bad, actually, being out of here. Being out of the Nine Hills. It's not the most pleasant place, It's got this kind of, hellish feel to it, It's kind of nice to be out of it. But I must admit I'm kind of lonely. I mean, there's not a lot of people like me around, and as you just said, you sent Brimtoe back there, so right now it's just me and nothing but me. It's a little, lonely.
You know, you can make more friends by not killing people.
Killing people? Listen, I don't kill people. Look, if we're talking about Brimtoe, I told you, he's a little bit hot-headed. He had some problems. He had issues with dropped out of school. It was a long thing, okay? It was difficult for Brimtoe. But I'm not Brimtoe. And I'm more, sensible. I like to think realistically.
Mm.
Imps had school about in your realm.
Well, of course, there's a number of classes that we have to take. First of all, you got Introduction to Mischief, and you don't even want to get me started on what happens when you get to the exam period. Do you know what it's like if you miss your Regency exams for the greatest possible pranks? Let me tell you, it takes forever. This is a very complicated business. I mean, look. And he sort of pulls out of nowhere, you have no idea where this shows up, this bright red paper with a white sort of surface in the middle. And he hands it up to you and he says, "Here, you can see it for yourself." And he's handing it over to you, Ardendoon.
Uh-huh. This is most certainly unusual.
Yeah, you can see that there's writing on the white paper in the middle of the red border, the bright red border. And it says on it, Shernok, having accomplished all necessary items to be admitted to the position of, blah, 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 has been awarded upon this day of eternity, imp first class, mischief making, etc. Let all those who see the bearer of these documents there too come by and provide him with the knowledge of a blah, 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 blah. And he gets done to that and he's
For
like,
an imp of first class,
and he
you're
nods. That's me.
you're certainly one who has been subdued and are completely oblivious.
I don't know what you're talking about. Oblivious to what? I'm the first one in my family to get one of these.
And while this conversation is happening,
Yes.
I want to do a thing
What did you do?
as I pour more water into the cap.
Okay.
I want to know if it is I want to know if it is possible mechanically, either with an herbalism kit or with my prayer beads, to turn water into holy water.
I would say no. You will need
I
some.
figured.
Are
Yeah,
you
yeah,
a
yeah.
cleric? No.
I am not. I tried.
Are you a paladin? No.
But he is a monk.
You can make water that you prayed over. I mean, you can certainly do that.
There is a
At this point, Stargel comes back into the room and he says, "All right, one of my men has been sent to fetch one of the high clerics of Lathander, but it'll take a little while for him to get here. In the meantime, what are we going to do? The people downstairs are growing restless."
I mean, I was thinking we could just talk
I
to
don't
the guy.
see. Do we have to keep the guests in the castle? Can we let them go home?
And he says, "I need to have someone that I can charge with this. Right now, the only real suspect in this attack is, well, this creature that's already dead. And right now, the suspicion for it would fall upon, I hate to say this, Elzarina. She was the one who knew what was happening, even though she is a child. Therefore, until I can confirm it, I can't let anyone else go. It would not be good to have people leaving without anything having been resolved. What are we going to tell them? Well, we figured out why there was a little demon inside the room, and all go home and have a nice night? This news is just going to spread like wildfire the minute we let these people out of the room."
Elzarina has done nothing wrong.
I'm not
All she
blaming
did
her,
was
but
read.
I know I'm not blaming her, but look at it from the position of someone from the outside. All she did was read, and now you're dealing with a demon. And Cherkov, doffs his hat.
It's quite a moral dilemma.
And Cherzov says, yes, it is.
As he said that, Artendun just clenches his hands onto the sword and onto his flail and just.
And he sort of grins at you and he says, it's unfortunate, isn't it? And Stargil says, so are we saying that the only thing that can be done is to either finish this puzzle or continually kill these imps every time they come back into existence? Is there no other way to manage this?
See, that's why I wanted to send for a cleric, so that hopefully we can get some better advice than all of us who don't know much about dealing with demons.
All right, well, we'll see what he does, but
I have a notion at the very least, but that notion rests on the same assumption as Willow's, that we need a cleric present to confirm.
He says, well, perhaps. I know that there were some who might be able to... And then he sort of pauses and he says, wait a minute. Wait just a moment. And he hurries out of the room and you hear him calling down the stairs. And there's sort of a, loudly. And then there's after a moment he comes back in with the other member of the City Watch. It was sort of a young fellow who looks a little kind of perturbed that he's been called in. And he says, yes, I think that we might have your answer. And he smiles and he says, this is of course one of our City Watch, but he began his training in the priesthood. Isn't that right, Rasner? And Rasner kind of nods. Well, yes, sir. I never got too far in, but yeah, I began that way. And you weren't just going to be any priest. You were going to be... And he kind of pauses and he says, a cleric, sir. A warrior priest I was going to be. Indeed, a warrior priest. Well, we have something for your unique talents, Rasner. And he kind of points down at the circle with the marbles that are all broken up, and I think it's one S is all that's remaining as a letter, and he's like, all right, how do we break this? He kind of blinks. How do we blink what, sir? How do we break this sigil? And sigil. And then for the first time he catches sight of Chernok, and he's like, what, sir? And Chernok is like, hello. And he's like,
is it me you're looking for?
Oh God.
I can see it in your eyes. No, he sort of looks down. He says, well, I don't understand. You want me to banish a demon, sir? Well, no, they want to know how to do it. And so he kind of looks at him and says, well, what's already been done? And he kind of looks to all of you to ask what's already been done.
Well, we tried burning the paper that had the design for the sigil on it, but it wouldn't burn.
All the information that we've gained thus far says this ritual doesn't end until it's been complete, which
But
we're trying to avoid.
Complete it.
Because as you can see, it's for Asmodeus.
And he sort of he goes pale when he hears the name. It's like, oh, the Thunder's Light. The only thing I know is that, well, there's always two places that are connected, you see. It's not just one place. It's here and another. Somewhere else, not far away. You gotta have both of them before you can have a portal actually work. So there's gotta be something that it's drawing energy from. Elsewhere, you go and break that down, and you're all set. Although I don't know where that will be.
Okay. So
I run back downstairs.
Okay. Like every third moment is just you running downstairs, running upstairs, running downstairs.
This one shot is essentially the play Oscar if it had demons in it.
Pretty much. Okay. You run downstairs. What are you gonna do?
I like smile and wave at the twins
Okay.
while very surreptitiously searching the dais.
Okay. Um, you don't find anything. Well, actually, make an investigation check for me first before I say you don't find anything. We we found out it's a college
Your
graduate. We tried kicking it. Yes, we did find those things strike. We also threw water at him.
It children has names.
It's true. All of these things are true.
My investigation is piss poor, everyone.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
it's just the dais with the body of the imp there.
Hmm. Look, I'm still looking around.
While you're looking around, Willow and Ardendoon, what are you talking about? Or are you speaking back upstairs as Solon is exploring the dais?
I assume that cleric is still with us. Well, the trainee.
The trainee is with you, yes.
So Arden turns towards the trainee and asks, "Well, how long have you had to train to become a cleric before you went over to the sword?"
Oh, well, only about 4 months, sir. Enough to realize that I was more suited for, well, swords than I suppose spells and the like, sir. And doing the Lord's work, Lathander's work, in the strength of my right arm made more sense to me.
Do you bear any? To what have you learned of those 4 months
Oh,
in regards to such riddles as this?
just a little bit, sir. Like I said, just that usually they come from two separate places, and that demons use them all the time, try to trick people into using them to get them to come back to their world, and that's all. And Asmodeus, well, he's a bad one, sir.
Well, I would, and he tries to, as a lowers his voice so forsaken him doesn't hear. Well, I would advise, against my better moral judgment, that we complete the puzzle, but without the possibility of a cleric arriving for hours, we may be forced to do so. Albeit it would be against the nature's wishes.
And he says that sounds like a bad idea, sir. It could be really dangerous. I mean, is there any information anywhere about a second place? If you just take that out, maybe you never even have to finish this portal.
Well, it is uncertain unless we trick this little pesky imp, but thus far, all they seem to do have learned upon the deceit is a rather arrogant one at most, and
And Chernock at this moment is like leaning back against a wall, like casually filing his nails, like, you know.
and of Elven I am, but of
Is
ones
there
that
any
isn't.
sort of crypt or chapel in this castle?
There's not any crypt or chapel that you know of here. There is this is not that far from the City of the Dead, which has chapels and churches.
I mean, the other place that was mentioned might be in the City of the Dead, but I doubt we could leave and go search for that without. Since Stargill is set on nobody leaving the castle, I doubt that would be an option that would be open to us. But frankly, I'd rather the entire company of guests start rioting and force their way out. I don't care what rumors spread in town. I am not going to allow a ritual to summon Asmodeus or open a portal to hell. I don't care how unpleasant the guests get. That's not going to happen.
Well, portal has opened to the channel by Praetor's Rejects.
I see that the portal is opened. Thank you, Praetor's Rejects, for the raid. I appreciate that. Welcome, Mandy. Hello, King Bashman. Hello, Praetor's Rejects. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to D&D
Hello.
with Viewers Holiday Edition. We are playing with three wonderful players. Brendan O'Brien, Triffid Ematz, and Echo Alpha X5 are playing three characters trying to figure out how to avoid summoning a demon that they don't want to, basically. And that's what we are in the process of doing. But welcome. Good to see you, Praetor's Rejects. Of course, Praetor's has been on here many times before. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it, man. And welcome.
Welcome to the Ominous Community, the Mandy and King Bashman.
Thank you to both. So, yeah.
The
So
brief
you were saying.
recap is a little girl got tricked by a demon into starting a ritual to summon Asmodeus, and we're trying to figure out how to reverse that.
While not summoning another portal.
Right.
Also, the imp has a bachelor's degree and won't tell us his major. Yes, that's also that strike.
Yes.
It's major, it is minor, basically.
So, while I'm downstairs, there's a thing I want to do.
Yes, I was going to jump back to you right now.
Right. So I go back to the twins. And I'm like smiling, trying to put on an air that nothing particularly weird is happening.
Right?
And I turn to Terenzia and say, "Do you still have that crystal?"
And he says, "Yeah. I've still been not using it, although I'd really, really love to.
Let me see.
Any time, but he hands it over to you.
And I put it between my fingers and I spin it again for both of them to see.
And they're like,
You really like this, don't you?
Yeah, it's great. Except I want to spin it myself.
Okay, and you'll get a chance to, but we need to do some things first.
Okay, what?
Have any of you seen any weird circles around here?"
Weird circles. And
I turn to Elzarina in particular and say, "You know which ones I'm talking about."
and she says, "Well, there was in our room. I started making that thing, but that was the only thing. I don't know any other circles."
Okay, and where did you find this story?
And she says, "Well, it was in my room. When I woke up, it was actually on the chest at the foot of my bed."
That's curious. You know this is not the real story, right?
And she says, "What do you mean?"
I mean, you figured it out by now already. There are things in the story that don't make sense.
Yeah, I guess.
And that makes me think that somebody tried to do a thing to frighten you, to get you to do something.
Oh.
And I think that wherever this story came from is the key to helping us make sure that they don't scare you again.
And she sort of nods solemnly and says, well, I would like to help. I don't, how?
Can you think of anything else weird that happened before you noticed this story, before you read it?
And she kind of like rocks back and forth and thinks quite a bit about what, might actually be said about things. And she says, I think that, well, and she kind of like pauses and like kind of really scrunches up and says, well, I know that they said when we were done, we were going to go somewhere, and we were going to get, they were going to get their biggest friend, and they said they were going to go to someplace really cool and really old, and they didn't really tell me where that was, but it was really old, and that was where we would find their biggest friend, and then he would help put me in the story.
That biggest friend is not a friend.
Well, I guess I know that now, but I didn't know it at the time.
And that's fine. Knowing it now is how you become smart.
Okay.
You've been very helpful. Thank you very much.
And
Terenzio, we still
Terenzio
have a
says,
deal about this.
and he says, so now is it okay? Now can I use the crystal?
I turn to his sister and I like point at her face and go, is she smiling yet?
And he like, so she looks at him, and then you can see for a moment he's like, come on, like she's giving like and she's like, and she sort of pauses, and then she's like,
That doesn't count. That
You know.
doesn't count. But I appreciate that you tried.
and Terenzio's like, so stupid. That's not how you do a smile. Don't be mean to me. No, you're
Watch
stupid. That's not.
yourself.
And they're like start, and so Amaria says, listen, this has been very upsetting for the children. Perhaps this is just. There must be something we can do to make this move faster. And she kind of like pauses because she's very like, you can see that she's trying to think herself about what to do with the situation.
And while that's happening, like I look up to their mother and I still spin the crystal in between my fingers so they can still look at it while I look up to her and say, your kids have been remarkably brave in the last few minutes, perhaps braver than any adult in this building. They've been smart and thoughtful and considerate, and I appreciate that they've done so. They're going to help us solve this problem far quicker than even I can. I understand that this is going to be frightening, but trust in your children's bravery. Because I am.
And she nods slowly. She's like, well, what do you have in mind?
And I put the crystal in Terenzio's hands and say, we still have a deal. And then I look to the mother and say, we're still trying to get to the bottom of this in a way that doesn't exacerbate the issue. We still haven't gotten there yet. We're relying on you and the faith of your security, essentially. But rest assured that we will get to the bottom of this for your children's sake.
And she nods slowly, and she says, all right then. We'll trust you as long as we can.
If there's anything strangely you can tell us about the goings-on here before this festival began, any strange symbols, any sightings of any peculiar individuals,
No,
would be very helpful.
We haven't had anything like that. There hasn't been anyone unusual who's come by. We had no one that I can think of who. And then she kind of pauses, and she's like, I don't think there was. Well, but. And then she's sort of like, kind of like, you can see her eyes kind of flickering around as if she's like, kind of processing something, and she's like, there was actually one thing. A few weeks ago, someone came by and knocked on our front gate and demanded to speak to myself and my husband. And well, the servants would send them away, but they said that they had personal knowledge of something which was very important to us. And we said we didn't know what they meant. Well, they had a book with them of some kind, a book that they said they wished to give as a gift to the children. We sent them away immediately, of course, but it was an old woman laughed at us and said that the child would read whatever they wanted to, even if we tried to stop them. I didn't think much of it at the time, but I remember very much the way that she looked, hunched over, cloaked, and she was... There was something strange about that book on the cover. There was a dirt of some kind. I don't know what that means, though.
Dirt. Might be where it's from. Might be where they were using it. This has been tremendously helpful. Thank you very much. We still have a lot of work to do, but I appreciate that you would tell me. And another peculiar question. If I mention blue eyes to you, do those remind you of anything in particular?
And she says, blue eyes?
Blue eyes, the color of the sea.
And she thinks, and no, I don't think so.
Duly noted. Thank you very much.
And she nods, and you are free to do what you wish with the children elsewhere.
I just kind of tussle the children's hair, and I get back up and go back upstairs.
Okay. The middle of the steps now having a worn-out spot in the middle where you've been running out, down and from.
Yeah. Skip,
Okay.
skip, crash.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so you arrive back up at the room.
Very little luck, but someone left this book here. A witch by the sound of it. The mother insisted that she may have noticed perhaps some evidence of the land where the book was last used, but beyond that I don't think I've gathered much of use.
So, do we know where the book is now?
No,
Not sure.
She didn't. No, remember, she didn't leave it. She was not allowed to leave it. She
Okay.
came by and then was turned away without
She
being able to
mentioned-
leave it.
She mentioned the dirt, but wasn't sure of where it came from. I'm presuming that there's a swamp or a forest nearby, which is most
Oregon.
likely.
Could be the city of the dead. Again.
Let's hope that that's not the case. I'm not particularly in the mood for an interdimensional trip. But I'm willing to bet that if there is a second gate, if there is a line that has to be drawn from that place to here, that it would be that place, wherever that book is now.
and the brothers did say it was a sort of weird circle somewhere.
Okay, so do we search the castle for another weird circle? Do we have a better idea than doing that?
Only if we could somehow manage to lure the guests away.
I suspect it's not in the castle. I suspect it's outdoors. Perhaps one of the vendors at this festival would be able to say more. In fact, Willow, you bought cloth?
I did. I bought this scarf.
And I bought a muffin. Well, Arthur did.
If anyone would know land as good as anyone else, if anyone would know the land better than we would in this area, I'm willing to bet the clothes on my back it would be someone who works the land, someone who tends to their own sheep and therefore to their own thread. Perhaps they'd know something. A hunch, of course, but it's all we have. And at the very least, perhaps some of the neighbors here have seen this person come towards the villa.
All right. Well, I could go. I'll go. I tell them. I don't just do it. I tell them I'm going to go downstairs and try to find the wool merchant and see if she's seen any sinister strangers around.
And I follow Willow.
I'm trying to do it subtly. Do
Okay.
I see the woman in the crowd anywhere?
When you go down to look, let me see how would I have you do. Yeah, I would say that if you are willing to take the time, you can try to explore, if you will, the room. Basically, try to track down this person. You don't actually see her. You see the one who sold the muffins, and you see various other people, but you don't see this particular merchant.
All right. While I'm looking around the ballroom, I guess I'll just do a general perception check and see if I see anything unusual.
Okay.
Any circles in the thing or whatever.
Okay.
And so there's the roller. Oops.
$15.
Okay, so specifically you're looking in this perception check for people that are doing what? Theoretically, Triffin.
No, I was, while I'm looking vaguely around for her, I'm also looking for any circles on the floor.
Oh,
or
I see.
Anything in the environment.
Yeah, no, definitely no circles in the floor. There, and not any sign of this person either. Yeah, no, there's not. The ballroom itself is fairly, at least on the floor, decoration free, so to speak. So, and the people themselves seem a little restless at this point, probably. Less perturbed and more sort of bored and slightly annoyed, maybe,
Right.
you might say.
Let's see. The imp appeared out of nowhere, so while the bard was on the dais. So I'll just go take another look at the dais
Okay,
myself.
all right. Go ahead and make an investigation check for me.
Investigation. I believe that's just intelligence.
Yes.
I know I don't have. I don't find anything. I rolled a 5, ladies and gents. And
You're like, that is definitely a dais. You've seen them before, and this is absolutely a dais.
No question.
I'm curious also what Artendun is doing with this while Willow is down with Samhain. Artendun?
Yep.
Yep.
Sorry.
I said I was curious what you were doing while Willow was down with Samhain.
I suspect we just keep a very alert watch on the imp, and because it will be Arden Dune and the trainee and Captain. What was his name again?
Elzarina, you talking about the girl?
No, the captain of the girl, the city watch.
Stargle.
Oh, Stargo, yeah.
Gargle. But yeah, he will just be. He despises demons, so they would want to keep touch with it, but still. Now he's just keeping a close watch on it.
Okay. All right. So Willow, you're doing your search, Anything, Solon, you're doing in the meantime, along with Willow, or no?
I want to talk to that baker.
Okay. She is there with her smile as usual, though perhaps slightly tired after being, waiting, etc. But she's still there.
Hey there, muffin friend.
Oh, good to see you, sir.
I have the weirdest of questions for you.
All right.
Have you seen any strange folk about in the last 2 weeks?
Oh,
People
many
with
strange
interest-
folks, sir.
People with interest in the villa, people who gave you strange feelings, people that you've noticed getting in altercations with any of the villa's guards or with the family inside.
And she sort of thinks for a bit and says, I don't think so, sir. At least I don't remember anything that was some problem coming in and out of the villa, but sometimes I'm that busy I don't necessarily see anyone going in and out of the house, you understand. Usually I'm paying more attention to my own stand and my own businesses, you might say. There's always some strange people, though, in Waterdeep. It is the city of secrets, you know.
Mm-hmm. This is true. Thank you very much. This has been somewhat useful.
And she sort of smiles and nods, and she says, well, sir, if you ever get the opportunity and can figure out a way to see clear to convince them to let us go, I'd appreciate it. I certainly wasn't expecting to be spending all my time here after all the craziness that happened.
I understand. But hopefully we can get to the bottom of this as soon as possible.
And she nods and says, I hope so.
Just needs a little bit more ringing is all. Someone knows something that will help us get to the bottom of this once and for all.
At this point, probably I would say a few minutes, perhaps later, Stargell, or I should say the man that Stargell sent, comes back in with the High Cleric of Lathander that had been sent for. And the High Cleric comes in looking very impressive, full robe and the whole 9 yards, and is led into the room, and then is brought up by Stargell to the children's room. And sees all of you there and sees the stuff on the ground and says, well, what then is all this? And Stargell says, I brought this one because I thought you'd find some value in this, Father. You can speak to these three. They're the one who've been conducting the investigation, unofficially, you might say. And he says, very well, I understand there was something about a demon, supposedly.
Supposedly about it. There was an imp that we killed down in the ballroom, but there's also, as you see, and I point towards Chernog, this one, he has been tempting someone in this household to tricking them into starting to build a portal to open to hell and summon Asmodeus and other creatures, and we need to know how to reverse the ritual and stop it. He says that he's just going to keep coming back, and
Chernog kind of like does the at pointing at the high priest.
Smug beep.
And the cleric sort of glares down and says, foul creature. And Chernog says, thank you. And he says, well, if there's a portal, a path that's been opened, there are only two ways to complete and eliminate it. One is to finish the ritual first and take whatever comes. The second is to break the other side of it, to find where the other one was tied into this world. Usually that is in a place where there is great closeness, let's say, to the world beyond. Graveyards, churches, something like that. The closest one around here is something which has a number of undead. The City of the Dead. It's dangerous, but there is one within Waterdeep. It is possible that that's where the other side of this portal is. But those are your two choices. Complete the ritual and destroy what comes, or go to the City of the Dead and find where it is that you need to break the other side of this portal.
Well, so what you are saying, it is quite simple. We must go to the mortuary and discover the secret site.
And he nods and says, that seems most likely.
Very well then. Stargel, you'll have to let us leave this place, or maybe you'd be kind enough to accompany us, but I don't think we can fix things from here.
Stargel nods and says, I'm happy to let you do that, especially if we can bring some resolution to all of this. I can stay here with my men. Perhaps you can go with this cleric here. And the cleric says, my job must be to handle what's going on here with him, and points down to Chernok, who gives him the whole, finger guns again. And he says, I'll have to stay here and attend to him for when the other end of the ritual is broken. This one's going to be up to you. And he kind of sort of nods to all of you.
All right. Well then, let's go. I start moving out.
Rest of you the same thing?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So at this point, I'm going to ask the players a question. Because there is one remaining section of this, but the other section took rather longer than I expected. And so I don't want to drag this astonishingly long. On the other hand, I hate to leave things unfinished. I think the last time I played with Brandon, we also didn't finish it, and that's not very satisfying for anybody.
We did not finish.
Yeah, which is not very satisfying for anybody. So I think the question I have is whether we would be willing to... Well, there's a couple of options. One is that we push ahead and see how far we can go. The second is that we try to finish this at another, time, either, let's say, next month, or, during a session that's of mutual beneficial interest, or the next D&D with viewers, or something like that. Because I also don't want everyone to collapse from exhaustion or boredom. I don't want that to happen. So I'm going to leave that up to all of you.
Not the next session of the new viewers, because I want to prefer new players.
Okay. So then, in that case, the question is whether the three of you are willing to complete this.
I definitely want to finish this. These kids don't deserve to suffer.
It's true.
I want to complete this, but I also want to sleep.
Right.
Same.
So why don't I say, why don't we look then to do this sometime? I say early next month. That's a week and a half from now.
Yes.
So within the next couple of weeks, and we look to complete this. This is probably about another hour-ish, I would say. And so
We could do if what terms are you on, Brendan?
I am
EST, right?
Atlantic Standard Time.
Okay, yeah.
Which is
Okay, so powers behind me.
1 hour removed from EST.
Oh, right, okay.
It is presently 2:30 in the morning.
Yep.
Yeah, it's an hour earlier for us, for Eastern Standard, but yeah. That's what I just looked at it and I was like, man, I don't want to stop this. I'm enjoying it, but at the same time, I know it's... you guys have really been, fighting through, come on! And so...
It's 07:29 hours in the morning now.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm seeing light and passion.
I know,
in the
well,
chat.
keep going, more
If I
coffee,
were-
more caffeine.
If I were 10 years younger and Monster Energy drink still actually did things for me, I'd be like, yeah, let's keep going until 16. Now I'm an old person.
I could easily do this, but I want to sleep, and I really want to just,
Yeah.
But I'm not.
But I do
I'm up
want to finish this.
Yeah.
So let's aim to do that. So we have our Discord thing, and I will ask the 3 players to put some possible times that we could do this. Actually, let me ask you this. This is probably not going to work for Triffid, but is there any possibility, Triffid, that you might be on a vacation from work 2 days before Christmas? Because the reason I ask is that this coming Tuesday, I actually have a technically free slot between noon and 3, which we could certainly finish within 3 hours. We'll probably do about an hour and a half or 2. So I wanted...
Isn't that between noon and 4?
I had a feeling you wouldn't be able to, but... I'm sorry, say again?
Isn't that between noon and 4?
Noon and 3. 4 o'clock is when the GOG thing starts, so...
Exactly.
Yeah, well, yeah, but that's pushing it. I don't want to go that far if I can. Yeah, I figured you wouldn't be able to do that, though. So...
Yeah, Tuesday I'm working until 7 p.m. or so Eastern.
What about Friday? Actually, well, but that's Christmas Day. That's not going to work.
For me, it's gonna work, but then
I mean, I assume that Christmas is not going to work for you two, right? For Brandon and Triffid.
It would be tough.
No, that's fine. I don't want to force anyone. No, it's okay. Because I'm doing my family thing earlier, so that would be okay. But what about the Saturday? So the 26th, so the day after Christmas.
Saturday. Oh, right.
Saturday.
Saturday.
Basically a week from today.
A week from today, I'll be working until about 9 p.m.
Till about 9 p.m. So what if we did, let's say, 9 to 11, let's say, Eastern? Is that doable for... I know that's late again for you, Echo, but is that doable-ish a week from today?
we could give it a shot.
It is for me.
Okay, Brandon, what about you?
Yeah, that would work for the most part.
Okay, so why don't we aim to do that, because that'll be after my Game of the Year show, which I can do, and that way it's not too disruptive for everybody else. Because I want to finish this too. I want to see how you folks do the next stages and stuff. But, I want us to be not exhausted when we're doing it. So,
Well, since Strike Ninja 24 just mentioned that on the weekend of his birthday, Dark 72 King is going to have a B-Day on that day. On the 26th, because it's Boxing Day, UK.
Right, exactly. That's true. And as Arudinel points out, what better time to kill demons? So that's Boxing Day. Yeah, exactly. That's Boxing Day. Exactly. Cool. All right. So then we'll do that. And I am sorry that we took longer, but it was also because you guys are doing really interesting investigation stuff that, the adventure didn't anticipate, and so we were rolling with the punches.
Interesting investigation stuff. Read.
Beating our heads against the wall.
Having really interesting conversations while we just slam our heads against the wall repeatedly.
Oh man. I mean,
want to do some exercise runs up the stairs and downstairs.
I was thinking,
that was...
there must be some simple solution here, because I know this is supposed to be a one-shot.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, the claim on this is this whole thing is like 2 hours, or 3 hours, I think. And I was like...
I mean...
maybe
2 hours without like the worst investigators ever. This is the horror version. This is the D&D horror version of the Pink Panther.
Well, the other thing is too that I don't want to. I hate doing railroading and being like, right, someone comes in and pulls you across. Like, I don't want to do that. And be like, all right, so listen, here's the. So it's this balancing act. It was. I thought it was still a lot of fun to watch it play out, but there's a certain point where I'm like, this is not going to be something. I want to make sure that we do this when everyone is enjoying themselves and by not being exhausted. So we will reconvene then a week from today, which means I will start with the gentleman at the bottom of the row, and I will thank Echo Elf X5 as always for playing with us, and I will ask him what he thought about today and I guess we already know where people will see you next. It'll be next Saturday. But other places before next Saturday they might see you.
Absolutely, completely bonkers.
Okay.
But yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and I was forced to be festive, as you can see. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Well, let's see. I've been a human paladin. I've been a dwarf cleric. I've been a drow elf rogue. I have been a halfling monk, and I have been now a high elf fighter.
Mm-hmm.
Quite the variety. Uh, so I'm looking forward to finish this next weekend. And yes, yes, we will. I should flail this empty hut.
That was really the problem. There wasn't enough Santa hat flailing. I think that really is the thing that caused issues.
But people can see me on Discord and on Twitter and on the Twitch at echof_x5. I am currently, however, trying to avoid all things spoiler regarding Cyberpunk 2077 because I'm reserving that for my new PC when it comes out next year sometime. I don't think I have anything to say other than just keep a chin up. And Rock God Community D&D, that will be sometime next year. I have no idea when that will be. That will be up for our beloved Dungeon Master Shadow Mage. So I think I'll pass it up to Triffid. I don't think I have anything else to say other than Happy Holidays, Merry Christmas, and all the shenanigans of the Hanukkah and those sort of. May you have a good Christmas if even in this 2020 it's completely beep.
Good stuff. Thank you, Echo. Also a pleasure, as always, to have Triffid with us. Thank you, Triffid, for being willing to jump on board. And I'm sorry that we went a little long, but again, that was based on watching you folks go, investigate
Right. Well, I'm
investigations.
sorry, my technical difficulties delayed our start a bit at the beginning. That
That's
would have
okay.
been easier on everyone if my computer had been performing properly. Community D&D, when we're on a regular schedule, we play on alternate Wednesdays, and hopefully we'll be starting that up again soon after the new year.
Yes.
As for me, Triffid, I do a couple of podcasts. You can look at my Twitter account to see more about that at PE Matson. I'll see you all next week, if not before.
Good stuff. Thank you, Triffid. Always a pleasure. Also, pleasure as well to have Brandon with us, who's going to go get some rest before taking on some the production and running the Speculate Blades in the Dark game, which is going to be good times. Brandon, how did you feel, sir? How was life in the universe? How did everything feel for you as we were going through the investigation involving a lot of you running up and down stairs and all that kind of good stuff before we see you for Sunday's Speculate Blades in the Dark session? How'd you feel about today?
This is cool. I am always fond of investigative moments where we get to like talk to people, especially people who know things but are conflicted about how to share things.
Yeah.
Which is why I always like interacting with children in games.
Yeah.
I
love that crystal
have a
idea.
lot-
That was great.
Yeah, that was really cool. Like I saw it in my inventory and it didn't even like have anything special attached. It is like, why do I even have this? Oh, I have this for moments like
Just this
is
reason.
very cool.
Yeah.
That poor
yeah.
boy, though, you kept moving the goalposts.
I know. Terzina will
Well,
never
if you do
get the
this,
freaking crystal.
And if you do this,
I
and
made
if
a
you do
very
this-
I made a very deliberate. We made a deal. The deal was very clear, very deliberate. And
Not
every
good
time I
enough,
come
kid.
back,
No.
and every time I come back downstairs, like your sister is not happy. Your sister's just like, okay.
But he's
not
like
happy.
completely unequipped to
Like,
make his
it's like-
sister happy. It is just not his thing. He has no idea.
I'm
He's
just a child. I don't know how to please. It's like I get it, kid. But we made an arrangement. This is a lot of fun. I have a lot of feelings about the fact that they're twins. I have a lot of feelings about the fact that that this child has accidentally summoned the demon.
I'm
and
sure it's
that
fine.
The Yeah, it's fine. We'll deal with it. If you guys have to burn down the castle, we'll see how it has to go. And they're like,
Yeah.
yeah.
After this, the child gets sent to a convent forever.
Oh
Mm-hmm.
Lord. This is one of those D&D stories where years from now, when you ask the question, how whatever happened to these characters, the answer to that question is they all created what was this universe's version of therapy because they all
That's exactly right. That's exactly
so
right.
yeah. So I'm kind of eager to finish this, if only because I don't want these children to suffer.
Yeah.
But as for me, I'm Brandon O'Brien, a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago. Um, Tomorrow you will be able to see me GMing our speculate co-stream series, Blades of the Dark: The Case of the Cindered Seal, which will be my first time running the back end for a stream on
Yay.
this channel.
So I'm not doing it from a closet.
So if you
Fingers
see, so if you see like smoke emanating from some corner of the screen, if every once in a while I freeze and then totally disappear, please be patient with me because I still need to figure some things out. But if all goes well, that means that every Sunday, I will be in charge of those streams as well, including Sound Clash the Clampdown, which is returning in January, which would be really pleasant for everyone involved because it means, for instance, that we can start earlier so our player Nathan Blades doesn't have to stay up in the middle of midnight
Who does
to
that?
play a game with us
I mean,
because
really.
that's a lot to ask people to do. I say as someone who is looking at the clock, it's 2:41 a.m. I love you all. Please don't think that I'm subtweeting you. But yeah, you can find me on almost everywhere on the internet at the Rising Tides, where I will at some point in the future in 2021 talk about a lot of cool writing things that are coming up for me. So yeah.
Good stuff. This was actually, I mean, all joking aside, this was a lot of fun, and I am looking forward to wrapping it up next Saturday, which we will do.
I may have something else to say, and that is, don't forget people that GFG sale is on, so if you want to pass a little moolah to Arden, there, affiliate link.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and that's true actually, and that affiliate link does help. So I appreciate the noting of that, Echo. But yeah, thank you to all three experienced players. It was fun to be able to do this. We will again wrap it up next Saturday, so it'll be finished by the end of the year. We'll wrap it up by the end of next year, and I have no doubt that Brandon will do great. One other note about Soundclash, by the way, don't forget that thanks to that fundraiser we did last month, that there will be a professional new intro video and audio coming soon, hopefully by the time the next session happens. I think that's there's an outside chance of that, and certainly shortly thereafter. So within the next couple of months, you'll see that happening, which will be great.
Intro as well.
That's next step. I can only do fundraisers so fast, But no, we will definitely. I want to get that for all the permanent campaigns, so we will try to do that as well. But I'm going to let these lovely people go, and I will see them all next week. Chat, can we get some love for the awesome Brendan O'Brien and the amazing Triffid Mats and the incredible Echo Alpha X5? Thank you, everybody, so much. And players, I will see you folks in about a week.
I'd like to thank chat for sticking around with us for so long. We
They
still
did.
have almost everybody
yes.
we started with.
Yeah,
It's
that's
amazing.
right. And thank you to
Thank you
Praetor's
so
Reject for the
much.
raids, too.
Sorry we couldn't solve it for you tonight.
Next week, come back. We'll see you soon.
Just have a sleep.
Thank you, players. Bye for now. And that is going to do it for me for tonight. Also, thank you to Greenforge Studios, as always, for doing the awesome. And that is going to do it for me, because I've got to rise up on out of here and go get some sleep myself. Yeah, I hate to leave a session unfinished, especially when it's a one-shot. I tried to read through this again. I do want to say, when I'm on the road and everything else, I was doing the best I could to kind of set this up ahead of time and read through it. But there are, I guess it's these folks were, investigating and doing what they could, but there were also, there were red herrings, I think, which ended up might have bringing them in a different direction. And so I just don't know about that as a actual legitimate time frame. Like, oh yeah, definitely, like we could get this to, of course, like 3 hours. I think that's probably pushing a little bit. So, and the investigation roles did not help. But anyway, I'm glad that everyone stuck around. I'm glad everyone had a good time, but we will finish it. We will definitely wrap it up soon. Um, I'm running out of space in my closet. I know, right? This is crazy. But anyway, I'm going to rise up on out of here. As I said, the next time you see me will probably be, now tomorrow, remember, we will have people back on this channel with Brandon and the Speculate crew with Blades in the Dark, which is going to be great, but I will not be running production for that. So the next time that you will see me personally, Sunday we've got Brandon. Monday we've got Sod with Grumbler's Guide to Temple of Elemental Evil. But the next time you'll see me indirectly will be Tuesday, when I will be streaming from our house, from my house that we live in right now, back at home base. I will do some Final Fantasy VII Remake, and then after that I'll be doing some Vaporum Lockdown. That'll be the next up thing that we're doing. And then the next time won't be on, after that will be Friday, when we will be doing some, I think, more Final Fantasy VII Remake, and then Saturday, that's actually Christmas Day, so we'll have the family stream, then the Final Fantasy VII Remake, and then Saturday will be the Game of the Year show, and then we will wrap up this session. So that's the plan, and that means that we'll get it all done, so it'll be nice. But it's 2 hours of Batman, Sherlock Holmes, the crew of CSI on the case. Yeah, exactly. We needed Monk, not a monk. But anyway, but I want to thank everyone for being here, and thank you all for being lovely people. If you liked what you saw and heard, please follow the channel. Please check out the YouTube with !ArvTube, Discord with !ArvCore, Twitter with !ArvTweets. Website is arvanellarun.com. Financially, !ArvShop for the merchandise area, !ArvTrayon for the Patreon, and no exclamation point, just subscribe to the channel, because subbing to the channel, as several of you did today, is a good way to help support the channel, just like supporting the Patreon does. Also, on the publishing side, Icarus for details about my Icarus graphic novel from Mathis Arts. Library is Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, coming out soon in print. It is now waiting in customs, so it's heading out to people very, very soon. And then we have got Grayshade KS, which is my Grayshade Kickstarter, which will be launching early February. Lastly, BLM, Black Lives Matter, and because, again, the importance of asserting and affirming the significance of protecting Black lives, extremely important. Help Now is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Please make sure that you check that out as well, especially during the holiday season, which can be tough for folks anyway. And last but certainly not least, I want to thank all of you for being awesome today. I want to thank my wonderful mods, Rudinel, Dragon Spear, Rock God, Triffity Mats, Coven Guy, Jedi Burner, The Rising Tides. I want to thank as well all of my subscribers, Rudinel, Dragon Spear, Rock God, Triffity Mats. I want to thank Echo Alpha, Lone Wolf, and Mrs. Dunsel. Thank you to all my Patreon supporters in there as well. Thank you to Abbott Costello. Thank you to another TT viewer, Archam, Aiton, Bing Cortana, Black Fury, Captain Mymorph, Casino Thanks, Commander Root, Eloran, Elastrion, Elasterian, I guess it is, XL 809, Go With Him, Jagtress, Joint Effort, Let's Do This Music, Latent Passion, Ms. Lenity, Raiden, Sad Girl, Saddest Kitty, Saxtus, Silly Gnome, Smiley AI, Strike Ninja, Tartcore, Tauntoms, The Potato Line, Thicker, You Christensen, V&K, and Virgo Praz. Much thanks to all. No raid tonight. It's too late. I want us all to just kind of get to bed and relax, and then I will catch you folks back here on Sunday, 5 p.m. Eastern, for the awesome Speculate crew, Mike Underwood, Valerie Valdez, Yuri Kisano, Yoigaiwen Lin, and of course Brandon O'Brien as your GM. That'll be happening at 5 p.m. with Brandon running production, and then Monday for Sod with Grumbler's Guide, and then Tuesday for me, noon Eastern, with more Final Fantasy VII Remake. Thanks everyone, much love, and I will catch all of you wonderful people soon. A special thanks to my players tonight, Brandon, Echo, and Triffid, for doing such a wonderful, credible job, and we'll wrap up next Saturday and we'll be all good. But that's it for me. Much love to all, and I will see you wonderful folks soon. Until then, everyone be good to each other. Have a good day.